problems and all my bitterness just seemed passe. Because I realized as soon as I said it, how long it'd take to swim from Jones Beach to Indonesia. And maybe you're waiting on a call from me. And maybe you're working it out in restaurant, and yeah, nobody's got a life so fucked up if you don't know what happened. Just like you saw me working at some restaurant in Paris, 'cause my life was just so fucked up, and I don't know how it happened.
Conceited with low self-esteem. She's a teenage dream if you hate yourself. Bright-dyed hair and obnoxious clothes, thinks communism is the way to go. She's a whore, a hole, a dime a dozen, Jezebel. Low-right mind and SSR eyes, 1,000-yard stare for all those guys that she fucked and sucked before you came along. Retarded views on politics, likes to listen to shitty music. She drinks and smokes and toasts out of a dirty bong. She saw Ramona Flowers and felt so empowered by a movie made in Hollywood. It's sad to think she's someone's daughter, like a lamb to the slaughter. But honestly, I'd still hit if I could. BPD and ecstasy. 30 years old, but acts like she's 16. Likes to go to shows cause she's so fucking cool. Bright-dyed hair, but dead inside. Plan B lifetime supply. She's a whore, a hole, gave head since middle school. Only pedophiles in denial. If she's anything worthwhile, her fertile lifestyle will drive you wild. Alcoholic loser bitch that likes to listen to shitty music. She drinks and smokes and cokes and chokes on dick. She saw Ramona Flowers and felt so empowered by a movie made in Hollywood. It's sad to think she's someone's daughter, like a lamb to the slaughter. But honestly, I'd still hit if I could. She saw Ramona Flowers and felt so empowered by a movie made in Hollywood. It's sad to think she's someone's daughter, like a lamb to the slaughter. But honestly, I'd still hit if I could. She saw Ramona Flowers and felt so empowered by a movie made in Peterwood. It's sad to think she's someone's daughter, like a lamb to the slaughter. But honestly, I'd still hit if I could.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. How is everybody doing? Here we are again, ladies and gentlemen, with another response video. That's right, another response video has hit the towers. Here we fuck it. Look, I'm trying to like hype this a little bit. I'm like, oh dude, guys, like the stream, subscribe. Oh my god. But let's be honest, this is fucking insane. I went over some of it with Opblock last night, so I wanted to do a little bit more. I have a ton of tabs. I've got Emily's original statements. I've got the updated statements. We're going to go through some of the DM logs as well between Enter Lazy and Emmy, and also the DM logs between Emmy and KP, because this is just fucking absurd. I'm mostly, some of this is just obligation. Let's be fucking honest, because I saw this go out and I was like, oh, fuck, whatever. And then like quite a few people have DM'd me and messaged me and tweeted at me, and I'm just like, oh, okay. And I get mentioned every now and again, so I'm just like, you know, yeah, sure. Maybe my ego can be manipulated. Fuck only knows, right? Okay. Potato with the 5. My friendliest suck it from the Gothamal Cave Hot Spring. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the 5. I've got no idea what the fuck any of that means, but I hope you're doing well. Member for 1 month, Sam at Molding. 1 whole month of watching Beckett laughing at idiots and trying not to lose his mind. Listen, I am blessed to have any of you here. I appreciate everyone who subscribes as a member, or anyone who just watches and hates pressing the subscribe button because it's gay and cringe. Give me stickers, Becky from Hoz. Thanks for the $1.99. This is a stick up. How is it a stick up when you're giving me money? Metal Man with a 2. This is all Black Griffin's fault. Oh, believe me, we'll fucking get to that. Fuck, I needed to get like Emmy's interview with Enter up as well, didn't I? Fuck. Brony crash out, let's fucking go. So true, Zane. Thank you for the 9 months. It's seething. Let's fucking go. Okay. So, fuck me. Where do we begin, guys? Where do we begin? Because this is an experience. This whole fucking thing. I mean, look at the fucking state of this. Just look at it. Like, again, you can see, like, the world of difference between her response and Saberspark's, right? Saberspark gets on camera, treats it very seriously. Emmy puts an hour-long video out, just... Some of this is just lies, by the way. Some of this is just absolute fucking, like, nonsense. Like, Emmy is going to make claims that people from the investigation team, quote-unquote, contacted her, and you're just like, the fuck are you on about? Who? Who? Which one of us? 1 for the stickers. Thank you very much. Fucking hell, cut my names off. Metal Man with 5. Much appreciated. Ace, welcome to Coping. Wow, dude. 5 gifted subs from Ace as well. That's like, dude. Because Ace wants to hang out and I haven't spoken to him recently because I was shitty over the weekend. Love you, bro. Thank you so much for the 5. 07 in the chat. Twisted Toybox with the 2. Hope you're having Legos when going over this. I'm not doing any Lego building tonight. I did spend an awful lot of time getting like minifigures set up today. God, I'm a fucking nerd. Emily is making me crash out. Me too. Not True Dead. Thank you for the 5. Right. So let's begin at the beginning. Let's begin all the way back at Emmy's original statement, because I think it's important to go over this and actually talk about it. And I don't think this thing has ever, like, I don't know if I've ever read the full thing out to you. But because we're dealing with kind of what she's saying now and what her wants and desires are, I regret befriending her and getting into cosplay because of Emily. Now listen, cosplay is a good hobby, okay? It's cool, it's creative. Listen, always look for the silver linings. Silver linings, you get to dress up as cool fucking anime characters or whatever the hell cosplays you do, but I'm sure it's fucking based. Also, I saw Lanza in chat. How you doing, Lanza? Critical Shogun. Who are we covering? Do they have an OnlyFans? God, I hope not. I can be the desire once. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Also, is my goal working? I feel like the goal isn't working. I feel like the goal is, like, crashing on me. What the fuck did I set the goal at? Okay, it's just being shitty. I'll keep a mental count. Yen with the 5. New stream title. Beckett loses his mind. We'll get there. Right. I was gonna do a silly voice, but what's the fucking point? This bitch is already a joke. Fuck, I'm gonna kill myself. That's right. Anyone who's mean to me, I constantly threaten to kill myself on stream, so If we're not calling that, if we're gonna say that Brony fan don't seriously meant it. I became a fan of Saberspark when I was in high school, when I found his essay titled Ballad of the Brony back in 2011. After graduating in 2018, I added him on Skype to tell him I was a big fan of his. He added me back almost instantly, and we had a conversation ending with him giving me his phone number, which was a really big deal to me at the time, since this was the first time interacting with any sort of celebrity. Once, I don't know if I'd refer to Saberspark as a celebrity now. When I talk to Saber, I'm not like, damn man, I'm talking to Saberspark. This is so cool. You fucking, I don't understand people, man. I don't fucking get it. Then again, does anyone know the like band Mindless Self-Indulgence? Do you know Mindless Self-Indulgence? I really liked Mindless Self-Indulgence when I was a teenager, and I went to one of their gigs, and the lead singer Jimmy licked me. It's pretty good. It's pretty good time. That's a weird story to tell. That feels like there's missing context, and there's not. Potato with the 5. Reject OnlyFans, accept only hams, into your heart. Pay me $5 for personalized videos of me eating cold cuts of off my bare chest. What the fuck? Okay. I developed a parasocial crush on him due to being starstruck, which was something that he was aware of. We would talk on Skype and text each other semi-frequently, leading to our first time meeting him. So, thirdly, this part of the statement, we can't trust. We can trust, like, maybe the Ballad of the Brony stuff. She lies as she breathes. Thank you, Uplock, with a 5. We can't really trust much of this because Emmy doesn't remember these messages. She admits to not remembering that the messages existed. She admitted to that to me. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Like, you can't trust her takes on what these Skype conversations look like. Now, I have my own theories that these Skype conversations still exist. I've got my own theories. I don't think Saber has them, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if they were the way Emmy describes them, she would have saved them. She's had over a decade to do so. And this whole thing of, oh, well, you know, when you're a victim, guys, sometimes you make choices that don't really make sense. You've been talking about it constantly. She'll bring this up in the video. Like, and again, I don't know how much of the video we'll even watch. We'll watch it in pieces because some of it's just like, oh my god, it's brain rot, guys. You'd get more out of watching fucking like scrolled shorts on fucking YouTube. She was Dr. Phil. That says a lot. True metal man with the 5. We're gonna come to some of that because a lot of people like. It's really unfair to bring up Emily's history when talking about this, because this is a unique experience. I mean, like, yes, everything's a unique experience, but once again, she has no evidence. She has no evidence for anything. This is all testimonial. And part of the fucking evidence, part of the testimonial is, I have memory issues. The fuck are you talking about? Now, for those of you who also are aware of how memory works, you can repeat a lie enough times to yourself to believe it. And you can remember how you feel about somebody, and that can taint your memory of this. I mean, for those of you who are over the age of 18, which I'm hoping is all of you, you will have experience where somebody will say to you, hey, do you remember this thing that happened years ago? And someone will describe something to you, and it will be completely different from the way you remember it. Hell, fucking, is it Neil deGrasse Tyson, the black astrophysicist guy who's, like, on everything? He was talking about this, I think it was Joe Rogan, where he was explaining to like a judge why he couldn't trust eyewitness testimony. And the judge he just explained to him, and the judge repeated back to him a different thing that he just said. Human memory is not reliable in any fucking way. That's why we need more. And again, if Emily was this sure, she has had time to save that evidence and present it to us. So anyway, in 2012, I went to my first pony convention. Importantly, this isn't her first convention, by the way. She'd been to anime conventions before. This is just a point about the fact that some of this statement reads like, oh my god, I was just an innocent little being, guys. I'd had no experience with anything. And this is part of the problem with the statement. It paints her in a way that is, shall we say, overly kind. This was my first time ever traveling by myself, and was soon after the two of us became friends. It was several months. It was several months after they became friends, but just to be clear, it was several months. When I met up with him in person, he invited me to his hotel room and he showed me the video he was editing on his laptop, causing me to internally geek out. I was really nervous being alone in a hotel room with someone I was a huge fan of and had a crush on, but I tried to play it cool. He was 4 to 5 years older than me, making me feel more nervous and out of place. He would bring up the prospects of the two of us dating and how it didn't feel right to do so. Once again, she'll bring this up in the video. Because she's like, well, how could it be friends with benefits if I'm here talking about how my emotions were being played with? Well, wouldn't that suggest that you wanted a relationship, that you were into this? I mean, even if Saber's wrong, even if Saber's like, well, maybe even if Saber has forgotten that they talked about having a relationship, that still kind of fucks your narrative. Really badly. So she goes up to this hotel room, she meets up with him, or maybe, like, again, I think Saber might have said they met up beforehand, or like in the lobby or whatever, and then went to the hotel room. Doesn't really matter. She goes to the hotel room, he knows that she has a crush on him, and from Saber's testimony, they then start watching something on YouTube, and then end up making out, and then have what I can only describe as one of the worst sexual encounters I've ever heard described to me. Okay? After that, he almost immediately initiated making out with me and guided me to his bed. Again, this is, you know when somebody tells you a story and you're feeling like you're missing steps? The way this sounds is like he didn't even bother closing the door, guys. He grabbed me, pulled me in, threw me onto the bed. In this moment, he did not directly ask me for consent. I was thrown onto his bed and he would insert himself into me. Like, there seems to be a lot missing there. Like, because the way the descriptions of this work is like just instantly throws you onto the bed. Like, there are clearly steps here, right? Because otherwise what you'd be describing is a fairly aggressive rape. And that's not even your claim. Saberspark was also significantly larger than me, as I was an 8-something pound 18-year-old girl, so I physically could not stop him. Again, to be clear, her current claim is, oh yeah, no, this was just like about emphatic consent. That is a claim of like him physically forcing you and you being unable to do anything about it. That's a rape claim, Emily. I felt extremely nervous and was uncomfortable because I had never experienced having any sort of sexual intimacy with somebody I was not dating before, much less someone I just met. I was very new to meeting people online in general. You notice how here she's missing out, I was already a mother and was already clearly had experience. Now, one thing that I will agree with is that Emily doesn't appear to do hookups. Like, I've gone through her history a bit, and she seems very much like a relationship person, or there's some ongoing thing there. However, that also may not help her, because one thing that was said to me by Solrak, and I didn't include this in the video, but I'm going to say it here. And I can pull up the DMs if I really fucking need to. I don't think Solrak will mind at this point. Is that when I asked Solrak about like why he thought Emily told him, he also sort of hypothesized and like theorized that one of the reasons may be that she didn't want to look like a slut. And for those of you who like were around in sort of like the 2010s, there was this like real like walk of shame kind of shaming of women who slept around. So it could be one of these things of, oh, well, I'm not a slut. I'd never just randomly have sex with people. In fact, I wouldn't have had sex with Saberspark except, he coerced me. And I think there is a chance that this story may have begun in that way. This is just a theory. I didn't want to put it in the video because I can't really validate it. But, like, that would actually make sense as a starting point for this kind of story. Like, her trying to basically not look like a whore. And to be clear, while I probably am going to call Emily a few names during this, I don't actually think Emily is as much of a slut as some of the Sonic fandom wants to paint her as. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I do think that she seems to want to go for committed things, at least as a goal. Metal Man with a 5. Alpha Chad Saber. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, this fucking dude, he makes videos about ponies. Are we really suggesting that this dude is like secretly some sort of like like it's like the mask comes off and Saber Spark's like, now the door's closed. Alex Weston with the 5. Emily makes it sound like, here's my YouTube video, let's have a go at it. That's called unspoken rape, Rez. Jesus fucking Christ. At that moment, I laid there, disassociating as I felt very wrong while trying to rationalize it in my head to convince myself it was safe and a normal encounter. He rushed off to clean and finish himself and came back to the bed and offered me a handshake, saying, "Friends." This would cause me for the rest of the event to feel that I was taken advantage of and ashamed of myself for not trying to stop the interaction. Though I tried pretending I was fine to everyone around me, I was and still am demisexual, and being put in that position was not something I wanted. Okay, so here's like a core problem with this entire thing. And this is why I said that Emily's statement is a soft retraction. Because it essentially is. This is a rape allegation. Let's not fucking beat around the bush. Let's not have any random things. This is a rape allegation. And the statement of, well, maybe he wouldn't know. Maybe I wouldn't, like, explain myself. Maybe I wouldn't verbalize myself properly. Maybe I'm a people pleaser. Okay. Saber has no way to know that then. We don't know what happened in that room, but we do know that Emily herself is saying that I probably wouldn't have told him it was an issue, and I probably would have gone along with it, and probably would have been, like, at least trying to people please at the time. Saber has no way to know this. Emmy has every right to feel however she wants about this encounter. Like, no one can control her feelings. Apparently, Emmy can't even control her fucking feelings. But regardless, you are leveling a rape allegation against somebody who you yourself, because of your people-pleasing tendencies, are saying you would not have communicated effectively your wants. You would have just tried to people-please. You're fucked. Saber has done nothing wrong. That's the biggest thing. If it is one of those things, if you're somebody who sat there saying, well, listen, unless it was 1,000%, like she said yes over and over and over again, you are going to be accusing basically every person on the planet of rape, even those amongst you who want these sort of like emphatic consent stuff. And hey, listen, as much as I've got like a history of talking about Lacey Green back in the day, who cares? You're off base here. This isn't even that. You can't even make that argument with this case, because everything about this, Emily's memory problems, her people-pleasing, all suggest that she would have a firm Saber Spark. How does Emmy keep dropping the ball on this story when it's already cemented on the ground? It's ridiculous. It's a fucking skill, Kananamatu. I'm definitely pronouncing that wrong. Thank you for the 5. I mean, it's just... Wait, who's Lacey Green? Oh, fuck, I'm old. Oh, I need to kill myself. No, I've been on the internet too long. I've been on the internet too long. Okay, let's go to the next one. I maintain the friendship. Once again, even she admits she maintains the friendship until a second occurrence happening at a completely different BoneyCon in 2013. We'll get to this because she talks about it in the video and it makes no fucking sense. No sense at all. She like rewrites her own fucking timeline based on the new information that's coming from Saber. Oh yeah, no, I'm really glad that Saber was able to fill in the details of the rape. Like, fuck me. This time, we met in a public space, but had no one around and talked for a while. He kept bringing up the prospects of a starting relationship. If you already felt like this was bad, and you told him this was bad, or like were trying to pull away from him, why are you in a position to meet up with him to talk about having a relationship? Now, I want to be clear. Where is this one? Okay, cool. Okay. This is we're gonna like again. I came prepared. Okay, I came with fucking receipts. You'll notice again in her statement here. In her statement here, we met up again. But this is just why would we? This is such a mystery to me. And then we get to her conversations with Enter. Damn, Beckett double dipping this. He's too strong mentally. Thank you, Axis. And thank all of you for contributing to me being proud of you. You absolute fucking legends. I know what your parents say about you. Many of your parents email me and tell me that they want you to leave my audience and I should drive you out. But I'm proud in each of every one of you. Okay, you're all best. Fuck me. let me start up another goal and I'll get fucking chat on screen. Jesus. I'm liking the bunny emotes. The bunny emotes are based. They bring me great joy, okay? Sometimes you need a bunny emote in your sticker goal. Okay. Let me does that start? There we go. So yes, guys, in never-ending madness. And where is my chat thing? That's my chat thing. There we go. You can join me on screen, guys. Congratulations. I'm proud of all of you. And yeah, there we go. Lovely. That's what we like to see. Okay. So, oh fuck, now my aspect ratio is all fucked up. Fuck. Hey, Rotting with the 9.99. Beckett is the girl in the group showing all the receipts of how the boyfriend cheated on her to the group. Do you know, you'll note as well, I've heard claims. How can you trust Beckett? Beckett leaks everything. I'd like to note, I'm not leaking any of my DMs with Emmy, okay? I'm not leaking any of the conversations that were off the record with Emmy. I have not brought out anything anybody has told me in confidence at all, because I don't do that. Metal Man with the 2, paying for basic features, best stream. Listen. You know how it works around here. Right, okay. We texted still. So, okay. Lazy says, yeah, Cancelot was the end of September, EQA, beginning of November. So for all of October, did you guys talk at all about what happened? Emmy says, we texted still. I'm a little embarrassed to say. I remember texting him worried about getting pregnant because my period came late and him telling me he would handle it if so. But my period came and stuff. That was pretty much it. I want to cry thinking how younger me took so much of this shit. I hate it. It's very interesting that this is completely fucking omitted from her statement. It's just removed. Why? Surely these are key details that, like, we need to know. You want to be as accurate as possible, but Emmy removes them because, again, it makes it look like the relationship is far closer than she is willing to present in her original statement. So, once again, he kept bringing up prospects of a starting a relationship, but how it felt wrong. He would grab my hand saying how it felt so right, only to push my hand away saying, but so wrong. I had this, I mean, God, fuck me. Is Saber this cringe? I mean, possibly. But you seem to have a key memory of this happening. You seem to, like, this is part of the problem with the text message stuff. Emily, by her own claims, is saying, well, I don't remember the text message because it wasn't running through my head. Do you know what was running through her head for years? Saber Spark not wanting a relationship with her. Doesn't that indicate that that's where the priorities were? I mean, this is damning. It's a thing that, again, caught my eye the first time I ever saw this fucking statement come out. I was like, there's just no fucking way. And the more that we've gone down the rabbit hole, the more and more true that has become. I had decided that my crush on him was something I needed to get over because I felt my emotions were being toyed with. Now, once again, I have the text messages. Like... It's making my heart ache thinking that you are mad at me to the point to where you unfollow me. After what I've been put through, I deserve some form of explanation. And what does Saberspark actually apologize for? Saberspark apologizes for being the bad guy, going silent on her for months, and not chatting to her. I got scared and ran away and left you behind. I was a bad friend. So I just wanted to apologize. I'm not expecting you to be kind or talk to me again at this con or ever. And that is fair. But I just want to say I'm sorry. Get him anti-fancy leaks DMs all the time. Thanks, Oz. Thanks for the 2, buddy. She wants to get... I mean, I showed this in the video. I can scroll through the DMs. We'll probably look at them more through this. But she repeats this language. Actually, where is it? I can't remember if it's before this. Yeah. Think when you have been fooling around with my emotions in the first place, I'm not the only one at fault. And now when we go back to this, I needed to get over it because I felt my emotions were being toyed with. You remember this sentiment perfectly, Emily. And that's why it's kind of unfucking believable that you like you're forgetting other key details. Clearly the stuff that matters to you, the stuff that you bring up over and over, it's this relationship shit. And why would you have that strong an attachment? Why would you have these feelings towards somebody who you're just like, oh yeah, they're just a casual hookup? I don't even know them, guys. Why would I care? I don't even know them, Lamau. He led her on, honestly, his worst provable crime, Metal Man with the 2. I think, and I've said this, actually, I think Saberspark probably did lead her on. I don't think he intended to. He's a guy in his early 20s. But I think he led her on. And I think that pain has stuck with her. That's okay, by the way. It's just that we're talking about something that happened a decade ago. If you came to me now and were like, oh, Saberspark's done this to a chick 6 months ago. Yeah, we could probably talk about it, be like, that's shitty. But this is over a decade ago. Has anyone, like, anybody here, if you're looking at your relationships from a decade ago, are you the same person? Do you treat people in the same way? Because I don't. People change over time, so the story's irrelevant. It's just Saberspark used to be a shitter. Oh dear. Who cares? Brother with the 5 just got here. What I miss? We're going over Emmy's statement because I want to pick some of this apart properly before we get into the video. He then suggested going to a more public place around others, and we went into an elevator to go to the lobby of the Ponycon Hotel. As soon as the door closed, Saberspark forcefully shoved me against the wall and shoved his tongue down my throat. It scared me and actually hurt, triggering another attack of dissociation. Once again, he did not ask for my consent when throwing me into this situation. But, okay, I don't know about you guys. I can see the arguments for, like, asking for consent, even with, like, a long-term partner. For like sex. But has anyone here ever, with somebody who they've been talking to and flirting with and had sex with for months, have any of you ever like been like, hey, is it cool if I kiss you? Is that okay, guys? Is that okay? I don't think this is valid. It's really weird that this is what sticks in Emily's mind as well. She's like multiple times said like, oh, I don't know why he's lying about the elevator thing. I don't know why. I don't know why he'd lie about that. Well, he just doesn't remember it. I'm not even saying that the elevator thing didn't happen. I'm just saying he doesn't remember it. And once again, this is Emily's memory of it, which we can't trust because she has memory issues. We'll come back to that with her statement that I showed on the video but never actually read. Well, never read out to you. Because, like, again, you cannot trust Emily's own testimony. It's absolutely maddening. He then suggested going to a more public place with others. I got into an elevator. Okay. Once the doors opened and people were present, this led me to feel very embarrassed. He got off and took my hand and guided me towards the stairs to go back down to where we just were and into the men's restroom. Saber's right here. I don't know why you take an elevator to go up to take stairs back down again. And she remembers the location of this bathroom. It lines up with Saberspark's. So why the fuck did you get in an elevator? Like, was this just a little bit of fun? We'll run upstairs, we'll run down. Like, what? When he pulled his pants down, back to where we were, to go into a men's restroom, where he pulled his pants down and guided my hands and head to perform oral sex on him. I was afraid of denying him because of past experiences with sexual assault, so I did it just to get over without wanting to cause a problem, where he would ejaculate on my face, apologize profusely, and then offered the same handshake as he did at the con I initially met him at, saying friends. Okay, here's a really interesting point I don't think's been discussed. I was afraid of denying him because of past experiences with sexual assault. How many times has Emily been sexually assaulted at this point? Just out of interest. Because weren't Emily's claims like that she's only had one partner before Saberspark? Now, Emily, I'm not speaking about Emily's other claims, like the later ones. But this also seems to be like tempered or tarnished by her later experiences. This doesn't, like, you're freshly 18. She's not. She's like coming up to 19 around this point in November. But nonetheless, what do you mean? And you were pregnant for like 9 months. Like, what do you mean? Fuck, is that more stickers? Guys, what are you doing to me? Please, enjoy these stickers. Enjoy these stickers. Fuck, where were we? Sam with 5. Black Griffin put up an Instagram story up of Claire's musical, making the front page of the newspaper and her being happy, and he was cheering with her. What the fuck? Okay. Thank you, buddy. Was that recently? Or is that joyous? I don't know. Upgraded membership to Seething. Thank you, Platinum. Very based. Listen, we love Seething members here. Seething members are super based. Metal Man with the 5. Can we get a picture of 2012 Saberspark? It will be funny. Potato with the 2. Funny guy Peter Griffin prostate exam. Memory. Oh my fucking god. Thanks, buddy. Kai Rise with the 5. I'm a bit behind here watching, but I would like to point out outright lie Emily does by saying Saber was her first celebrity. You were on Dr. Phil. That's actually true. That's actually true. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please enjoy these stickers and for being so based. I love you fucking all. Also, this friends thing's really fucking interesting. Like, yes, that does, like, imply some kind of friends with benefits, like, relationship, right? Otherwise, I mean, Saber could just be massively cringe. I'm not ruling that out, of course. But, yeah, I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it? That would line up. You're having a relationship with this guy. Again, it might be a friends with benefits relationship by his claim, but it is a kind of relationship. You've been discussing like a potential pregnancy. The distance you're painting here just isn't accurate. Nonetheless, rather than irregardless, well played. I love saying irregardless. It annoys people so much. And, dude, some people comment things like, you know, irregardless is, like, overly formal. Yes. Platinum Ether member for 8 months. Imagine busting a fat one on a lady and then saying friends. Listen, we're not saying that Saberspark isn't a massive cringe lord, okay? No one's making this claim. Despite pretending I was fine, I had begun slowly pulling away from Saber. I cried that night while staying with a friend, but waited for that friend to fall asleep so no one could hear me, and I would cry for months, feeling ashamed of myself and putting myself in a compromising position with someone I hardly knew. Once again, they knew each other for months. They also continued to talk. She is saying that she cried for months. You were fucking talking to him, Emily. We've got the text messages. This is a lie. Also, this is really important. I want you to note this. Because this claim here, I cried that night while staying with a friend but waiting for that friend to fall asleep, directly contradicts what she says in her response video that she's just dropped. Because when she's trying to fucking, I don't know, dude, the arguments here are so hard to follow. She's trying to, like, deny the pregnancy test thing, and it makes no sense. Because she's like, well, why would, like, this pregnancy test thing happen versus the, like, blowjob thing when I didn't even stay on Sunday night? What? The claim is that the blowjob thing happened, like, the first day. before the con had even started. I'd always felt taken advantage of by him and tried being friendly and pretending nothing was wrong. Once again, admitting to your people-pleasing behavior, so how would Saberspark actually know that any of this was an issue? So even if you had these problems, Saber has still done nothing wrong. Because it was all I knew how to do. I would blame myself for the interaction for years, only opening up to a couple of close people. Those close people, by the way, include a con room at fucking Cutie Mark Con in Ohio, after he unfollowed you on Twitter and you instantly turned to a room of random people, essentially, and accused him of being a rapist. Again, this is a fucking lie. I would blame myself for the interaction for years, only opening up to a few close people, questioning if consent was implied. I mean, if you're saying that you're... And again, in the text message, you're like, yeah, the sex is good. Well, I'd say it's more than implied, frankly. I'd say that it was, like, there is a confirmation there that this is what you wanted from Saber. Because you're a people pleaser, Emily. Because you have people pleasing habits, and that is bad. Fuck me! An unwillingness and fear to outright try and stop the advantages because of how uncomfortable I felt. You were talking to him. Saber, I'm lonely, I'm bored. Saber, entertain me. What do you mean? You're flirting with him. I understand there is a possibility that he felt consent was implied because he knew I had a crush on him. Well, yes. Do you know, funnily enough, normally if somebody comes to me and says, because by the way, I'm fucking oblivious to shit. Like, people have come to me like years later and been like, you know, I had a massive crush on you. I'm like, I did not. I had no fucking idea. But you're telling me you went to a guy and was like, hey, I really like you. I think you are a smashing chap. And then you smash. And you're like, well, I did say I liked him, but that didn't mean I wanted to, you know, have sex with him, which is why I met up with him multiple times and had sex with him. Fuck me. However, he not once asked me for consent directly and was instead thrown into these sexual encounters, usually very suddenly. God. This chick, like, listen, this chick's acting like she has no autonomy. It's actually fucking wild. Listen, what can I do? He was a giant crazy brony. Sorry, I need to reset the goal as well, don't I? Fuck. We need another goal, guys. We need another goal. Dude, we're like 45 minutes in and I'm already crashing out. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be a bad one. The most unrealistic part of the story is that the brony had Riz, true melee at midnight with the 5, Gangstalker with the 5, so you accuse him of rape, yet you continue to talk to him casually after. Couldn't be me personally. I see the arguments of, like, some people want to continue relationships with their abusers, but the problem is that none of this is, like, you're essentially continuing a relationship with somebody who's playing with your emotions. I completely agree with this. I've said this so many times. If the claim was just Saberspark was a fuckboy, I'd be like, yeah, sounds like it. What do you want? A fucking cookie? Beckett, you've never heard of recontextualizing. I consented, but I had to realize I was raped because either I'm spiteful as a person or just want to set them up for an allegation. There's a point in the video where she's like, I couldn't tell my family because they would have phoned the police. And tell them what? Hey, so our daughter met up with a guy at a convention in a hotel room and had sex with him and now regrets it. Do you mean? And this was the pregnancy bit as well. Like, if you were already at the point in this video, like, we'll just play this bit. Let me find it in the transcript. Because I like fucking, this was the point I crashed out last night. Where is it? Where is it? Fuck. All right. Okay. Cool. Here we go. So this bit. Come on. Come on, you can do it, YouTube. I believe in you. Emily, you want... Emily doesn't want to speak. It was a bad relationship. Yes, Metal Man. That's what it sounds like, right? The two. Okay, now. Okay.
And I didn't know how to drive, so if I wanted to get a test, I would have had to ask my parents for it. I already felt violated and confused about everything. I didn't want to involve my whole family in this. Otherwise, they probably would have called the police on him if I told them everything. And I do want to
So let me get this straight. If you had told them everything, they would have called the police on him. But despite that, you willingly met up with him at another convention and gave him a blowjob. You didn't meet up with other people around. Because she is talking about, once again, we're going to re-listen to it.
For it, please. And she was
We're
saying
gonna listen
no,
to
she
more
was
of
just
it.
too scared.
I want to
And
be
she would
really clear
rather
here.
Wait until Equestria LA a month later to meet up with me and we can talk about it then. The main thing was just the anxiety of waiting because for some reason she didn't want to take a pregnancy test even though I asked her. But again, it's her decision. I can't force
I'll find
that.
a cigarette and tell my
Probably
voice.
because you have to wait a certain interval of time to test for it to read accurately. I didn't have a car and I didn't know how to drive, so if I wanted to get a test, I would have had to ask my parents for it. I already felt violated and confused about everything. I didn't want to involve my whole family in this. Otherwise, they probably would have called the police on him if I told them everything. And
Seriously? What? This is madness. And even then, they would have phoned the police on him. Fuck me! They brought you on Dr. Phil! God damn it! Did they phone the police on the other guy? What is going on? Is she using a voice changer to make herself sound younger? No, I've spoken to her. That's what she sounds like. Okay, that's actually what she sounds like. I don't know what to tell you. There was no discussion about the power dynamic between us as a popular content creator and a fan at any time, and my parasocial connection to him and not wanting someone I was a fan of to hate me if I rejected him, leaving me afraid to stop his advances. Are we really doing the whole kind of, if you sleep with somebody who's a fan of yours, the power he's a brony creator, he's fucking horse famous! You're out of your mind. This is actually crazy. There are always power dynamics. I have power dynamics with people. Fucking hell. Like, can I do this now? Can I do this? If my ex-girlfriend ever attacks me, can I be like, well, when I met her, she was a content creator and I was just a chatter? I was her mod? Guys, I was abused. I was abused. I was trapped into a relationship by a popular content creator, and I couldn't cope with the power dynamics, guys. This isn't what this isn't what I wanted. The power dynamics, don't you understand? Guys, she had 200 concurrents. What was I meant to do? God, like, would anyone accept this anyway? Isn't this just like, isn't this every argument against like any content creator ever? Fuck, isn't that an argument against Mudahar? Wasn't Dojangles a fan? Listen, I know there's a load of anti-Mudahar content now, but anybody who's like, God, could you imagine that extreme? I think Mudahar shouldn't have married Dojangles because of the power dynamics. And Keem, and yes, Keem clearly has, no, let's be honest, the person with the most power in that relationship is not Keem, it's fucking Brantley. Mailman with the 2 for your essay. Thank you, guys. Listen. Actually, if anybody criticizes me, I have been sexually assaulted by by an Indian content creator who's not Mudahar. Fucking. Oh, fuck me. Okay, well, listen, I'm happy to follow this. I will never, I pledge now to never sleep with a chatter. There you go. I'll be better. I'll learn. I'll do what you want, Emily. I'll learn. I'll never do to others what was done to me. Oh, fucking hell. Jesus. Over time, I grew increasingly distant, would eventually end contact completely. That's a lie. That's a lie, Emily. That's a lie. Again, Emily's saying, well, I knew things in my statement because I ran them over and over in my head. Yes, you did. But you lied to yourself, and that's why you're detailing. Your detail is wrong. Beckett losing half his chat. Is half of chat just here because they love me? Is that what we're doing? Everyone's just vying for, like, Beckett's single currently. Which chatter will win the fucking, like, Hunger Games of getting to date Beckett? Please never think that. The truth is, the only person here who I'd end up dating is Shogun, because that would be hilarious. He'd be able to protect me. He'd be able to protect me on Twitter. Beckett just lost 50 viewers after that statement alone. Fuck you, bro. No offense, but hell nah. Okay, that's just hurtful. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay. Okay, Jesus. Becca only show up because I like the takes. Okay, that's okay. Actually, now I'm kind of devastated. I'm kind of hurt, guys. What? None of you? Not a single one of you? Okay, listen. This started as a joke, but now my feelings are actually. I'm now sad. In full offense, you are way too old for me. Okay, that's fair. I'm pulling Justic. I love you. 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 Just to go with the 5. At this point, according to the internet, all relationship abusive. Just stay single. True. No wonder no one's getting fucking laid. You like have sex with some random person, then 10 years later they accuse you of being a rapist. Fuck this shit, bro. Limachi Magical with the 2. I grew distant. Also entertain me. Sure, bro. True. I don't feel safe enough to fully come forward. Seriously, not one of you? Right, okay. I don't feel safe enough to fully come forward because I don't want his fans and friends, or even him to harass me or contact me publicly. Okay, to be clear, she says in her interview with Enter, do I need to play this? Do I need to play the fucking Enter interview? She's like, I want him to send me an email. I want him to send me an email saying it's to apologize. Make up your fucking mind. I wish to stay anonymous so I can avoid the anxiety and stress of being targeted by either him himself or his friends will come to his friends, quote unquote, and especially his fans. As Saberspark has over 2 million subscribers. They're bronies. You don't need to be scared of them. You don't, okay? They're like... Anybody who's like, you do not need to be scared of the audience in the cartoon analysis or Sonic community. I'm sorry, you just don't. I wouldn't do you with Vlad's Wink Wang. Jesus Christ, thanks Potato for the 2. I'm literally a lesbian, Becca. I'm about to be freshly 20. Nah, no way. Okay, that's fair enough. Becca has so many LGBT people in the group that are not interested in men or romance. Yeah, I might have fucked up. Actually, is that a good thing? No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Okay, we're gonna like... New ace rules for chat. Nobody wants to sleep with him. That's rough. Yeah, this is just getting mean. Fuck. Okay. Saberspark has over 2 million subscribers, and even sharing my story at all has me feeling really afraid. I have seen other instances of Saber using his enormous platform to confront people online he has had conflict with and heard. So have you, Emily, by the way. I must stand up and say I'd phone back here. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I have also witnessed several instances of his friend. This chat's gone really wrong today. I've witnessed several instances of his friends attempting to justify him and his other actions. I was not made aware of his jokes about consent and his recent behavior involving Chris until only recently, and it left my stomach in knots. I please ask above all else for my privacy to be respected. I don't wish to publicly defend my personal experience and just wish to share my experience. You're accusing him of being a rapist. You're accusing him of being a rapist. What's complex here? Did you think that everyone would be like, nah, cool, random anonymous person? Look, Beckett, the thing going on with your country right now, you won't be able to have any internet freedom, so it wouldn't work. That's actually true. Fuck. Dude, we're so fucked. I'm freshly 30 and being groomed by Beckett. Happy to help Mealy at midnight with the 2. Matt Man with the 2. How willing are you to transition? There's no pink pilling Beckett, okay? Listen, I have no gender dysphoria. I'm very comfortable as a man. I'm not Finnish. With Beckett, she never mentioned Chris in her recent video, but Black Griffin. Interesting. True. Stand up if you'd have sex with Beckett for stickers. Dude, that is a dangerous rumor. Well, we know someone has a type. Fuck. Being a YouTuber should subtract attraction points. That's actually true. That is actually true. Thank you, advocate. I don't disagree with you. That's for the 2, bro. Okay, so that's her original statement, guys. Okay, that's her original statement. Now, before we get into this, I also want to point out this stuff. This response has been so fucking bad, so insanely terrible, that now the Sonic fandom themselves, like, this dude's like an 80k sub channel is like, Emmy Jones' recent video is disgusting and spits in the face of people who are victims of SA. She deserves to be held accountable by the community she is representing. Okay, this is gay, but also, like, this is gay. I hate this accountability shit, just laugh at retards, but at the same time, the fact that this has, like, invigorated the Sonic community, which is Emmy's own community, to start talking about it. Dude, what a fucking own goal. This has largely been ignored on that side from what I can see. I'm publicly announcing I have a video in the works. If anyone would like to speak out, please reach out. Now, Jesus, this is potentially really messy. Full disclosure, I have DM'd this guy. If he wants any information, I'll provide it if it's, like, on the record. That said, though, I don't have any intention of, like, fucking interviewing for anything or any pieces anyone's doing. But I will give a hand if people want some shit. Mailman with the 2 friends. True. Kamato, I'm gonna say that after sex in the future. Kamato with the 2. It's so bad that bad comments are being deleted. Oh, we will get to that. We will fucking get to that. But before then, please enjoy these stickers, guys. You guys are being super based tonight. I don't know how you're fucking doing it. It's so fucking cool. Based Toz with the 2. I'm forced to mod because of the power dynamics. True. Listen, the power dynamics are brutal. Listen, my head admin is Based Toz, who is just like a guy who discovered, true lore here, a guy who discovered he was autistic in his, like, late 30s because he was watching my content and did an autism test and then found out he was autistic. I literally have increased the autistic diagnoses statistics. Many such cases. Do you think that's one of the things that I'd love that on a future test? Do you watch Cope and Seethe? You may be autistic. Chat, you will see my twit longer, how Beckett abused me and tried to coerce me with some stickers. That is, look, one day I'm going to have the most retarded Google document written on me. It's going to be incredible. I can't wait. I know that some people are working on, like, joke hit pieces as well. Because, once again, in this video from Emily, I'm unnamed. No one fucking names me. It's very mean, okay? How am I meant to know that I personally have upset you? Beckett will never find us as attractive as Diesel. Well, Diesel is hot, to be fair. Matt, thanks for the 2. I got better at art because of this ginger. I am happy to help. Okay, so let's talk about deleting comments. Where is it? I had it brought up. Yeah, okay. So Emily has been deleting comments off this video. Now, I don't want to linger on this because there are some comments that were not deleted that were captured, which I do want to talk about. But this is, I believe, her boyfriend, Cam, who I've spoken to before. I have no ill will towards this guy, by the way. He is, like, this is his partner. I should be clear. Leave him alone. I unironically, leave him alone. Yeah, SaberSpot did send this to me, by the way. So leave him alone with this one. But I think it's interesting that Emmy isn't actually reading any of these comments, any of these tweets. It's just this dude, like quietly like being like, listen, we need to make sure she doesn't do anything fucking crazy. You are not fucking helping, bro. Yes, I am the one deleting comments if they are rude, unconstructive, or ignorant. Emmy has not had access to her YouTube and Twitter accounts and has not seen any of it. She is not reading these comments and has no say over the comments in general for her mental health. Emmy has no control over her story until this video. I want everyone to at least watch the full video before commenting to allow a fair view of the situation, not to silence anyone. Like, unironically, Saber was like, is this for real? Is this actually what's happening? How are you going to seriously play the side? Because this is a big thing with the Black Griffin stuff. Where it's like, Black Griffin won't even acknowledge the accusations against him. You are sat there deleting comments. Emily can't even hear them back. You're literally... And to be clear, if she's not reading the comments, why are you deleting them? If she has no access to it, why do you need to delete them? And then Opblock sent me this. Thank you for commenting with what you feel is confusing. In the statement to Cope and Seeth, she says that she still did not consent to the two situations, only that she wasn't going to hold his feet to the fire. How can she? She's admitting that there's no way for him to know. We're going to listen to the statement again. We're going to listen to the fucking statement again. Only that she wasn't going to hold his feet to the fire, but the only reason that she is now saying more is because her community was demanding a response. I would also like to point out that before she wrote that statement in the Cope and Seeth video, she did not hear Saberspark's interview at all that included disingenuous rhetoric and felt she needed to correct the misinformation spreading online because of those statements. I hope this helps provide some insight. What misinformation? Emily has no proof that Saberspark is lying. Fuck, I just knocked something over. Right, Saberspark's statements are exactly the same as Emily's, except that he at least has some DMs to back them up. He also has comments from other people, such as Soulrack. I've also, I spoke briefly to 80 Race Best, not directly about this, but about, what Saber was like at these conventions, what his interactions were like. He's got other people who have vouched for him. And the way Emily was, and with the way these friendships looked at the time. Emily has nothing, except for the fact that one person came out and said, I was in the hotel room when she told us, in Ohio. And we already know what happened there, because we can timeline it with the text messages. Something she also, as far as I'm aware, unless I missed it in the video, doesn't address. So, let's look at some of these statements. So this is the last one. Okay. So this was the first one. People-pleasing is a strong and unhealthy habit I had engaged in for years, and there were no exceptions to this when it came to engaging with people who have hurt me or put me in non-consensual situations. But that's just an admission that you would have affirmed Saberspark. Because that emphatic consent thing doesn't make sense if you're saying you're a people pleaser. Holy road breaks and punctuation. Listen, I'm not here to criticize anyone else's grammar, okay? While I felt and still feel within my right to feel uncomfortable with Saber's conduct in person, which, by the way, you have every right to feel that way. That's just not Saber's fault. Part of the problem with the victim narrative stuff, self-victimization stuff is, and this, follow me here. If Emily was in a situation with Saberspark where she would have affirmed him, regardless of how she felt, Saberspark did nothing wrong. Essentially, Emily put herself in that position. Saber had no way to know. So I hear no one in chat wants to date Beckett. Proud of you, chat standards. Okay, well now I'm just actually deeply hurt. Okay, now that's just brutal. This is you're reporting to my e-wife? Is that what we're doing? Fuck. Oh, god damn it. I did not wish to make my discomfort known to him, and only at a later point express my feelings towards having my emotions toyed with. I did not wish to make my discomfort known to him, and only at a later point expressed my feelings towards having my emotions toyed with. Do I need to read that again? I did not wish to make my discomfort known to him. I did not... Fucking what? Sounds like a you problem. Yes! Funnily enough. Express my feelings towards having my emotions toyed with. As a result, oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus, maybe I need the punctuation. As that is a much easier discussion to have over being open to him about my lack of consent in both sexual occurrences. So you never ever talked to him about it. You never made any of this clear. And the other problem with people pleasing is let's say Saber Spark did say to her, hey, do you want to have sex with me? And because she's a people pleaser, because she's a fan, she says yes. There is no reason to believe that's not what happened. None. Hey, MLS. Oh, dude, I'm doing like a really cool fucking custom Lego build with a load of mechs. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I need to, dude. I get really distracted. How you doing, bro? Okay. Telling someone that is not easy, which is why I pretended that everything was fine. As I stated in my testimony, I said what I could to maintain this mindset that everything was fine, because I didn't want conflict at the time because of my people-pleasing tendencies and fear of conflict with him. Great. So Saber did nothing wrong. Even in other sexual assault encounters with others unrelated to Saber and the other party acknowledging I didn't consent and how it was wrong, irrelevant to Saber. Irrelevant to Saber, because here's the important bit. Even in other sexual encounters with others unrelated to Saber, that's not their other party acknowledging she didn't consent isn't Saber. I still would claim I was fine and that the other party did nothing wrong because of how hard it was for me to confront the reality of being assaulted and having to tell that person directly, which again doesn't make sense because you were telling people almost fucking immediately that Saber was a fucking rapist apparently. Again, irrelevant, doesn't make sense. I reached out to him after being unfollowed because of my anxiety tendencies and worried that I did something wrong, despite the fact that I felt he had wronged me. Well, but you didn't just reach out to him. You continued to talk to him. You went to him for relationship advice. I still pulled away from him emotionally. No, you didn't. You went to him for relationship advice and began talking to him semi-regularly over the next couple of months. And we only have the text message logs for that. In those text message logs, Emily mentions Skype. They were also communicating over Skype. As that was the main method in the same way that most of us communicate through Discord, those Skype logs I'm willing to put money on being far more detailed than the text messages. I still pulled away from emotion at the time and went on, would later try to avoid him altogether in person out of fear of another sexual encounter. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Why would there be another sexual encounter? You weren't in, like, you were dating Solrak. You'd made it clear to each other that's not what... Saber makes it clear to you that that's not what he wants in the text messages. So why would you have a fear of that? And again, that's a conversation that they're having. This is evidence that Emily doesn't remember what happened between them. And you can't blame her for that. It's over a decade ago. Unfortunately, she's come out with rape allegations. He would still interact with me at conventions briefly and respectfully. This still caused me anxiety. No, it didn't. Why would it? You're texting him. You're texting him first. If it's causing you anxiety, why are you texting him? Again, makes no sense. At no point were these sexual encounters planned or agreed upon. I just acted like it was okay after the occurrence already happened. Both occasions happened extremely abruptly and were very intense. I'm still working through the process of healing and overall processing the trauma I've endured with sexual assault abuse. Overall, as I have experienced it since childhood, I haven't really been equipped to deal with these things, and honestly, I don't think anyone knows how to handle them entirely. Okay, so here's a really important point to consider. If you're somebody who has dealt with a lot of sexual assault, do you think that that might tarnish or taint how you see these encounters? Because also, let's be clear, Emily has claimed that her relationship with Solrak was also incredibly toxic. In fact, as far as I can tell, many of Emily's encounters are toxic. She has described multiple sexual assault encounters. You can't trust her narrative. I said this before over the Courtney Pete stuff. Courtney Pete is a terrible person to ever talk about sexual assault. Ever. There's this view on the internet, especially between certain brackets of like sort of the Believable Victims crowd, that people who've been through abusive situations should be like brought on to speak about other sexual assault allegations. But these are terrible people to talk about it because their own personal experiences tarnish how they are going to see those encounters. And you can see this really fucking clearly with Courtney. It's really obvious that she does not understand healthy relationships. And you can't blame her for that in some regards, because if what she says is true about Lily, and I've got no reason to believe it's not, that sounds like it's something that would really fuck a person up. And if what Emily is saying about her previous experiences are true, and again, I have no reason to believe it's not, I think that that would really fuck a person up. And then all these bad experiences, and if you're somebody as well, like, who's like desperate for some sort of stability, you're a single mum, you've just, you've got you said that you've like had a childhood abuse as well. That sounds like somebody to me who'd be desperate for some kind of stability. And it, again, her statement reads like she wanted stability with Saberspark. This doesn't seem complicated. I especially have a difficult relationship with this, and beginning that process of working through these things along with unlearning habits I learned as a child, like fawning in order to survive. My recollection of the two sexual occurrences still stand as it's hard to forget them, especially the occurrence in the elevator. Really interesting that the elevator gets mentioned here. And to be clear, you can't trust Emily's recollections because she remembers nothing around them. So when she says these two encounters weren't agreed upon or planned, with the second encounter, I think I agree with her, that probably wasn't planned, but she doesn't remember these messages. She doesn't remember 6 months of DMs. You cannot trust her to remember what was in those Skype logs originally. You cannot trust her to remember what Saberspark's conversations with her, if they ever called, were like what was said to each other, whether they did agree to meet up. You cannot trust her memory. All that she's saying is, I remember the sexual encounters, but nothing else around them. So how can you possibly know whether you fucking previously agreed to them? Infuriating. This is part of her second statement. I never read this in the video, so I'll read it for you now. Over the last 7 years, I have slowly developed onset chronic migraine disease. Could you imagine if I did this? Could you imagine if I was in a drama with somebody and I was like, listen, I suffered years of PTSD. Oh my god, it was so bad, guys. So, honestly, if I'm ever a complete piece of shit on the internet, you can't criticize me. You can't criticize me because I suffered with PTSD. I'm a PTSD survivor. No one cares. And again, I'm not saying that this isn't true. I have migraines. We all like, dude. Yeah, I suffer really bad with migraines. I used to get cluster headaches as a kid. That was fucking agony. But again, this just means your testimony isn't reliable. You said Survivor so fruity. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Which has affected my long and sometimes even short-term memory in regards to conversations I have had. Great. How would you know you didn't agree to anything with Saberspark then? You're clearly wrong. And I know that we're saying, well, Emily's lying, and she is lying in this new video. She just outright lies in this new video. But regardless, she's saying that she can't remember these conversations. Okay. We can't trust you then. Awesome. Your testimony is valueless. I remember most physical in-person events well, especially ones that affect me. That's a lie as well, because you don't remember Saberspark turning up when you had a panic attack outside the screening. You'd forgotten that. Again, you're not remembering these events well. You apparently don't remember the rest of that event where Saberspark is. You don't remember what those interactions look like. Your recounting of the second encounter actually makes very little sense. The second encounter makes perfect sense if you consider the fact that Saber is worried about a pregnancy. Why didn't they have intercourse again? Because Saber's worried about her being pregnant. Why did they hook up randomly and not in a hotel room? Because they met up because of the pregnancy scare. It makes perfect sense. Emily doesn't remember that. In her main statement, in her original one, she is just omitting details that she'd later fill in to enter. Are you remembering them later on? Even with her video. Which again, we will get to. She's filling in gaps in her memory with information that's coming out from Saberspark. It's insane! It's just crazy! What the fuck else am I meant to say? Jesus. Okay, hold on. We need to move on to the Powerade. My throat is getting like fucking... My throat is getting dry, man. Arcani gave me American Spirit cigarettes and my last pack of them. Okay? You can start posting them to me. Oh, okay. But many online and through text conversations and details regarding them have either gone foggy or I can't recall them entirely. Again, then how would you know? This is why most conversations with Saberspark after the two events were not conversations I even remember having until them being brought up to me, and even then, I had to take time to remember. I also did not recall Saber being physically present while at Downtown Disney, which directly fucking contradicts her earlier statement in this fucking spiel. During a really horrible panic attack I was having, I do remember feeling overheated and began to hyperventilate and needed to skip out on watching the Brainy documentary event entirely because I felt lightheaded and like I was going to pass out from hyperventilating due to the panic attack. I only had recalled my friend I went to the event with being with me along with a prominent voice actor from the show, checking on me and showing me emotional support. So you remember that, but not Saberspark. Which again, shows the fact that you're not reliable. Fuck me. I imagine I didn't remember the details of anyone else witnessing this because of how really panicked I was. So you were really panicked, but you don't remember the guy that you've just given a blowjob to turning up to check on you. How panicked fucking were you? You remember a random voice actor? Even now, after being told Saber was there, I genuinely cannot recall anyone else who also may have been there with me during this because I was hyperventilating and unable to think terribly well. Well, doesn't that seem to be a little fucking pattern, Emily? And finally, let's just re-listen to this. Just for completeness.
I have taken time to fully reflect on this entire situation, and it has been emotional and a very major challenge. It has really shined a spotlight on not only my understanding on how everything has happened since my first testimony being released, but also especially regarding how I have carried self-destructive habits with me into adulthood that I have clung onto since.
What, you mean like accusing people of rape with no fucking evidence, and when challenged on it and provided evidence, it turns out that you're just fucking wrong? There are people who are still doing this, by the way. They're doing like, we'll get to Sophie Scruggs. I still believe her. Of course Sophie still believes her. How could she not? Sophie, by the way, I'm just going to say this outright. Sophie's a horrific piece of shit. Like, I think Sophie may be one of the worst people in this story. Sophie is somebody who is so vindictive that will literally just be like, yeah, no, cool. I can just call people rapists. I can just, like, she talks about, like, oh, there's proof of Black Griffin being a groomer. Sophie is, like, an actually psychotic bitch. Like, I think she may in some ways be worse than Bonk. In fact, actually, fuck it, yeah. Sophie is actually worse than Bonk. At least Bonk has the excuse that he's, like, fucking crazy. Like, the dude's unhinged. And, like, if anyone should be sued, in my opinion, it is Sophie Scruggs. Aiden asked me the other night whether I make, like, moral prescriptions. And, like, occasionally I do. There are certain things that, like, cross a line with me. I think what's so, like, I don't think Bonk's actually evil. I think he's just very mentally ill and, you know, fun to mess with. He's a freak, but that's about it. And again, Bonk is, like, super useful. I want to be clear about that. Brony Fandone is incredibly fucking useful because he's so obviously insane that it's just like people watch it and then you just go, okay, cool, this guy's crazy. So from the position of actually going, well, listen, look who's leveling these fucking allegations, and we'll come to some of his fucking comments on Emily's video. It's useful. Sophie, on the other hand, is just a vile, detestable bitch. What else are you meant to say about this person? It's unreal.
Being a child. Not being able to remember these moments of me.
Also, to be clear, all through this, have you noticed that, like, an op block points this out? Everything that happens with Emily, she's the victim. There's a reason for it. Her memory's bad. She's ill. She doesn't remember. She was abused. Everything. There's no excuses made for Saberspark. There's no understanding. There's no other views that can be given. There's no other, like, there's nothing. So she'd also argue it's like, well, the video was there for people to move on. Well, you didn't have to respond. You could have just, like, built through it. But unfortunately, you leveled false rape allegations against somebody. That's not something you can just walk away from. And the other thing is that the way Emily is acting now with the justifications and explanations, for those who've been A-logging her for a significant period of time, this is just further confirmation that Emily acts in a very particular way, where she will only ever present herself as the victim for sympathy. We'll come to some of this in the video where it's like, I have never used my medical records and stuff for sympathy. I don't do that. She does that all the way through these responses. All the way through these statements. She does it through her fucking video. It's great. You can't just be like, hey, I would never do that, and then do the thing. That doesn't cancel it out. I can't... It'd be like me sat here being like, I would never call anybody a retard. Except for the, you know, multiple people I call a retard. But that's different, okay? That's in context. Fuck off. Emily returned Fauji's comment, but mine talking, you asked for proof, but you never showed any, is gone. Yes. Because, again, the only person who's provided any evidence at all is fucking Saberspark. It's just flat out malicious, plain and simple. I agree. I think this is... I try and give people grace. And this is one thing that I would say about, like, if you watch the Jar video, if you watch the Saberspark videos, if you watch, like, even my Mudahar video, I give people grace. I'm like, there could be two explanations for this. Like, with KP, I'm like, I don't know if she's just stupid, she might be sorry. With Emily, I'm like, it could be that she is just, like, very hurt. She's clearly, I do think she's a very damaged person. I don't disagree with that at all. I give that grace in pretty much all the content I make. But then, if you come out with stuff like this, and I know KP's working on response, I know that for a fact. If KP comes out with a response that is just like, oh my god, guys, I was led astray, and it's not my fault because actually I'm like mentally ill and retarded. I'm going to be like, well, fuck, okay, cool, it was malice then. You've learnt nothing. And actually, do you know what? Fuck it. I will leak something. I haven't spoken to KP in a while because the last time I spoke to KP, I crashed out at her. I actually just crashed out at her. I got so fucking angry. Do I leak these DMs? I'm very tempted. So, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Okay, I'm not going to leak the DMs. I will explain what was in the conversation. Okay? So, KP came to me and said, because this is just fucking so annoying. KP came to me and said, how do I respond to Casey? I went, what? What do you mean? She was like, how do I respond to Casey? And I was like, you don't. Why would you? Why would it matter? You've just learnt nothing. It's... Fuck. So I won't show you the full DMs, but that's why I haven't spoken to KP in a while. Because it was just infuriating. And again, if that's the sort of thing that's in her response video, I'll fucking lose it. Jesus. Anyway.
Betraying myself through acting like I was not only fine, but even enjoyed taking part in these occurrences, and reliving them again when brought to my attention felt extremely heavy on me, as I sat with myself asking why I needed to do this for years. It isn't easy being 8 and feeling like the responsibility of your entire life changing is on you if you spoke up and told an adult what was happening, or
what am I meant to do with that as a fucking statement? Again, this is a sympathy bait. It's nothing to do with Saberspark. I know that we're better than leaking. Yeah, look, I'm happy to talk about the conversation, but you were right, Pinker. I shouldn't show the DMs. That's fair. That's fair. Not when I've got other DMs to show.
Or being 12, worrying that if you said something to the teacher as a classmate assaults you, that maybe you would be the one to get in trouble because you didn't understand. I didn't want to confront that reality by telling him, and instead just played along because for the longest time, I remained in spaces with people where I was not wanted.
Okay, first, I can't imagine why you weren't wanted. But, like, secondly, again, you continued this. There is no evidence anywhere that you wouldn't have affirmed him. In fact, all the evidence now is that you would have done. Emily poses her video and also coming out at all is like, I wanted to speak out because it was important that other people knew that they could speak out, that other people would be able to talk about things, guys. It's so important. Look at Rain. But actually, do you know what the lesson here should be? It should be, hey, stand up for yourself, but do it in the first instance, rather than crying victim because you didn't do it. And essentially slandering an innocent person. Because Saberspark is innocent. Crazy. Respond to Casey? Yes, apparently. Because she was like, well, I've got to respond to everything. Why the fuck would you respond to Casey? Casey's whole point is that, like, KP can't get over herself. And I'm like, if you... I can tell you what I said. I said, if you respond to Casey, you are only proving her point. Because Casey's whole argument with you is that you cannot take people not liking you. You cannot take people saying anything bad about you, even if it's true. Responding to it is just like, cool, you agree. It was the dumbest fucking DM I'd ever received. Bar none.
I regret not expressing it and regret putting myself in a space where I shouldn't have stayed. While I still am firm on consent not being given in these two situations, I don't want Saber to continue taking heat for what happened because I really do not think he realized.
The problem is, she can repeat this thing of, I stand firm on consent not being given. But everything else that you have said is against that statement. You actually cannot make that claim. And I know that I am looping on this because I really, 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 really need to drive it home to you. Everything else that Emily has said means that she cannot make the claim that consent wasn't given. And the reasons for this can be threefold. One, she would not remember because her memory is bad, and this is over a decade ago. Two, she is a people pleaser and says that she affirmed him and affirms anybody regardless of the situation. And finally, because you continued talking to him between the first and second encounters, and those conversations were not just casual. They were, I think I might be pregnant. You went and met up with him. You continued having these wanton engagements. And you clearly were upset that he is the one that pulled away from you. There is just, like, no reason to believe anywhere that consent wouldn't be given. You know what? If Emmy wants to show people they could stand up, she should have mentioned Rain and going to the cops in the first place. Very interesting you say that. Because when it came to the police statement stuff, she refused. She refused to go to the police. She refused to make a statement. She had years to make a statement. Even going back to the video.
And I didn't know how to drive, so if I wanted to get a test, I would have had to ask my parents for it. I already felt violated and confused about everything. I didn't want to involve my whole family in this. Otherwise, they probably would have called the police on him if I told them everything.
What exactly could you tell them for them to phone the police? At this time, this is she is talking about between the first and second encounters. You weren't sure, were you? Holy shit. Should have listened to Lio. Rare fucking case. Jesus. Believe all women. So true, Lanza. So true.
This. I do still believe he should have been careful and more mindful about his approach when interacting with me and communicating clearly with me to make sure I wanted these sexual encounters before initiating them. It would have been much easier to avoid them altogether, but just as he could have done that, I could have been more upfront by either telling him or stop interacting entirely. I feel really good about having a proper path carved out for me when it comes to the work I have to do to finally heal from not only this situation.
Hey guys, it's fine, listen. I just need to heal. Could you heal without accusing Saberspark of being a rapist publicly? Is that doable? And why is there no accountability for the fact of how you've acted? Why is there no public apology? Because that's what you need to put out. Even if, hypothetically, Emily still wanted to make the claim that Saberspark, like, what's a good way to put this? Messed with her emotions and didn't take all the due care that he should have done. This statement is a rape allegation. Saberspark was also significantly larger than me, and I was 8-something pound 18-year-old girl, so I physically could not stop him. You should apologize for this if you believe in taking accountability. Now again, I don't expect an apology out of fucking Emily. I don't really care for internet apologies either. But this just betrays the fact that she is lying.
But other sexual traumas I've endured. Healing is something we need to take control of ourselves because no one else is going to do the work. While the people-pleasing was something I developed in a time of need, I can't carry that with me anymore as an adult because it is no longer serving me.
That sounds great. That sounds great. I said this during the video and I meant it. You should probably get rid of those habits, but you had them with Saberspark and he did not rape you. You don't remember the conversations? Did not rape you. Fuck me. This isn't an all-women thing. Jesus Christ. Hopefully Saberspark and his soon-to-be fiancé don't have to deal with this ever again. I mean, it'd be nice if people shut up. But here we are. Because also, the thing about a response video is, why put it out? Because you just end up reigniting this. Again, worst thing you can do. Worst thing you can do. Actually, do you know what's really interesting? I said this about Saberspark's response before he put it out. I was like, if Saberspark puts out a response, there's only like one good way to handle it. And it's basically the way he did. He couldn't name Emily because she wanted to remain anonymous. So if he had named her, the claim would be that he's doxing her or like outing a victim. I actually think that was the trap. And then when he didn't address it enough, like it's a catch-22. He either addresses it directly, beyond saying what he said, which is, I never raped anybody. Or he just says, like, I didn't rape anybody, and here's all the people who are going after me. Like, he can do one of those two things. But either way, they'd still go after him. If he names Emily, or talks about any of this in detail, then they go, well, it's true, and he's dodging. He's just like, that's confirmation. Because that's what's happened to Black Griffin. Anything Black Griffin or Claire has said has been used against them. Like, all the Black Griffin haters who are just like, why won't Gabe respond? Because anything Gabe says gets twisted. He cannot respond. You've removed his ability to respond to this. All Black Griffin can come out and say is, Destiny is lying. This is a lie, I never did this. And then the response would be, Black Griffin's lying and he's attacking a victim. That would be it. The people who are coming after this group have left no room for response because they are disingenuous pieces of shit. Particularly Sophie. Particularly Sophie. Somebody who, like, again, was all on board with trying to protect Claire, until Claire went against the narrative. Who also, according to Brony Fandon't, in like his interview with Lazy Bedhead, because he never saw Claire's section of the interview, once again, Brony Fandon't is lying. Brony Fandon't is a liar. I know he hates this, but he is. He's lied constantly. But he heard from Sophie Scruggs, because he's like, I've spoken to the person involved. I've heard that full, like, retelling, and what Claire said isn't true. But either he's lying about what Sophie said to him, or Sophie lied to him. These people are fucking liars. Super simple. Now, speaking of Sophie, fucking hell, Brony Fandon't, look at this shit. I wanted to bring this up. Like, he had this whole fucking period of Screed shit. This was pretty funny if you haven't read it. Like him responding to the Ian stuff. And I know that they're now trying to meme on this shit. Like, where the fuck is it? Somebody sent this to me earlier. Someone sent this shit to me earlier. Where is it? Yeah, I'll have a quick look at this. Give me a second. Give me a second. Fuck. I need to get clean. Got this. Download. I like how Emmy and Destiny must be liars, but also we are all controlled by Claire's dad. This is Sophie Scruggs. But also, I convinced Emmy she was a victim when I didn't even know who the Anon victim was till either the night before or night of the testimony. At this point, I'm just washing my hands of it all. Here's Bonk. It was really uncool of you to be my puppet master while also making me somehow the real problem. I can't believe you, Claire's dad, tricked me into also being Ian. It's not natural for so many people to be the same dad, and I bet anyone else who thinks you shouldn't flirt with minors is Ian too. Awesome. Great. So we're just denying Ian's involvement. Because whatever you think, this is the side that apparently cares about victims. This is the side that is really like, listen, we just need to talk about the issues, guys. It's really important. Except for when I don't like the victim, then fuck them. Bro. You're a lunatic. So, this was great. If Black Griffin is arrested, I will be posting a list of every person who fought for him that I have saved. I will not let you save face. I will not let you potentially do all the evil you've done again. Don't expect sympathy when you've never had empathy. Dude, such a fucking loser. What an absolute fucking freak. Dude, what is a list gonna do? All it's gonna do is make you look like a petty jerk. If he gets arrested, you should just let it go. Which is the same point, by the way. I don't think that arrest is coming. But listen to Fandon't's response. This isn't drama. People who act like it is, yourself included, hurt real people. Exposing that might force you to reflect and not do it again to others. And for some, it can take away their platforms that they are using to harm people. Bro, you have done so much fucking harm to people. It's insane. And everyone knows it, by the way. Everyone knows it. Let's have a look at some of the wonderful comments we've been getting. This was on Emily's fucking video. Bonk, you defend cuties. Why would we think to take your advice, stance, or opinion? Bonk. No, I don't. The only time I've ever even referenced it in recent memory was me talking about how it's a movie that's horrible and hypocritical in its entire message about making kids do the exact thing they say is bad. Who told you I thought otherwise? Bro, you defend cartoon pop. People are going to just believe shit about you. Come on. Come on. Come on, OBS. You're not going to let me drag this over? What are you doing? What are you doing, OBS? There we go. There we go. And what is any of what you're saying now doing to help anyone? You can think I'm a horrible all you want, but at least I'm trying. While you're exclusively an obstacle for people to get past, inserting yourself as a roadblock to discussion and nothing more. The fact you're not on a watch list is concerning. Bro, that's brutal. If you want to say your story anonymously, then why didn't you keep Saber's name anonymous and keep it like a PSA? This, actually, unironically, is a good point. If Emily's claim is she just wants to tell her story anonymously to help other people come out and talk about things, why not keep the person involved anonymous? Especially if there isn't, like, you don't want to do any harm to him. If he's not a risk. This is just a fucking such an accurate take. Bonk, how does that make sense? This isn't criticism, it's just asking a broken question. Keeping an anonymous isn't about removing anyone else's name too, and removing his name is removing one of the biggest parts of her story. Regardless of if you agree or not with how it was handled, your question doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to Bonk because Bonk is retarded. Bonk may be one of the dumbest people I've ever met online, and that's saying something. Okay? This isn't a meme, this isn't a joke. Bonk is one of the dumbest people I have ever encountered in the online space. Ever. The dude is actually mentally broken. I've never seen anything like it. Bonk, it makes sense if you think about it. Keeping the name out would result in a video focused on education and awareness for romantic encounters like she said she wanted at the end of her vid. Putting his name out there is a factual statement and a claim of essay against a guy whose reputation can suffer because of this. Making such claims without substantial evidence is very reckless and does not help anyone. And a few people have said this. The problem with coming out with allegations like this is that they damage all future allegations people might want to make. So let's say, like, if you want to come out with testimony in the future in the Sonic community, people are going to be like, well, remember Emuemi? Remember what she did? It's the same as the Amber Heard stuff. Now, my opinions on the Amber Heard trial are pretty well stated, because they're like, I know, like, I think I discussed a bit of this with MLS. I think she was potentially done a bit dirty. But regardless, that's what people point to. Every time you fuck up allegations like this, you're not just fucking yourself, you're fucking potential future victims. You're fucking current victims. And whatever you think of the Black Griffin allegations, Bonk, Sophie Scruggs, Amy New, Emily, and KP, and yes, Courtney, have fucked any potential victims. You have fucked them into the ground. Bonk's currently talking about a third victim being Dorothy. Dorothy, who's claiming that Black Griffin groomed her by sending her a winking emoji. Are you fucking mental? This is what you've got? It's been years you've been trying to find something on him. Dorothy. The Slazo shit led to a real pedo getting away with it. Wait, really? I didn't know that. So that is interesting. Kite Rides for 5. Don't worry, Beckett. We'll find another even more stupid person to laugh at later. But for now, Bonk will do. I think Bonk is like actually dumber and more crazy than Downburst was. Where's the Griffin cock, Beckett? Where is it? True. True, guys. No, that doesn't make sense. You saying her story should be vague without proof is you saying a victim isn't allowed to... You saying her story should be vague without proof is you saying a victim isn't allowed to speak on the experience unless they've been able to convince you it happened. It's self-centered, and it's making it harder for people to feel able to speak on their own traumas. Your perspective isn't reasonable. It's harmful. No, it's with Bonk. Everything everyone does is harmful except for him. Everything everyone does is harmful except for Bonk. Absolutely insane. Insane behavior. Dude. I haven't done anything. There's a 3-hour video on YouTube of screenshots that begs to differ, sicko. You have actually broken the law in the US just by the art you have paid for and own. That sort of art is seen the same way as CP is under US law. This isn't actually true, by the way. But, like, firstly in the US, Lolicon isn't prosecuted in that way. Even in Canada and the UK, I don't think most people know this. It's not public. It's not punished as CP. It's punished as under obscenity laws. That's what gets people. So like just as a PSA, doesn't mean you can't go to prison for it, but it's not like you're not going to get like, oh, the person's a pedophile. That's not how it works. Bonk, people can really just say whatever they want and think they're right. It's really annoying. The cognitive dissonance from this fucking loser. It's unreal. And again, Bonk thinks he's helping. Wrong guy, but seriously, you defended Falcon, you're a pedo, get over it. Dude, just Bonk getting ripped apart. Anytime he turns up. Bonk, you're literally the reason her allegations were so mishandled. You didn't even know what rain was and thought content creators are better advocates for survivors. This entire situation is your fault. That's not true. It's also Sophie's fault. Fuck Sophie. You shouldn't be arguing about what does or doesn't make sense. Bonk, your one and only example of what you're saying that you gave isn't a good reason. Not knowing about rain doesn't change a single thing. I still believe a victim. I posted a testimony and never claimed it was anything more than someone else's story. You're stepping in to fight for Saber isn't noble. It's parasocial. You can act like knowing or not knowing about rain changes everything. But the truth is, you'll still be where you are right now. You're also deflecting from my point. Telling victims they're not allowed to speak unless you will believe them is disgusting. It isn't good advice. It's a flaw you personally need to fix about yourself, no matter how you feel about this exact situation. Acting like this is a good takeaway is horrible. Like, this dude actually needs a fucking carer. It's just like, it's just crazy. I've never seen someone so in need of conservatorship in my entire life. In my entire fucking life. I'm not fighting for Saber, I'm saying that every possible victim you've involved yourself with is only worse off because of your incompetence. That tirade you went on after the testimony did more harm than anything Saber could have done. True! The only helpful thing you can do for any victim at this point, Emily, Claire, Destiny, etc., is just stop talking and stay out of their lives. Also true. Also true. And again, bro, a lot of people seem to forget that some people, regardless of gender, can be pushy, and that some people with trauma, regardless of gender, can deal with freeze or fawn responses rather than fight or flight. As a former Saber Spot fan, before this particular incident was revealed, I would hope that he isn't the type of person to do it on purpose. Maybe a assumed girl in my room equals a wooger, but his behavior reeks of trash dude bro with no qualms about hanging out with several sex pests, so it hurts. So, like, again, you can have this take. I'm not trying to take any shots. Bonk. Thank you for listening to her. Response from Daily. Don't reply to me. You've helped to ruin her and Destiny's accepted credibility with your crash outs, and you blocked me when I called you out for it, lol. Bonk just can't catch a fucking break, bro. Just cannot catch a break. Brutal. Okay. So, where was... Let's go to Sophie. Let's go to Sophie. Do I need a... Like, I'm gonna take a sip of drink. We're gonna have a little moment, a little lull. Guys, thank you all for watching and subscribing and becoming members and super chatting. Don't forget, you can earn stickers and me being proud of you through super chats and donations and any other random things that you might want to do. Also, I'm definitely missing a fucking doc. I used to have a doc for like, dude. My Stream Elements doc is gone. Have I just noticed? That's brutal. I apologize. But yes, thank you all. It's really appreciated. You're helping me through the suffering. Where's the goals? The goals are up. The goals not working. The goals are up. As always, you guys are awesome. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. Been going for like 2 hours, still haven't got to the video. Can you tell that I'm procrastinating? I was saying it's important to like really tear apart literally everything. Beckett, would you ever read our fanfics on stream one day? Yeah, I've read fanfics before. I like reading fanfics. They're fun. Becoming a member will let you use emotes. True, you get many emotes. There are many benefits. You get access to the members stream. There's a members section in the Discord. And if you become a molding member, have your name said after every single video. It's a wild, wild benefit. Okay. Talk about Sophie. I didn't want to say anything until Emily responded in her own terms on her own time. I still believe her. Shocking. Shocking, Sophie. It's okay if you don't. No one is putting a gun to your head. Destiny still deserves to be listened to re her allegations that Black Griffin sexted her at 14 years old. I swear that age has changed. I swear it was 13 originally, wasn't it? Okay, let's talk about Destiny. Fuck it. I'm done. I'm done. Let's talk about Destiny. There is no evidence at all. Don't do it, Beckett. Last time I did that, they shipped me with jar. It's a trap. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Mally. Let's talk about Destiny. There is no evidence for the Destiny allegations. There's none. There's actually evidence against the Destiny allegations. Destiny interacted with Black Griffin for like a year and a half on Twitter while he was working on Hell of a Boss. They interacted. There was no mention, there was no awkwardness, there was no reason, there is no reason to believe that this is a person that he DM'd years before and that randomly popped up again. There's just none. Her timeline doesn't make any sense. because it would mean, like, it's not just she would have been wrong about the time, like the dates and years where Twitter would have added in picture messaging to DMs. She'd be out not just by like a couple of months, but by like a year and a half. In her original statement, she also, I believe, got her fucking age wrong. And there is one other thing that I want to really point out to people who run the Destiny allegations, because there's one defense that's provided for Destiny which is really key to debunk. And that is that Destiny herself has no reason to make these allegations publicly because they would only damage her. But these allegations were not made publicly under her name. They were made anonymously. She was outed as the person making the allegations and then had to stick to them. She was under no threat when she originally tried to come out with them. So even that defense doesn't fucking work. Now I'm going to be honest with you. I obviously cannot know 100% whether Black Griffin sent Destiny a dick pic. But they have been trawling through this guy's history for years now, and there's nothing. The best they have is like some like fucking Snapchat conversations, which are entirely fucking innocent. Unwise, sure, but they're innocent. And someone like Dorothy, with Black Griffin publicly tweeting at her a winky face when she did fan art for him. There's just no evidence for it. And actually, while Black Griffin is weird and very autistic and a brony, the idea that he was sexting with minors, just, there's no evidence. Also, here's another thing that's not really brought up. Let's say hypothetically, Black Griffin was in Destiny's DMs when she was like 14. Just roll with me here for a second. Those accounts are gone. There's no, like, as far as I can tell, there's no way to verify that Black Griffin would have ever known the age of Destiny, even if these accusations were in some way true. This is being used as proof this guy is a pedophile. These are some of the most damaging allegations you can make against somebody. And it's like, again, if Destiny's telling the truth, she has my sympathy. But more and more with this, it's looked into and dug through, and it falls apart. You cannot claim Dorothy is a victim. You just can't. It's nonsense. It's obvious fucking nonsense. And it's really fucking tiring having to hear the same points over and over again from a group that has basically no fucking evidence. That's why Bonks had a massive push recently for it's a racism thing. He's racism. Like, Black Griffin, like Candace Owen, he, like, dude, no one cares. You're accusing the guy of being a pedophile, you have no evidence. Where did the Latina shit come from? Apparently, that was just something that was said to the Snapchat girl. Again, another anonymous person who has entirely innocent Snapchat messages with Black Griffin. Something a lot of creators ended up doing around the mid-2010s. Don't most horse pedos have like solid DMs or posts you can point at and they'd be like, yeah, that dude is a pedo abuser. Also, why did Gabe wait until 22 to put a ring on Claire? Yes, again. In almost all other instances, we have solid evidence. Why on earth was none of this fucking archived, brought out? These people all belong to communities. And again, you've got saved messages from Black Griffin in the Snapchat stuff. Why is the scroll completely innocent? Why wouldn't you save anything that was problematic? Much like the Queen's Falls video made on Emmy, people make a random assertion and then extrapolate out an accusation. It is insane nonsense. And I know that some of you are not going to like hearing that from me. I know that some of you are like, well, we should believe victims. But much like Emmy, sometimes people just fucking lie. They do it for a whole host of reasons. Sophie Scruggs going after Black Griffin is entirely based on Sophie Scruggs' own personal beef with Black Griffin and Claire. That's it. They will believe anything. They will put forward anything. And any counter evidence, any counter narratives will be discredited, will be fucking discarded. You can't trust Claire. Claire talked to Cope and Seethe. You can't trust Enter. Enter talked to Cope and Seethe. You can't trust Black Griffin. How can you trust Black Griffin? He was being slandered and then took legal action. Just to silence somebody who was calling him a pedophile. I'd fucking sue. What are you talking about? Obvious fucking nonsense. You can't, like, Sophie Scruggs is welcome to believe whoever the fuck she wants. But nobody should be taking any of these absolute retards seriously. You can listen to Emmy's full response here. At the end of the day, when someone uses their platform to defend someone publicly trying to meet up with 14-year-old girls and accused of sexting 2 more, I am more inclined to believe the person coming out. So, okay, so your argument is, Saberspark is friends with Black Griffin, therefore he is obviously a rapist? You typed that and posted it. That's insane. That's crazy. Like, could you imagine if I did that to Sophie? If someone came out with allegations against Sophie Scruggs, and by the way, I've heard apparently Sophie Scruggs is an anti-Semite. Let's just fuck it. Let's just do this. There are stories about Sophie Scruggs. I can't provide evidence for this because it was deleted almost immediately. But apparently, Sophie Scruggs called someone a filthy Jew while in drama with them in the convention scene. Now, I've got no evidence for this, but Sophie Scruggs is the sort of person that will weaponize a mentally ill person to go and attack someone she doesn't like. So maybe it's true. Maybe Sophie Scruggs is a filthy anti-Semite. I don't know. I'm just telling you something that was told to me. Isn't that the standard we're working to? Apparently Peter New has had fucking has had conversations with people where he is inappropriate about minors. Apparently he was inappropriate to minors in a sound booth, Amy. I've got no evidence for this, but isn't this your standard? Absolute fucking insanity! So, known anti-Semite Sophie Scruggs goes on to say, I've been accused of harassing Saberspark and Black Griffin. It is not harassment to demand a response to proof of grooming. There is no proof of grooming. There's no proof of grooming. You're just a lying whore. And publicly inappropriate behavior towards minors. Again, there's no evidence for this. You're just lying. I also said from the beginning that I didn't want to deal with the Saber stuff because it was triggering. Everything's so triggering, guys. It's so... I put myself out there. I become so triggered. Jesus Christ. Sophie Scruggs, who hates the Jews, goes on to say, he dragged me in by saying I was friends with KP. I'm going to keep doing it. I don't even give a fuck. I was friends with KP, that I'm a co-owner of the BF account for having access to post BG updates occasionally. I signed off with my initials so you could see what was me. There's no evidence of this. You can't prove this. You can say that sometimes you might have done, but we don't know what was you and what wasn't. You had the access. You had the access! I never harassed him, unlike the person that you called a dirty Jew, just so we're clear. But he'd like 6-year-old DMs to send me notifications. Saber said this was an accident, but also, fuck you, you're calling him a rapist. You're calling him a rapist. If Saber Spark is mean to you, you deserve it. What the fuck is wrong with you? This happened multiple times over the course of a couple of days. Screenshots are in Emmy's video. I believe he did this so I'd be reminded of his presence. But here's the thing. I grew up around a man who intimidated me and abused me for years. I know the games. Once again, have you noticed how all these people are seriously damaged? Who is this, by the way? Like Sophie said before that she was abused. All these people have been abused. And they begin to see abuse everywhere. He's just throwing out random accusations to people. It reminds me of the Birdie stuff. Remember the Birdie shit where it's just like, my parents were abusive, and the abuse was her parents trying to get her off the fucking computer because Birdie's like a degenerate freak? It doesn't scare me anymore. It just makes me angry. I wouldn't even be commenting on Emmy's allegations if I weren't implicated to 1 million plus people. I do not apologize for standing with Destiny while she spoke out about Black Griffin. Okay, so you were involved then, right? Isn't that you being involved? I'm confused. You can call me every name in the book. A bitch, a liar, whatever. An anti-Semite, sure. I didn't go back to... Listen, I've held this inside for ages because, again, I've got no evidence for this, so it feels mean. It feels mean. I don't want to just throw out random allegations, but you know what? Fuck this shit. This is where we are. This is where we are. I didn't make the rules. You guys did, okay? I didn't go back in time 15 years and force Gabriel Brown to publicly flirt with a 14-year-old and talking about trying to meet up with her. The publicly available behavior makes the allegations believable to me. Unreal. There's no... Again, the claim here is that on a public website, in a public comment section, Black Griffin was trying to meet up with and groom a girl in China. Does anybody else think that is completely mental as a claim to make? I heard a rumor that Amy knew skins animals for her puppies. Multiple people have told me. For her puppets, Jesus Christ. Do you know what? I've heard that as well. China. Oh, Jesus Christ. And frankly, I'm not inclined to believe the person who defends him in the current day while putting my name, face, and place of work in a video to 2 million subscribers, accusing me of harassment while also liking and unliking a single DM had said, you called him a rapist. You are still saying you believe Emily. Yes. You know what? Fuck it. You're in the same... Also, hold on, you're public about where your workplace is. This is all public information. You don't get to do that. You don't get to go, hey, I worked for the My Little Pony comments and I'm currently working on Neopets. You don't get to publicly explain what your profession is. And then weaponize it when you've done something shitty. That's my dyslexic jester. True. It's brutal. It's brutal. This whole situation has sucked. For Destiny being called a liar despite 15 years of Gabe's online interactions that are inappropriate to minors. For Emmy, who had her story used by people with ulterior motives to hurt Saber instead of help her, and in turn discredit her. What? You mean the thing you did, Sophie? That thing that you directly were involved in doing? It sucked for Emmy that these random people, I can't think who would do it. I can't think who would have done that. Who would have weaponized Emmy's allegations to go after Saberspark and by extension Black Griffin? Oh, dude, tip of my tongue, real mystery. Real mystery there. Fucking so retarded. What are you meant to say to this? And I feel like I'm losing my mind. Just like, I believe Sophie Scruggs. If she came out tomorrow and said, like, listen, I'm seriously mentally ill, I'd be like, yeah, I believe you. Like, obviously. No shit. For me, feeling an obligation to stand with Destiny and then the subsequent girls who came out while being in the line of fire, because unfortunately people don't take these things seriously unless somebody with a following talks about it. It's been difficult, triggering, and exhausting. Bitch, no one forced you. No one forced you, and you've been doing this longer than Bonk has. You have been doing this for years. This is not about the fucking victims. This is not about anyone coming out. You're a liar. You were doing this before. I believe you were doing this before fucking Claire and Gabe even got together. Baron with the 5. I heard through the grapevine that known JQer Sophie Scruggs SS Claire Dog Whistle is friends with known child enthusiast Bonk. Yeah, she's friends with Woot as well. It's really funny that somebody who is so concerned about grooming is friends with so many people who are into drawn underage pornography. Real funny, that. At the end of the day, no matter what it seems alleged victims say or do, it will never be enough, not if it compromises your entertainment. For every survivor of abuse reading this, I'm sorry that it's been so disappointing. Gabe's supporters following him and making excuses after so many receipts and allegations look like this, by the way. I don't care about the weird fucking meme. I'm going to be clear with you. I personally have fought with other people in commentary about allegations when they didn't believe them. I did this during the Einabber stuff. I've held positions that are unpopular on Amber Heard because I think there is evidence there to defend her. This is not about, I just don't care about victims. It's not about anybody saying they just don't believe victims. That's not true at all. You have no fucking evidence. You have never had any evidence, Sophie. And you are just a liar. This is entirely personal. This is to do with your feelings towards Claire. When this came out, you were like, my close friend Claire. I'm so worried for my close friend Claire. She doesn't know you. She has no idea who the fuck you are. She was like a memory of a conversation about a snail. That's it. You fucking parasocial freak. You convinced yourself, and again, you can see this in the Courtney interview. Like, go watch the first video for this. She's like, well, I don't understand why Black Griffin got so much special treatment. No one got that kind of special treatment. You're jealous. It's obvious. And it's fucking gross. It is gross. Amy New, for her part, at least has stayed a little bit shut up during all this. I imagine because every time she fucking tweets, she fucks something up. She got called out for by an artist for retweeting her to her minor audience. Now, I don't fucking care about that. But Amy does. This group is meant to be obsessed with victims and believing people until it contradicts what they say. None of these people will call out Ian. They won't call out Bonk. Because realistically speaking, these people don't give a shit. They don't care. Do not be fooled. Do not be taken in. This is what we're dealing with. And I am so fucking tired, guys. It's like, I wanted to do more with this than just watch Emily's video. Because there is so much here that is just infuriating as fuck. But I cannot stress enough to you that, like, beyond the sort of jester memes that said to Aiden, occasionally I do actually get annoyed. This shit's fucking gross. Fuck these people. Fuck each and every one of them. And you know what? If in the future Black Griffin does take some of these people to fucking court, I will laugh my fucking head off. I think Bonk's right. I think there should be a fucking list of all the people who have tried to slander a guy as a pedophile and another guy as a rapist because of their own petty vendettas. Okay. Okay. Have we gone through most of the stuff that I wanted to look at before we even begin looking at the video? I think so. I think so. Oh, I do actually know. There's one last thing I've just reminded myself. Okay. Baron with the 5. How much dirt does Griffin have on you, Jester Boy? How much freak-offs did you attend at Griffinstein Island? Dude, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Black Griffin has done, like, nothing for me. There's just... I've got, like... I wouldn't accept anything. It would be so unethical to do that. Which, much like, you know, a lot of these people who have connections with Ian or have connections with some random fucking creator, they care about that. How many times has Bonk fucking retweeted Jenny Nicholson? Hold on a second. Give me a second, I'm reading something. Okay, I've got something to show you quickly before we do this one. Do have something from Amy New, actually. Pinker, good job, Bean. Thank you. Thank you for the 10, Pinker. Super hyper-based. Sam with the 5. It'd be like if you liked our comments and we said you're our close friend. Yeah. Fucking hell. This is from Amy. I'm honestly so disappointed in how often people in power positions in the Brony convention community spaces continue to lift up and protect dudes who haven't even made pony content in over 5 years. You just hate women. Now, who could this be about? This is about Thornwing. Do you guys remember Thornwing? The treasurer for Equestria LA? Is it Equestria LA? I think it's one of the big Brony conventions. This is Amy New, vague posting, calling out a fucking con chair. Everfree Northwest. There we go. I've been reminded. Barger. Now, there was a load of posts from Barger about her playing victim again as well. Super fucking gay. Also, fun fact, Bonk tweeted out how upset he was that he had, like, pins from somebody who, like, weaponized him and shit. And that was about Barger. And, like, weaponized his, like, suicide. And he was talking about Barger. Oh my god, this, and then if you make any comment, you will be dealing with their avid, aggressive fans. I keep telling people they need to bring in fresh talent, because creators, I have fresh talent, fresh creators. I have so many in mind. I fought so hard for plush makers to be my guests at US cons. It's wild. Dude, absolutely fucking unreal. All these people, it's always them. Oh, guys, I could fix the Brony community. If you just let me. You heard with the 5. I've heard, allegedly of course, that Bonk helped bankroll Keffel's bathtub HRT and assisted in selling it to online miners? Unfucking real. Do you know what also is unreal, you heard audience? You just earned a star. Yes, guys, I am once again proud of you. Aiden, raiding in. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're good. Hope you're good. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How we doing, guys? Thank you so much for all your continued support. It is hyper based and hyper appreciated. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just okay. We're gonna have a call in. We're gonna be joined by a special guest. Hey buddy, how you doing?
Oh, doing all right.
Hey, do you want to introduce yourself to
Thursday
people?
night here.
Do you want to give yourself a quick introduction?
Just once again, Thornwing. I'm on the board of directors for Everfree Northwest, so technically a con board member slash chair person, convention runner, let's say,
Well, it's nice.
for the pony fandom community.
Well, it's certainly nice to have you on again. Emmy's put out a response. Sophie's put out stuff, as has Amy. You want to give us your initial thoughts on what the fuck is going on? How you feeling?
Well, I listened to the whole hour-long Emuemi post, the video she just recently released, and my initial thoughts were like, huh. It's like she's trying really hard to come off as this positive influence that's going to help people avoid this terrible situation in the future, when she herself has one of the worst track records in any fandom for someone who you should just not be listening to or following any kind of example from. I think I remember way back in my school days, my English history teachers explaining the concept of vicarious learning. She is the epitome of that, of somebody who you should watch and say, oh my God, I don't want that to ever happen to me. I should avoid doing everything that she shows as a bad example.
Yeah. I think that's probably fair. Fair.
I listened to the video and it's like, okay, you come off and you say, well, sort of insinuating that she's this victim and that she was sexually assaulted in some way, but then really can't wrap her head around how that actually happened when she was the one who, along with Saber, like mutually agreed to this whole setup. And the whole friends with benefits, like, what did you think that meant? Like, you were well aware of what this concept was about. You were a teen mother. You already had a baby from a previous fling. Like, this is not something new. This was not something, oh my gosh, I was so young and impressionable. I had no idea what I was doing. You knew goddamn well what you were doing. You're almost 19 years old, totally in the adult range. We're not talking about Saber, messing around with some kid or somebody who's like way beyond his years. They had like 4 or 5 years difference in age at the time. This is not an issue of, somebody being taken advantage of. This is somebody in a relationship, whether brief or long or whatever. She was trying to get involved with this person. And it happened that they hooked up. Things went whatever they did. That's all personal, private kind of he said, she said of what happened in the moment. Doesn't really matter. They had a mutual relationship. It lasted for a little while, and then it was called off. And she feels bitter about it. Great. That's how relationships work. Anybody who's been in a relationship that has been broken up probably feels very similar. Either they feel taken advantage of. They feel like they made mistakes. They feel like they could have done better. They blame themselves. They blame the other person. They blame everything else but, just moving on and calling it a day, And after years or even months or even years after the event, these events are changing and manipulating and swirling around in their head to the point where they keep questioning themselves into what actually happened, how they actually felt in the moment, what their emotions were exactly running through their head in that instance. I highly doubt that she can recall 100% accurately exactly how the encounter went.
Well, she's
And
already
that goes for
admitting
both parties.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can barely remember stuff that happened a month ago, let alone fucking over a decade
But the
ago.
receipts that Saber showed with, the text messaging back and forth after the fact, it shows that she's still wanting to be involved in this relationship.
She won't
Whether or
address
not
it
it's
all.
a sexual thing going on. It could just be she wants to continue as friends. She wants to continue being buddy-buddy. Maybe still having this full-on relationship at a con perspective, like the friends with benefits comments that were made. All of that's still in play. And yeah, Saber kind of broke it off, ghosted her, whatever. So of course she felt jilted and felt disappointed and upset and whatever. And then, she tells other people about this experience months, years after the fact. And they go, oh, well, we see it differently in this light now that you've explained it to us in that way. Well, maybe it was this instead, or maybe it was that, or maybe he raped you. Oh my gosh, it could have been that. And you have all these external forces throwing ideas in her head that swirl around with the actual facts of what happened, and we come out with garbage in the end. None of this is factual, none of this is provable. Maybe happened, maybe didn't, doesn't matter. I, as a con runner, have to look at these situations from an objective perspective. I have to see facts. I have to see things that can be proven, not just hearsay, not just rumor, not just, emotional regurgitations. If I were to take this to a court of law, the cops, first of all, would go, okay, great, we can make a note of this. But that's all they're going to do because there's no facts here. There's no proof here. Nothing can be done about this situation because there's nothing that happened that constitutes a crime. And we're getting, Amy involved. We're getting Sophie involved. We're getting
what do you think
everybody else
what do you
in
think
this
of
realm.
Sophie's thoughts and feelings on this?
Sophie is a professional white knight. Like, I know that she likes to have her voice heard in these situations where she feels like she's protecting the innocent or protecting, the downtrodden and the people that are being suppressed. And I get that. That's great and all. It's good to have a cause. It's good to believe in, fighting for the underdog or protecting the victims. And, that's great. That can be an honorable thing. But there is also some adultness that needs to be brought into the situation where you have to realize that there is a separation between fact and fiction here. You cannot just make things up because you want it to have played out that way. You can't just invent truth out of nothing. You can't just, twist the facts of a situation to meet your narrative because it sounds better to your audience that you're trying to broadcast this to. Either for, in KP's kind of situation, the clicks on a video. In Sophie's realm, the white knight standard, and like I'm a banner wielder in this community of righteousness, and people should look up to me as a leader in this. It's like you fall from your grace in this situation when you bring these things to the forefront and fight on behalf of the people that have shown a track record of lying and manipulations and just plain nothing burgers here. And fighting against people that have put a lot into the community. I can point at Saber's content. Maybe he hasn't done anything, this year or last year specifically in the Brony community, but he's still posting videos. He's still doing things about animation, which is the whole point of a show like Everfree Northwest, to promote art and animation in the environment of education. And it's still pertinent to that. And his wider group of friends are also part of his act and part of his show that he puts on at different events. So, yeah, his association with Black Griffin does come into play. His association with practically everybody comes into play. And I could go into a whole other field with Black Griffin content. I know him way back from 2015, from my very first convention that I went to and helped out at. I was dealing with Black Griffin. I was dealing with Claire. I was dealing with Ian. I was in a car driving them to their venue hotel with Claire and Ian for like an hour. We had a long conversation about this. Is way before, any of the current stuff has been even playing out, back when Claire was definitely a minor. And, I got to know the people in these brief instances from kind of just seeing how they reacted with other people, seeing how they, interacted with one another. Gabe is playful. He's a child at heart. He is the most pure individual I can think of, in the sense of he would not hurt a fly. If he knew that he was, going to be attacking somebody's feelings, he just wouldn't say anything. He would leave it to himself. He's that kind of a person. Just knowing him from a distance, I will say. I don't know him like from I don't live around him. I'm not constantly in his orbit, but from every interaction I've had with him, both in front of the scenes and behind the scenes, he is a professional. He's a goofball. He's an entertainer, and he's fun. And he does that with everybody, young or old. He's not looking for any kind of sexual interaction. He's not looking for any kind of weird ulterior motive that people keep pushing on him. He is a good guy, as best as I can clarify his nature. That's Gabe in a nutshell. He's a good guy. Now, I take a look at my very first encounter with Ian, and he's the typical kind of Hollywoodish. He's got his name out there. He's been kind of in the crowd and made the rounds, and he's got a lot of clout in the industry, and that's great. He can carry that because of his reputation. What stands out in my mind, though, from our very first con weekend is that he's there basically acting as the chaperone to his underage daughter, Claire. Because in these events, when you're running a con and you invite a particular person that's underage, you have to have an adult there to supervise them and to be acting as their agent, right? You can't just, make a business transaction with a minor. So in the case where we were inviting people like Claire to a con because she's part of the CMC group in My Little Pony, or even like Michelle as one of her cohorts in that same group, they would each have to come with a parent to the convention. So Ian was an easy way to add that parental supervision, because Ian also played a minor bit role in My Little Pony as one little voice main role, and a couple other like background voice credits. But he wasn't the reason we were inviting somebody to a My Little Pony convention. Yeah, he's great in the Dragon Ball Z fandoms, but he didn't really have that much pull in the pony fandom. He was good for that crossover, though. But we were inviting Claire. Ian kind of came as the side piece, right? So we're at Babs Con. This is known as kind of a more adult-oriented con, especially when it gets later at night. They bring out the booze and they start having their drinking panels, and they get a little rowdy, right? After dark vendor halls. Now, it turns into kind of the antithesis of what a My Little Pony convention is probably all about. You have the daytime view and then you have the nighttime view. They're completely two different worlds. So Ian goes off to one of these later night drinking events where basically the whole intent is to drink a bunch and spill the beans on all the sort of crazy stuff that happens behind the scenes at conventions. It was a recurring panel they would have every year. So he goes off to that. Well, Claire can't come because she's underage and serving direct alcohol at this thing. So it's 18 and above, strict entrance. That's nothing else. Yeah, I think even 21 and above maybe. But she was left in the green room. And this is later in the evening. This is like 8, 9 p.m. at night. They don't have a hotel room on site that she can just hang out in their own room at. Their hotel is like an hour drive away downtown. And I'm the one that's driving them. So I have to be around kind of as, whenever you're ready to go, let me know, because I'm going to be the one taking them back to their hotel later. Ian goes off the drinking panel, leaves Claire in the green room. And I walk up to kind of check on her. And I find she's in the room, and there's a bunch of staffers in there, late night staffers. I don't know if they were in there for actually handling the room space or if they were just, using the space because it was available to them or whatever. But they're playing Mario Kart on one of those big screen TVs in this penthouse space in this hotel and swearing up a storm. Like they're just like back and forth, yelling, screaming at each other, doing the normal, bro, routine of just being rambunctious kids. And being very obnoxious about it. And Claire is over in the corner with a hoodie over her head, earbuds in, staring at her phone, crouched in the corner of the room behind one of the potted plants, kind of just like trying to blend into the wall. Right? And I'm like, are you okay back there? Do you need anything, Claire? She's like, I'm okay. Just kind of trying to avoid contact at that point. And I'm just like, this is not the greatest situation to be leaving your kid in at a con that, is not known for its adult presence of mind. So I just kind of caught me off guard. It's something that stuck in my brain all these years, having dealt with people as they've grown up in this fandom, and as I've dealt with all of their convention invites and agencies and everything else in discussing various deals and whatever. These kind of things come up, and it's like, I don't want that kind of situation to ever happen again to somebody in that situation. So, I look at that from a con runner's perspective now, and I have to train my green room staff. It's like, this room is not for you guys to mess around in. It's a safe haven for the VIPs to like get away from everybody. Like if they don't feel comfortable in this space, that's a problem. So, you know, you try to keep that kind of sense in mind and learn from mistakes of the past. I see a lot of these people though that they just don't. And over the time, you know, Griffin has been part of the fandom from almost the very beginning. He started as a fan, and his talent grew him into a professional career where he had voice acting credits and an agent representing him in that space for his talents that he had and was marketed and you know, had deals made for him in that arena. So he made a transition at some point between just a fan or a community guest type player into a professional, like VIP attendant. And people didn't like that. You come back to the concept of people that were jealous, right? Jealous of the fame and of the, you know, somebody growing up in the fandom, but becoming popular even outside to a broader audience. That's Gabe. You know, he made that leap. And a lot of people didn't like the fact that he was starting to be, you know, cast as a VIP guest at cons instead of just a community guest or just a musical guest. He was sitting on panels talking about his voice acting instead of his music, which is where he kind of started out. And he's palling around with people like Michelle and Claire and other VIPs, even, you know, not just the young girls, but, you know, many other people were also in his orbit. And he was working and arranging projects with them directly because that's what he did for work. That's his job. That's his career. And making that leap, you know, there were some con runners out there. I'm not naming names, but there were people out there that looked at him and go, "Oh, I'm never going to invite him as a VIP. If we ever have to bring him because, you know, we want the CMC to come to our con and we have to invite Claire and he's just coming along as a tag along, he'll be a community guest. He'll just do his music thing that people like, and we won't tag him as a VIP. You know, we don't want to give him that title. We're going to hold that back from him because I don't know. They don't like his fame. They don't like his success. And then that kind of twisted and turned through a bunch of different ways in the back channels of this fandom, going all sorts of crazy into what we have now, where they've gone so far broke that they hate his rise to fame so much that they want to find any way they can pull him down. And that's where we're at now. We've got somebody who's become successful, who has a bunch of people that resent that fact, and they don't know how to deal with it other than, oh, he's a pedophile. He groomed Claire. I can tell you right up, I've talked to both of them at length, in person, directly. Claire, did Gabe groom you? Absolutely not. Not happening. Didn't happen. Not a thing. Claire asked Gabe to marry her. Gabe did not propose to Claire. And then people, oh, well, she was just so far groomed that she didn't know any difference. It's like, if there is anybody out there that I can point to as an independent woman who knows what she wants and is not shy of fighting about it, it is Claire Corlett.
Yeah,
she has gone to bat for herself in so many ways, including with her own family. And, you know, I don't necessarily want to focus on the fact that her family grew up Jehovah's Witness, right? So she has a lot of ingrained, like, programming in that way that she was told what to do, always had to do the thing. And she grew out of that pretty quick. When I first met her, she had just barely got her first little tiny tattoo on her hand. And she was scared to tell her parents about it. But that was her way. That was like her first inclination of being a rebel against, you know, her parents' control and breaking out of her shell and being her own person. If anything, she is the definition of anti-groomed. She was groomed so much in her life up to her mid-teens that she actively fought against it and has broken out and beyond that into her adult years, where she is the one taking control of her own life. She is not the one groomed. She is the one out there grooming her own path. And anyone who says different just doesn't know who she is and has no concept of her as a person. I'll just say that.
Well, most of these people
Like,
have
if
just
you're
never
fighting at this point
spoken
against
to.
Claire, you just don't know what you're talking about.
Well, because can we talk about Amy?
Yeah, Amy and Peter, I would say, and you know, I need to just give them a call. I have a
You
phone.
know them, right?
like I am friends. Or at least I have been friends with Amy and Peter for many years, going back, you know, into the late aughts of the last decade. They've been to my house. I went on vacation to southern Utah with them after a convention. We took a couple extra days, and I toured them around the national parks down there, Arches and such. We had a great time, you know. And sure, she has some pretty left-leaning views. I don't want to say a right-wing person, but I'm more centrist, more just common sense based. I don't have any official politics behind me, but I am Mormon, so that does inform some of my beliefs. And you know, it was at contrast with her in direct ways, and that's great. We listened to the Book of Mormon Broadway recording on our trip drive down to the national parks during that trip, and we laughed about it. And I pointed out in the things like, okay, this is kind of accurate here, or this is way off base, or this is just given for some fun. And you know, I kind of come at it from the standpoint of, if you can't laugh at yourself, what are you doing? Like, you have no sense of humor at that point. But we got off great, and I agree with a lot of the stuff that she says about defending the weak and you know, protecting the victims and actually listening and being earnest about investigating any kind of allegations of sexual abuse or misconduct or anything like that. That is important. We need to be at least open to the fact that these things happen, and that people can be scared and people can be, you know, hesitant to, you know, make a claim like this. It can hurt themselves as well as, you know, many other people in their orbit. And that is a very hard thing to address. And we still, like I said from the very beginning, we still need to be adults about it. We still need to look at this objectively. We need to help the victims while also encouraging the fact that we are truth seekers, especially if we were not involved in the situation. We have no skin in the game. We have no direct recollection of anything that happened. All we give is this person's testimony versus this person's testimony. That's all we got. We can listen to both sides and we can be objective about it. In this particular case, I feel like I've been fairly objective about it. I've listened to both sides. I've been open about it. It's like, okay, great. Emmy and Saber hooked up. It looks like they had planned this. They had some mutual interest in one another. Whether or not that was, like, you know, a power play from one side or another, who knows? Who cares? It broke off after, you know, a couple of months of back and forth, after a couple of encounters, and it just didn't pan out. Like, the relationship didn't last, and that's fine. And they can believe or think about it however they want to. But when they're coming out with making allegations or trumping up allegations to the point of criminal acts that they have no proof about, that they have no backing on other than 13-year-old recollection testimony that has been obviously tampered and influenced and given lots and lots of outside bias to apply, it's just pointless to debate this with them. It's just garbage at this point. It's like, okay, great. Maybe she shouldn't have messed around. You know, FAFO, right?
Well, ironically,
live and
like,
learn and grow and just get over it. You know, if you have this grudge against Saber, I get it. If you have this grudge against Gabe, I get it. But you're making criminal allegations here that you can't back up. That is fucked up.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I said this earlier from something that Solrak sort of theorized to me, that one of the reasons that this story might have started at all is because Emily didn't want to be seen as being a slut and just sleeping around. And it sort of makes sense.
Well, I mean, it's
like,
hard to avoid the
Well, yeah.
caricature of that when you have a baby at, you know, teenage years. So I'm sorry. You know,
Yeah,
you've got to show by action that you're beyond that point.
A lot of people want to do this thing where it's like, it's unfair to, like, look at Emmy's history. I'm sorry, all I've got to go on is Emmy's history. There's no fucking evidence for anything. That's literally it. And like, when we're looking at the people who are
it's not just one incident or two incidents. It's multiple incidents in multiple fandoms involving multiple people at multiple stages in her life. It's like she keeps making the same mistake over and over again, and still expects people to feel sorry for her. Like we're supposed to bend over backwards for her and just feel all sorts of pity and, oh my gosh, I feel so sorry for you. And these evil people have taken advantage of you so much. It's like, if you haven't learned your lesson at this point, you're kind of a lost cause.
Well, I found it
I
pretty
wish her all the
funny
best,
that,
and I hope she just, can get her life in order, but like, get on with it. Like, start showing that you've learned something from all of this.
Well, I found it funny that known anti-Semite Sophie Scruggs says that. Sorry, we're just doing this now. I've given up. That's their standards.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it feels really
did we point out the fact that she called the other president of Everfree Northwest a fucking Jew?
Is that okay? Yeah, which is the. I was like,
there was an official Twitter post where she made the comment that Kyle is a fucking Jew, and just as quickly as it got posted, I think she realized her slip of the tongue mistake and deleted it, but not before several people saw it and were like, oh, okay, we've come to this point. Several years later, I thought we were past this and, we could move on and people had grown up some and learned from past mistakes. I guess not. I guess people just don't learn. And we just got to keep dealing with this over and over and over again, like we're in this, twilight zone of high school, and nobody, gets past the age of 18 and understands what accountability means, and has any concept of truth or fiction, and can make up whatever stories you want, and they're absolutely true, and we have to, immediately declare them truth, otherwise we are to blame, and how dare we, and you can't blame the victim. Oh my God, like they're so fragile and fair, and this comment right at the end. This is the thing that gets me the most from Amy. You just hate women. No, I do not hate women. I hate liars. I don't care if you are a woman, a man, trans, whatever, 50 billion other genders out there, whatever. I don't care what you are. I have no association with any bias, so to speak, from just looking at you and saying, I hate you for this. No, I hate you because I have proven action track record. And I don't necessarily hate you. I hate what you do. I hate the action. We get taught in our church that, you should hate the sin, not the sinner, right? Yeah. I try to live by that rule. I'm not perfect. I slip up from time to time as well. We're all going to make mistakes at some point, some bigger than others. But there's this whole thing called repentance, and that's something I deeply believe in, and that anybody can come back and be given a second, third chance, whatever, infinite chance. So all of these people, I'm reaching out a hand to any one of these folks that is just not got it through their head yet that they need to grow up and stop the drama. This fandom drama shit is really old, people. We need to grow up, be adults about this stuff, have fun responsibly, and stop looking to blame everyone else for your failures and your mistakes. You own you. That's it. Bottom line.
I've got a question from chat, which I know is on probably quite a lot of people's minds. And I will say, because I've spoken to you before, and I also have a bit of an understanding of how sort of the con scene works, that the answer is probably going to be like a bit probably be no, and also a bit non-committal. But obviously, like, Sophie's sat here leveling false allegations against people. She's trying to ruin people's lives, not just reputations, lives, based
it's
on
not
nothing.
The first time.
Is there likely to be any impact to her in the con scene?
We had the same kind of conversation back during the days of what we call affectionately Kyle Gate. This is back when we had a bit of a kerfuffle over some HR issues with a particular staffer who's another friend of Sophie's that blew up on Twitter, and it got to the point where she was basically in a screaming match in Twitter with Kyle, and bans were said and fucking Jew was mentioned, and back and forth, to the point where we just said screw it. Like, everybody just shut up, act like adults, and we'll just forget this whole thing happened and go back to having, this fun weekend where we can all just enjoy our pastel magic ponies together. Great. That kind of happened in a way, but it had to take Kyle drafting this apology letter to the internet for, acting professional in a way and being dragged to the point of, banning people that have these kind of comments to be made and, really don't belong in civilized society when they can't act like adults. And then we went back to normality for a few years, at least, for the most part. And off and on, there were comments here and there that were like, okay, whatever. But it wasn't really that big of a dust up until this now. So we've had the same kind of comments in back channels very recently about all of these people involved. Should we ban them? Should we make a statement? Should we do this? Should we do that? What are the repercussions if we do this, that, or the other? And it comes down to this. I don't care what you do outside of the convention, for the most part, unless you're actually getting to the point where you're committing crimes. And then there's police, there's the legal system to handle that. And I don't even need to worry about that. The same kind of comments were made with, what's his face? The like grandmother molester dude,
Christian.
Sonic guy. Christian. Yeah, we got many letters from concerned attendees at Everfree. It's like, are you going to ban Christian from coming to your con? Oh my gosh, I feel so anxious about having the potential of him being at the con. And it's like, don't need to. He's in jail. We're like, we're good. Don't need to worry about that. So, let the legal system take care of the really bad actor. As far as everything else goes, these are people making stupid comments on social media, which to me is all practically garbage to begin with. As far as the convention goes, I can't control what people do outside the con. My job is to make the convention a safe space for everyone so that they can enjoy the weekend at our event when they're there. I try to make the best choices about who to invite to the con as guests so that we have good entertainment and panels and events across the board for all sorts of interests, not just one particular person, not just one, particularly political leaning group this way or the other. Everybody. We have a wide audience to work with. I will invite Sophie. I will invite Gabe. I will invite Saber. I will invite whoever makes sense in the context of a business relationship to be a guest or to be in attendance at the event. Sophie, in this case this year, is not a guest. She is a paying vendor in the vendor hall. Would it change if she were a guest? Possibly, but not really. I really don't care what people spout on Twitter, like, once again. But once people are at the convention, then the control is in our hands. And it's not just me. It's not just one guy, the woman-hating Thornwind out here trying to make all the decisions about who gets in the door and gatekeeping the whole experience. We have a whole team of volunteers, almost 200 people, a whole crew of executives, 20 or so executives that make up that convention's hierarchy. And at least 5 people in the highest levels of governance, board and chair level people. I'm one of those 5. I have one voice out of 5. So I'm not the only one making decisions. I'm not the only one doing the show.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And our code of conduct is posted on our website, and that's what we live by. You break that code of conduct at our event, we kick you out. We pull your badge. You are invited to leave at that point. That's it.
I can see
and
that.
it goes for everybody.
So,
Sophie, Saber, Gabe, it doesn't matter who you are, VIP or guest. You break the code of conduct, and enough egregiously that it's going to be a problem. We will resort to using our capabilities and our authority at that point in that situation to start pulling badges or give warnings or do whatever we make sure that the public as a whole remains happy and having fun at our event. And that's it.
I mean,
I don't wield this great power outside of that.
Yeah,
Everybody
no,
seems to think these con chairs.
I think
I can do whatever I want to people on Twitter. It's like I can't do anything. I don't care.
I think the question comes down to, and like again, this is very much the answer I expected. I think it's useful for people to hear sort of the like perspective of why conventions make the decisions they do. I think the question people will have is like, well, the idea of Saber being disinvited from cons or banned from cons, or Black Griffin being disinvited from cons. So it's like, the question becomes like, where's the continuity in those standards? And I don't mean just for your con, but in like cons generally, because it seems like some people will get, you're banned, fuck off.
We have tons of people. We have a channel on our Discord. We have an email group on our email lists and on our website postings to say, who would you like to see at our convention? It's part of our feedback. It's part of our ticket purchasing process. Like, we want people's input that are attending our event to say who they want to see at our event. If there's a lot of people that are saying we want to see Saberspark at our event, he's going to be on our list of potential invitees.
Has
he's going to be on that short list.
I want to see Sophie Scruggs at an event?
No, nobody's really said I want to see Sophie Scruggs. Usually because she hasn't really been like on that guest level. She wasn't, in the professional realms of working for IDW until fairly recently, last couple of years. So she wasn't really on that VIP radar of guests. Or, usually when I invite community guests, it's because of the fact that they run lots of panels for us, and they start off as volunteers just doing it on their own, and they bring up a following. They have people that come to see them at the event. That's when they raise to the level of a community guest. Baja makes a good point. It's like, I'd love to see anybody fresh, talent creators come in. That's great. I would too. Honestly, I would love to see fresh new faces in the group of talent that we invite to the con, whether it be VIPs or community guests. One of the problems on the VIP front is getting a hold of these people. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to find out how to contact an agent for a specific VIP you want to get to.
Yeah.
And then getting through that veil to actually have them contact and talk to the actual person to see if they actually have the interest to want to come. Usually you have to get through the agent veil by offering lots of money, which we don't have. We're a small little My Little Pony convention. We don't have tens of thousands of dollars to throw at some of these big name people. But in the sense of a community guest, a lot of people don't come on our radar until we get those requests from the attendees that they want to see these people, and in numbers, not just one person. Like, we've had people try to, submit themselves as like, oh, I think a great person to invite would be me, and giving their own name as third person. It's like, that's great. We check out their YouTube channel, and they've got like 5 subscribers, and their mother is one of them, and that's awesome. Let us know when you've got a few more followers and a few more people to show up at your events at the con. Or maybe just start offering to run events at the con. If they're interesting enough, we will put them on our event schedule as a tryout. We'll see how they perform, see how many people attend, see what the feedback was on that. And then maybe eventually down the road, when you gather enough of a response, we will invite you as a community guest. If you've worked in the industry, if we've got enough people requesting your presence, if you have something new and interesting to add to our content lineup, we will invite you as a VIP. If we can get a hold of you, if you don't cost an arm and a leg to potentially bring out as a guest. It would be great if we had a limited budget and money to bring whoever under the sun, but we don't. We have to keep our sights a little lower than most other, Comic-Con type events out there. If you want to go see the big name person, go to the big name event that has a budget to do it, or has tens of thousands of people willing to all spend a little bit of money to make the, the overall take for that person worth their while. And that's great. That's just how it works. We've got a couple of people that have risen in fame, but have offered their time and talents at a much reduced rate to come out to the pony conventions because they like the interaction with these particular fans, or they feel like it's an interesting addition to their typical lineup. We got people like John Delancey to come to My Little Pony conventions because he was Q, and then he became Discord. And he was fascinated with the Discord character, and he was fascinated with these bronies. He didn't even know who we were when he first kind of got the call to come in and lend his voice to the series. And then he did a whole expose about it, the whole documentary about the whole fandom. And then he kept coming to brony conventions year after year after year until he got so busy and occupied with other things that he really couldn't make it. But his price was one of the fairly cheapest amongst a lot of the big names out there, because of his ability to lower those rates for our fandom specifically. He could have made
that
tons of money going to Star Trek conventions for the same weekend.
That does my heart good.
Yeah.
Dude.
So that's great. And when we
Nonetheless,
have people like that, I would love to
Exactly.
bring new people. I would love to be able to get in contact with these new people and try to make a deal that works for everybody. And that goes for small creators as well as large VIP names. It doesn't matter who you are in the community, as long as people want you to be there and share your talents, or even us to showcase your talents to the crowd that we have, that you have something new and inventive to add to the mix. That's what we're always looking for. So yeah, with Bauhaus comment, she's exactly right to that point, that we want those people at our con. Whether or not we can actually get to a point where that happens is a completely different story. And no, I don't hate women. I would love to invite all the women that would love to come, as well as all the men. I don't care what gender someone is when we're coming down to content of the My Little Pony convention. I don't have any bias or grudge against any particular sex. It's silly to even make that accusation. I'm staring it out here on the screen. I got it frozen frame, and it's just like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, this is so ridiculous. I can't mull over the fact that she's just said that. And I know, like, within the context of what she's saying, I'm pretty sure she's saying it directly at me. Like, it's hard to not associate that comment that she's made directly with me. And that's hard for me, because I'm kind of fighting the urge to pick up the phone and call her and just say, hey, Amy, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about here? Like, if you want to say something like that, just say it to me. Say my face. Like, if you really feel that way, I'd love to hear it directly from you.
Well, yeah,
and ask, like, why do you feel that way? Why do you feel like I hate women?
It's like this whole thing of this entire group spends all the time going, no one will respond to anything, and they won't talk about it, and they're hiding. And it's like, but you guys vague post everything, refuse to talk to anyone, refuse to do any interviews.
Yeah,
refuse to answer any
that's
fucking
what's
questions.
so immature about this whole thing. It's like, I am very open. Like, my DMs are open. I've never blocked anyone on Twitter, on email, on Discord. Now, I don't block anyone except for, like, the obvious, like, scam bots and crap like that. But, like, to an actual person, if they want to come and yell obscenities at me, I've never blocked them. Never. They can do that all they want. They can scream into the void for years and years and years, and that's great. They have every right to do that, and I'm not going to stop them. We have one commenter, and I won't name his name, but we get an email from him probably every couple months that's a very disjointed, very, unlegible, unreadable block of unpunctuated text mex. And it's kind of funny to read through it and just go, like, he's actually thinking these things and putting down on paper and spending the time to send it to us, when all this stuff happened years in the past, and there's no correlation to anything going on right now. So, if anybody has a problem with me, I'd love to hear about it. And I'd love to hear about it in a direct way. Come talk to me. I'll pull you up on Discord. I'll pull you up on Slack, whatever you need. Don't call me out on Twitter. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, I'm almost 50 years old. It's like, I'm not going to engage with you in the realm of social media where we're just hiding behind two different keyboards on opposite ends of the globe. Like, come talk to me, figure out what the problem is, and usually we can work out a solution. I've had beefs with people in the past in this fandom, and usually when we've been able to sit face to face across the table and just hash it out, it's like, what's your deal, dude? Like, what's the problem? Like, what can I do to make it better? Like, apparently you've been hurt by something I've done or said or whatever. Why? What did I fail at? Or how can I, correct the problem? I'd love to figure it out, but I think if people aren't willing to communicate, then what can you do?
Yeah, I think there's a real element there where, like, people, the vague postiness and kind of like the disengagement of like I had this with Bonk. No, I don't even want to give him any attention. I don't want to speak to him. It's like, bro, you're talking to, like, whenever you talk to people, you bring me up. I know how much I upset you, and which is very funny to me. But, like, nonetheless,
When I look at this, not just from my perspective, but many other people in the fandom, people that have been involved with very charitable giving of time and efforts over many, many years, people like what somebody just mentioned in the chat here, Dusty Cat. I've talked to him recently, and he's the same kind of disillusioned about all this. It's like all this stuff that I've given and given and given of myself over so many years, just to have it all thrown back in my face, and to be told that I'm this, that, or the other, and I'm bad, or I've done this horrible thing, or how dare you, and it just, does it really lend someone to want to keep giving them themselves when all they get is flack in return? And I know that there are plenty of people out there that appreciate these conventions and appreciate all the work that goes into them for many different people, not just myself, but the whole team, the guests, the staff, the attendees, even people. We can't have a show without the attendees, right? We all put so much work into this, just to have it be dragged down by one weirdo out there that just doesn't get it, that isn't focused on the right thing. Like, I keep turning around, it's like, you're talking about My Little Pony, a show that's supposed to be uplifting, it's supposed to be positive, it's supposed to have a good message, a good moral ground for how to live your life in a good way. And you just totally missed the point of the show. And that's a comment that Amy keeps making time and time again. And in most cases, I do agree with her. There are a lot of people in this fandom, a lot of elements in this fandom that go in the wrong direction from what the show teaches. And that is something that is definitely things to be called out. The whole Nazi influence and the, the hating of women, whatever. If that's a real thing, great. Let's call that out where it really exists. That's a problem. And then we should address that. Great. But to call out the people that are not the troublemakers, that are actually the ones doing the good work. Why? What's your end goal? Do you want to see it all collapse? Is that what you're cheering for? Is that, just want it to all burn in fire because you were wronged at some point, or you had some bad experience that, now everyone has to suffer? Is that what you want to see?
My
really?
personal view is the fact that a lot of this is these people, this is how they get power, they get influence. I mean, like, the truth is, Sophie's working on comics.
Yeah, but what's the end goal? Like,
well, there is no
clicks and likes?
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's entirely the end goal. I think that
that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, it is. It's crazy. But I don't think these people. I mean, I know you're friends with Amy and things, but the way I look at it is this: like, from her perspective, she looks at Claire and Gabe, who have done very well for themselves. Whereas,
great, let them live their life. Forget about it.
But
move on with yours.
She just works.
Why are you fixated on them still?
Well, because I think, well, again, it's my personal take. I think it's jealousy. Sophie Scruggs with her interviews on Gabe, like, I don't understand why he got special treatment.
Why does Sophie care about Gabe?
Because these people are
like
losers.
These things are so beyond me. It's like, what in the world do you have to gain for dragging these people through the mud?
I think they're just losers. And I think that life probably hasn't turned out the way. I said this a few times.
Can't we just be positive about one another? Can't we just like, hey, Sophie, I love your pin artwork. It's great. And just leave it at that? Hey, well, Amy, I saw a couple of your drawings the other day. I liked them. They were pretty good. It shows that you've actually grown in your skill. I saw some of your original art when you started doing it. She's come a long way. She's doing pretty good artwork nowadays, and I like it, and that's great. Can't we just be positive about that? Do we have to, be calling out Gabe for grooming Claire, who's now his wife, and for some weird, decades-long held grudge about whatever? This makes absolutely no sense.
Are you familiar with people being upset about lottery winners they know? Have you heard this before?
Yeah.
It's like a proximity thing. So, like,
yeah,
I think it's like these people were part of the fandom the same as Gabe was. Why Gabe? I think KP has the same thing with people like Saber. Why does Saber get to have an incredible career? What happened to my career? Where's my flowers?
Let me bust in here again on KP, just while we're bringing that out to topic.
Of course, please.
KP emails us practically every year asking for an invite to the con. We typically respond to her with the same nice rejection letter that we send to everybody in that kind of situation. I will say what the real reason is behind that rejection, because I don't care to hold it back anymore, given all that's gone on with this. The real reason that she gets rejected is because she's in the heart of all this drama fuck around. And all of her videos are negative teardowns of people that she shouldn't care about. Like, where is the positive, uplifting content that we should be bringing you to convention to showcase? If you're not doing that, why should we invite you?
Yeah, I know that, like, I think it's MomoCon removed her because of the drama stuff. At the same time, they were
Like, if every time we pull up a post about you, it's about some new drama thing, you just lost points on the short list of invitees. Like, it's not going to happen. Fix your reputation, fix your outlook, and then we'll talk. Right? Now, there's something to be said about constructive criticism versus just plain old tearing something down. It's like, I hate this. This is awful. Look at how terrible that thing was. That's just stupid. That's the detractor mentality that we want to avoid. We're not about that. We're about being positive, about being uplifting. We're about promotion of good things, good ideals, good art, good content. If you want to make a constructive criticism video, pointing out some things that they missed or they got wrong, here's how they could have done things better, or maybe if they had more time, they could have sorted this thing out a little bit easier. That's great. That's something that can help people grow or learn from, the experience of things. And we like to showcase that. That's totally fine. We have lots of analysis type people at Everfree. And examples of good analysis, people like Silverquill. Great analysis. Makes it fun, makes it inviting. Even Saber's stuff, like a lot of his stuff, it's kind of the line of, but he goes into a good in-depth research, nuanced take about, here's something that really kind of turned their business on its head, or here's where they made a mistake, where they could have done something different. This is a point where they were on a good trajectory, but they missed out. Follow it through. That's the difference between something like a video from KP and a video from Saber. And we're promoting the positive and the negative. We're not promoting the devastating. That's just the long and short of it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Well, look, okay, I should probably actually cover this Emily video, but this has been massively helpful and enjoyable. I know chat's had fun.
The Emily video is all sorts of mindfuckery. Like, I wrote a big commentary, like summary and jest about it, and it's. Yeah, I don't even know if it's something I want to repeat here, but oh boy.
Yeah, it's monstrous. Well, look, let me let you go. But I've said this with like lots of people. I know, obviously, we do brony content every December for Brony Christmas, so I'm sure we'll talk again. Like, if not before, but by the end of the year, because it would be cool to have you on to talk about some stories. One
last word to the audience before I head, real quick. Rape is a serious thing. Sexual encounters are a serious thing. Make sure you're addressing them as an adult. Don't go in, innocent, childish, childlike. These are adult things. You need to take them seriously. Relationships, when you get to that point, you need to be prepared. You need to be communicating. You need to be engaged. It is not something that you just mess around with and hope for the best. You are dealing with some very serious consequences and serious people feeling that can be hurt. So take it seriously. And if you are the victim of, an actual assault, an actual rape, something where a crime has been committed, please seek help. Go to the authorities. The sooner you do it, no matter how bad you feel, how embarrassing it might be, the sooner you do that, the sooner they can help and you can get help. And nothing is going to be helped by sitting on it, waiting on it, letting it, fester for years before this comes to light. Get it out in the open. Don't post it on social media. Go to people who actually matter, who are actually there to help you in real life. Your friends on the internet are just that. They're only going to be there for clicks and likes. They cannot be the shoulder you cry on. They cannot be the policeman that helps gather the evidence that puts your attacker in jail. They cannot be the lawyer that guides you through the tricky, instance of dealing with this issue. They cannot be family, your close personal friends in your life that actually support you in those situations. So please don't go to the internet to air your grievances on the important adult topics. go seek real help.
Based. Right, I'll let you go.
Thank
I'll
you
talk
for
to you soon, man.
giving me my 2 seconds, and we'll talk later. Have a
In a
good
bit.
one.
Thanks. Bye. Thornwing, everybody. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate that. That was very useful. That was very useful, very based. I've got a couple of super chats, but dude, I've trained you guys too well. You know not to you can't fucking super chat me when people are calling in. Brutal. I did see a couple of random comments as well. One was like, am I still going to do a sort of Gabe video? I'll talk about that in a sec. Oh, what the fuck? Lady Nerd with the 5. Aiden is raiding because he wants to go back to jerking it to Squirrel Girl. Okay, buddy. Fuck, what? Okay. Also Lady Nerd with 2. Make me Pink and Nova. Jesus Christ. Wills me 76 with a 2. AGP4L. So true, buddy. Like, dude, that was the weirdest time to raid me as well. But I'm glad Aiden's having a good night. Right, okay, Black Griffin video. Here's my problem with doing a Black Griffin video. I'm not really sure what the fuck I meant to do to convince people who are completely unconvinced. Like, that do not care about any evidence. And my biggest concern is putting something out that gets clip-chimped in some fucking dumb way to lead to another whole list of drama. That said, I am not against the idea. I have a line to Gabe. He would talk to me. So that is very possible. I also know that there's a chance that he may talk to other people as well. And we'll see what happens. But it is one of these where, like, I'm here as a content creator. I am a shit poster on the internet. I've said this many times. And one of the, like, criticisms that I've seen thrown at me is you can't be both. You can't be a researcher and a shit poster. I disagree. I can do whatever the fuck I want, frankly. I don't really give a fuck what anyone's opinions are. But I also recognize that with this story in particular, I don't want to mishandle and fuck someone else over just so I can get a video with 100,000 views on it. Okay? That's not how I work. I don't really care that much. As most of you who've been watching me for a long time will know, it is the same fucking stream and show whether there are 50 of you here watching me talk about something literally no one cares about to 600 of you here talking about, like, breaking fucking news and drama. It's the same show every single time. Because I'm just here to, like, laugh at shit and have fun, and this is my hobby. With some of the Black Griffin stuff, it's people's lives, and I don't actually want to be that much of a dick. So, it depends. It depends. Maybe we'll see what comes out, like, longer term as well. And also I'd want something comprehensive. And maybe that needs to that may even need to run through, like, lawyers and things, which I'm not necessarily against doing. To make sure everyone's sort of, like, happy, protected, and not fucking anything else up, you know? Anyway, have a dono so you feel cared about. Thank you, Metal Man. Thank you for the 2. Especially after everyone in chat was telling me earlier how they'd never have a relationship with me because I'm so unattractive. Dude. So sad. I have no idea how to unpin a comment. Let's pin something else. What do you let's pin this. I like this. Do your due diligence. That is so true. You can be pinned. It was me. I pinned your message, Pinker. Every clip you make can be taken out of context and clipped out of context. Yeah, I just we'll see what happens. The stream from Mott Block made me spurg out. It was rage inducing. Yes, true. Okay, fuck. Put it off long enough. Right, okay, actually, I was going to show you this, wasn't I? Where is it? This. Okay, I'm not going to scroll down on this because I was asked not to show the other person who is in this group chat. But I want to be very clear with you This is the group chat that Emily, Sunfex, that was their alt account. This is the group chat that Emily was added to watch the video. Okay? This is, they showed it to her. KP's full video. Emily had full knowledge of it. Okay? So, again, any claims that, like, Emily didn't know or something is bullshit. It's just a fucking lie. And I'm getting real fucking tired of lying. I'm going to close some of these random fucking tabs. I think we're done. Oh, okay. I need to actually keep that one open, don't I? Go away. You can go away. I was going to talk about some of these DMs. But I don't know how worth it is. Okay. Get rid of these. Get rid of you. Sorry, up block. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. And what was this? Oh, okay, yeah, I brought up YouTube channel. Okay. So it's crazy people complain about your handle when KP uses that. Dude, can you, like, that's, how is KP, like, could you imagine this getting, like, more attention? Like, surely, is it Nickelodeon that does I Love Kim Possible? Could you imagine Nickelodeon coming out and being like, why is there a fucking channel called I Love Kim Possible making false rape accusations against somebody? Holy shit. Okay, listen. Guys. I suffer so you don't have to. So please, like, you know, remember to support the channel and all that shit. I'm saying that a lot tonight. I'm in a very shilly mood. I don't know why. I think it's because I know what I'm about to do to myself. We're going to watch Emily's response video. There are points in this which we are going to just talk about and gloss over because some of it just does not fucking matter, okay? I'd rather gouge my eyes out with rusty needles. We're not doing it. Fuck that shit. Okay? So, does anyone have any final... Listen, I'm procrastinating so hard. Does anyone else have any final questions before we begin? Metal Man with the 2. Worst Disney. Worst Disney? Is this Disney? Oh, it's Disney? Oh, okay, it's Disney. Okay. Well, I don't fucking... Listen, wouldn't it be worse if I knew? Hold on, you're all like, oh my god. You don't even know like Kim Possible? Who owns Kim Possible? Wouldn't it be worse if I did? How come genuine wise men are so rare? I don't know, ask me, I'm not one of them. Do you take sacrifices? Depends for what. Maybe. I have a question, why? Boredom. I'm not defending Sophie, but the Jew comment could be South Park reference. It could be. But also, she called someone a fucking Jew. While in drama with them. Apparently, the stuff that Black Griffin has done can never be a joke, guys. It can never be a joke. It can never be satire. It can never be read in any other way except for grooming and pedophilia. So by that standard, and I'm very big on judging people by their own standards, I believe Sophie Scruggs, and I've got no reason not to believe this. When was the last time you ever saw Sophie Scruggs defend Israel? You know, really gets the noggin jogging. Really gets... Just my thank you thoughts. Known anti-Semite, Sophie SS Scruggs. True, it is. It's a dog whistle. She called a random. She was arguing with a Jew. There's no difference if she was saying that as a joke with a close friend. Yeah, apparently. Listen, the woke crowd wouldn't accept this shit. Oh my god, it was so obvious with her initials. We never even saw it. Hiding in plain sight. Plain sight. Fuck, I need some sleep. Okay. fucking another can of Coke. They should make can of Cokes bigger. Cans of Coke bigger? There we go. Incredible stuff, true. Well, I'm glad people enjoyed Thornwing being on. That's pretty good. So it gave me a break from talking, which was nice. Okay, cool, fuck it, sure, okay. Let's watch Emily's response video.
I want to start by saying that the topics I'm about to discuss are extremely sensitive and heavy. If you
I hate it here.
struggle with topics related to assault and essay allegations, I strongly recommend you turn your attention
Not to spoil, but this video is bad, but I'm sure you knew that already. Fuck.
elsewhere. The rest of you, I ask to proceed only if you are able to listen to conflicting sides of an experience and are capable of walking away and making up your own conclusions.
Please only watch this if you're not like, if you haven't made up your mind already that I'm like a massive piece of shit, please only watch it in that case, okay? And again, look at the comments. There are, dude, what? This is 10k views and 100 comments. Bro. Lol, my constructive comment was just deleted. I was nothing but cordial and didn't even take the bait when Bonk tried to call me harmful and self-centered. Oh my fucking god. I really hope you're innocent in all this, but I also massively have some distrust when clearly deleting comments calling you out on such serious issues. I'll watch the video first though. What are the new ones like? I don't understand the amount of dislikes on this video. Emmy, I hope the best for you. Jesus. You're a lot stronger than I would have been in your shoes. I wish you the best, and I'll have you in my prayers. You spent $5 to give somebody lying about a rape your prayers? Oh, these people suck. Please don't hide my comments. I wanted to help the whole situation. I'm not one to wish harm on anybody. I just hope you live and learn from all this and keep moving forward. Please, please don't hide my comment. Oh my god. Wait. I'm glad you could sort this out. Like, I always really believed you were innocent in this whole thing. You deleted all negative allegations and comments about, and I'm happy you did. Can't wait for the next song remix. Thoughts and prayers. Thanks for the team out, man. So, no, look, okay. You can't trust the dislike button. You can't trust the dislike button, okay? It's very inaccurate. To the fucking app you can get is read the pin comment. Oh, I read it earlier, Arcana. Yeah, it's her boyfriend deleting things. What are the comments back? Also, monetization has been off for this video for anyone wanting to claim she's just trying to make money off this. Well, she got $5. You're a great man, dude. I'm glad you're looking out for her. Holy shit, you're kind of going overboard. Why even do this if she's not going to see the comments? As a Jew, I alone confirm that SS Scruggs is an anti-Semite. I love identity politics. Thanks, Warm. Thanks for the 4. Also, guys, once again, as always, I just want to say a special thank you to everyone lurking. You guys are all fucking based. I wouldn't have the fucking concurrent viewership I do without you. And I hope you enjoy the content. And VOD watchers, you're all fucking based, okay? Kai Rides with 5. Good news, Beckett. Apparently this video broke containment. The Sonic fan found this video, lol. I'm sure they'll be sensible. Yeah, I mean, again, the reason this is so fucking dumb is because I can't do any damage to Emily's audience. I literally can't. They're not going to watch me. So, like, I'm not a Sonic creator. I'm a fucking commentary creator. Like, I would not be able to do anything. However, to be clear, when you start responding to this stuff, and this is why responses are always a very double-edged sword, your own audience and the wider community you belong to becomes much more aware of what's going on with you. And that's what generally does actual damage to your platform. This is why, like, people always ask, hey, if you're a content creator and you've got allegations, why aren't you responding? That's why. That's why you shouldn't respond. Responding's a bad idea. Responding is dumb. Don't respond. Ultimately, actually, you should shut the fuck up. Unless there is hard evidence, like real fucking hard evidence, that, like, that is already being shared and already breaching your community, shut the fuck up. It's like talking to the police. Don't do it.
Recently, I took a break offline to gather my thoughts, seek support from professionals, and to work on healing before putting out this video statement together for you all. This is why I wanted to remain anonymous to begin with. Not being believed as an anonymous person feels a lot less personal than enduring a harassment campaign targeting me specifically. Over the last few weeks, I've been put in a pretty difficult position where I've continually felt like I didn't have a choice on coming forward to discuss my personal experience.
You fucking came forward. You made this choice. Hold on.
Pain targeting me specifically. Over the last few weeks, I've been put in a pretty difficult position where I've continually felt like I didn't
Oh no, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions, fuck off.
have a choice on coming forward to discuss my personal experiences anonymously. Essentially, when people realized that I was the anonymous person who had a sexual encounter with Saberspark, they were either going to spread misinformation from harmful websites and provide a platform for biased sources, or give me the opportunity to come forward on my own accord and describe my experiences myself.
Okay, allow me to be super fucking clear as well. Like, the Queen's Fall video is bad, okay? I've spoken to one of the people involved in it, not Lance, but the Queen's Fall video is bad. But also, you can't sit there and complain about misinformation while you've been spreading misinformation. Also, stickers. Did you guys hit the goal? You guys hit the goal? Oh my god, guys. Please enjoy this pile of stickers. This smorgasbord of stickers. Because you know, and I know, that you make me so proud of you, okay? Listen, you guys are the best. Couldn't ask for a better audience. Okay. Emily, get your shit together and stop being a fucking liar. True!
Yes, I am aware of this video. I never responded to it because I felt the video spoke for itself. When I watched it, it made me laugh because of how poorly made it was.
Huh. Actually, hold on. Do I have something for this? Fuck, I think I do. Hold on a second. Well... Where the fuck is it? 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 Hold on. I need to, like, scroll through and find it. Oh, that's wild. Because that's a lie. That's a lie right off the bat. Hold on. Where the fuck is this? It's like, okay, so I've got a Twitter interaction that either she is lying or her boyfriend lied. And I can't work out which it would be. Or where the fuck this is. Would it be around here? I feel like it would be around here. God damn it, guys. I need to find this. Okay, cool. Cool. Firstly, let's do this. This is her boyfriend, to be clear. This is her boyfriend. And saying that she was made suicidal by this shit. Where's the other one? I swear did I have a scroll for this? I don't know if I have it anymore. There was basically a massively long, because this was originally in the video. And I took it out after having a conversation with Emmy. It's one of the things that I was like, it's probably not relevant. But Emmy's saying...
was form for biased sources, or give me the opportunity to come forward on my own accord and describe my experiences myself. Yes, I am aware of this video. I never responded to it because I felt the video spoke for itself. When I watched it, it made me laugh because of how poorly made it was.
So, she was getting a load of heat off the back of this video. But, like, this is part of a much longer thread. And you'll sort of have to take my word for it, but I could probably dig it up maybe from somewhere. That essentially, this is her boyfriend, who at the time was also managing her Twitter and trying to, like, keep things, like, away from her so she didn't see it. Because, like, the video really upset her. He talks about this in the thread. So you can't... This is a lie. You're lying. Hey, Private Parts, how you doing? This is just a fucking lie. Laters, Godzilla boy. Okay, anyway. DMs. Hold on. Ah, here we go. Okay, cool. Based. Thank you. Here's the thread. This is her boyfriend responding. The whole video is full of baseless accusations. Lie the people who made the video are just twisting all the events to hurt Naomi. Don't believe that nonsense of a video. I need to see his other comments in this thread because there's a few of them. But he confirms he's a boyfriend. Where is it? Oh, is it through this one? Damn. One specific part of this thread that I can't quite find. Why does it give those responses? Interesting. But basically, this was part of a long interaction that they had, where he's going backwards and forwards and basically just trying to convince this person not to talk about the video. So again, firstly, I mean, it didn't surprise me when he came out and said, oh, I'm deleting comments, because he's done that for years. But also, this is a lie. She was really bothered by this. He was like, I thought she was going to kill herself.
The video defends people making pedophile jokes of real children, makes outlandish claims while showing screenshots that prove none of what is being claimed, and the comment section seems to be camped out by those who participated in helping make it. But if it helps, I'll link a document in the description.
Oh, also, just very quickly, because we have a lovely moment, one of my favorite moments on these streams, because we have art for the fridge, guys. We have, holy shit. Oh shit, okay, I nearly got taken out. I got taken out by fucking... I'm being silenced. I'm being silenced. It's because there's Bonkart. It's because there's Bonkart. He knew. He knew. Okay. We have another fucking animation. I survived. I still exist. I still exist. Fuck. Brutal. Okay. I can't believe there's more bonk animations. That is so worthy of the fridge. That's so worthy of the fridge. Can I go on the fridge too? Yes, it can. It can. Can Cal. Cal also sent art, which is just adorable. I like the little pixel ghost. Pixel ghost is adorable. I really don't want to watch this video, guys. Why? Why do I have to watch this video? The brutal times. Okay, cool. Found you said it. Sent it. And there's the longer one. Right, okay. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, the thread exists. I can't bother to go back to it. Beckett versus the little lizard people want to eat his bandwidth. True, Advocate. It's brutal. Do you know, listen, the only thing that's going to save me is if you like and subscribe. Why am I so shilly tonight? Anyway.
That debunks several things claimed in the video. I wanted to ensure that harmful misinformation about me wouldn't be given a platform, and agreed to establishing my character in an interview so unknowing people wouldn't blindly believe rumors.
Again, you're giving out false information and accusing a dude of rape. This is Insane.
People have been spreading about me for years that at least most people within the Sonic space already knew weren't true, or it has been since debunked or resolved. So, all that said, this is the reason I'm here
I refuse to talk about Lizzie, I don't care.
today. I want to have a conversation about consent and intimate encounters and talk about my experiences, which were recently shared publicly, but now I want to share it personally. For starters, my experience was posted and shared without my name attached online a few months ago, where it goes over 2 uncomfortable situations I was put into without my consent that left me feeling taken advantage of. You can read the details here. I really don't wish to tread over them again ad nauseum. In
Yeah, it's almost like because what's come out afterwards directly contradicts several parts of it. And you know how, like, you notice how she shows the full statement in a way that's, like, difficult to read? Like, she just shows, like, a massive chunk of it. It's almost like that most people are not going to pause the video to read the statement if they haven't already, or remind themselves of it.
short, I was in an intimate encounter with a content creator 13 years ago that left me feeling very uncomfortable. Worse, it happened twice, and each time left me more empty. Recently, old text messages were shared in a recently uploaded video where Saberspark shares his side of the story. After
I can't believe he'd do this. Why would he share? And also, just listen back to that. Hold on. I just want to be really clear about how she's now phrasing this.
an intimate encounter with a content creator 13 years ago that left me feeling very uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. And she says this in her interview with, like, Enter. She's like, I just wish she'd apologize for making me feel uncomfortable. You are accusing him of rape. This is a rape allegation. You fucking lunatic.
Worse, it happened twice, and each time left me more empty. Recently, old text messages were shared in a recently uploaded video where Saberspark shares his side of the story. After reading those messages again after years have passed, I want to start by saying this before we dive any further. I recognize that Saberspark may not have fully understood at the time what clear and enthusiastic consent looked like in physical situations, and I'm sure the messages only gave him more of a reason to think these actions were okay. Especially now, I do not believe he acted with malicious intent, nor do I think he is an evil-hearted person.
Great. Awesome. We can go home then, right? Because I know that, like, her boyfriend says in his comment, and she's like, we're 2 minutes into a, like, hour-long video, so clearly she's looking at this going, well, it's not a retraction. Tell me, does this sound like a retraction to you?
I'm sure the messages only gave him more of a reason to think these actions were okay. Especially now, I do not believe he acted with malicious intent, nor do I think he is an evil-hearted person. What
Awesome. Great. So why did you come out with a false rape allegation? Very simple.
happened made me uncomfortable, and I want to be honest about that. I have a right to own that experience and my own feelings, but I also want to acknowledge that inexperience and lack of awareness can play.
Also, by the way, just this point of, like, I have the right to feel a certain way about something. Have we considered the fact that also this plays both ways, right? So, for example, if Saberspark argued that he felt like she was trying to baby trap him, like that was her, like, his feeling, isn't that valid then? By this like standard? Doesn't he have every right to feel however he wants? Maybe this really fucked with him. Maybe for years, Saberspark was terrified of getting a girl pregnant. Which, you know, as a brony creator, probably wasn't much of a risk for him, but still.
Play a role in how things unfolded, especially in situations like this. To be clear, his lack of knowledge does not mean I consented to either of the physical encounters mentioned. And like I said in the original testimony, for a long time I blamed myself for being in that position at all to begin with. But moving forward after this video, I hope you can walk away with this lesson. Let it be a reminder to everyone, no matter the circumstance, no matter how much you like someone or how mutual the attraction may be, always ask before initiating anything physical. Consent is not just about intention, it's about impact.
So here's like a very, very random point. Because I think I've said this before on stream. I felt pressured into having sex before. Like, by ex-girlfriends who've been like, oh, you know, I'm really in the mood. Why are you so tired? Like, don't you find me attractive? All this kind of shit. I felt pressured Not once, not ever, would I accuse any of my exes of raping me. And what's kind of fucking crazy about this standard is actually a lot of guys have stories like this. A lot of guys have experienced this. There's this sort of like public position, like social understanding that women really don't want sex. They're not really... Women are horny, okay? Most guys are going to have situations where they've had a really long day, they just want to come home, they want to throw on a movie, they want to drink a beer, and they want to eat Chinese food. And they don't want to have sex. They don't want to do anything, okay? So, for every guy who has experienced that, does that make that woman a rapist? Because that's the standard you're setting. Crazy. Actually crazy.
In active communication. It's about how you leave your partner emotionally after you are intimate with them. I want to address those using my text messages to claim I gave consent or lied about not giving it. Specifically, what those people have pointed out that I couldn't have been assaulted because I...
The claim is that you continued talking to him and he pulled away from you and that you wanted a relationship. These text messages are hard evidence of that.
I interacted with him afterwards, or how I asked for a relationship
Women are monsters, true. I know, Cloudy. I know. I worry about Falgi. Thank you for the 2.
advice, or still just wanted to maintain contact to begin with at all. You can still feel taken advantage of by somebody and
Wait, hold on. What was
not
that?
giving it. Specifically, what those people have pointed out that I couldn't have been assaulted because I interacted with him afterwards, or how I asked for relationship advice, or still just wanted to maintain contact to begin with at all. You can still feel taken advantage
Don't objectify Beckett. Thank you, Metal Man, but actually do objectify me. I like it.
of by somebody
I fully encourage you objectifying me, okay? Like, otherwise, really, what am I doing here?
and still not know how to leave the friendship. You can also experience a situation like that and struggle with conflicting feelings about it and still want to like that person. I know a lot of people may have never experienced this, but when you are a people pleaser, you have a hard time A, leaving a situation, and B, stopping it once it's started. This is also not an isolated experience for just those who...
You know, one thing that occurred to me that's kind of wild is, like, I see this a lot, where people lean on their mental health issues for, like, the stuff that they do. And they're like, this isn't an excuse, but it is a reason, right? Isn't this just an argument against dating people with mental health issues? Because if you can never, like, unless you are a medical professional, where you are, like, fully aware of every, like, facet of somebody's mental health problems, can you ever responsibly have a relationship with them? Because this is an argument against autonomy. Like, and I think this is, like, there are kind of poignant arguments like this with, like, people with Down syndrome, where people have debated whether people with Down syndrome should be allowed to be in relationships, whether they're, like, capable of making those decisions knowingly, where they can actually give consent if you're seriously mentally impaired. And it's like, well, obviously no one sane is going to fucking argue that point. But every time you do this, you are just damaging arguments of autonomy. Pinker with the 5. Chat, you made Beckett cry earlier because you didn't objectify him earlier. You know what to do. That is true, Pinker. I am very sad. I expect DMs telling me I'm beautiful. Okay. Listen, I expect a comment section full of people admitting that they would start a relationship with me and a family and we'd have a homestead, okay? Most of you are American, so homestead. Fucking this stream, man.
People please. These situations are complicated and
I do warn you, if anyone does start a relationship with me, Queeman will probably come after you. Beckett crazy is just better in bed. Sorry. True. Nightmare Games. That is fucking so true. Thank you for the 2.
not everyone is going to handle them the same. Other things pointed out that people are claiming to be signs of consent are our flirty messages or me telling him the sex was good a long
Dude, I would have just sent you the DM scroll.
time afterwards in which he randomly brings up, despite the fact that words are words.
She says, yes, I thought I told you.
words, and you'll see below neither flirting nor lying to someone to not hurt their feelings about their sexual performance is consent. To start, I want to walk you through.
Listen, he was shit in bed, okay? I was shit in bed, I lied there. Fuck me. After seeing Sonic content creators downplaying the people who don't like her her misogynist Lamau. Yeah, again, people have downplayed this for years. It's because you don't like women. Thank you, Dave, with the 5. Advocate for the 5. Guys, I have to head off, but I'll be lurking. Please bully him in my absence. Gotta keep the funny man's ego small. That is fair. Hey, Lazy, how you doing? Advocate used to come and just give me flowers, and now it's we need to bully the clown. Okay. I get it.
Through what consent is supposed to look like and feel like. This is important so that when people are having sex, everyone walks away afterwards feeling safe and emotionally satisfied. Consent occurs in the physical moment leading up to two people engaging in sexual acts. You can't give consent after the occurrence is over, for example. Flirting with someone prior is also not consent.
Okay, again, we're going to start skipping bits when she gets to the rain stuff, by the way, because it's irrelevant. You have no memory, not just no evidence, you have no memory of what your conversations with Saberspark looked like. Therefore, your testimony of what you agreed with is void. It cannot be trusted. It has no value and no credibility. Thank you, Claudia. I appreciate you.
I said it myself in the original testimony that I liked him, and he knew. But consenting to flirting is not consent to being thrown in a sudden sexual encounter in person. I want to use my platform to talk about what consent is and looks like, and what it isn't and doesn't look like. After going through a few resources on what consent is, then I will dive into how that lines up with my experiences and my feelings all these years later. Following that, I'll address some primary claims from Saberspark's side, and in exploring these
can't wait.
Elements, I hope you can take away a full picture of what consent is, what enthusiasm looks like, and how...
Guys, listen. You need to take this seriously. We're going to be educated by somebody who has apparently been sexually assaulted on multiple occasions and has told people it's fine because she's a people pleaser and has continued to engage with people who have apparently, in her view, sexually assaulted her. She is going to explain to us what consent is. I cannot fucking wait. Jesus fucking... And actually, that's a lie. I'm going to skip a lot of it. Metal Man with a 5. We can only be friends no matter how devastatingly handsome you may be. Let's go, guys. 07. I'll even heart that little comment. There we go. Based. Absolutely fucking based. A base take. I feel like her excuse of being a people pleaser is basically her way of explaining why Saber wouldn't know that these encounters weren't consensual. Yeah, and it, again, makes the entire thing void. That is a soft retraction. You can still be uncomfortable, Emily. I'm not saying you can't. I've never at any point said you can't be uncomfortable. But Saber wouldn't know that. Saber would have no way to know that. Everything about the way you describe yourself indicates that you would have consented.
How not to either be taken advantage of or accidentally take advantage of a future sexual partner. My first and still primary goal is and always was to share my experiences so that others might avoid feeling taken advantage of after being intimate with someone.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Your goal was to go after Saber because of Black Griffin. That's just a lie. You say this in the interview with Lazy and Enter. It's to go after Black Griffin. Future Nightmares Games with the 5. Did Emmy just say every encounter must be satisfactory at the end? Motherfucker, unless I come, it's rape. Unless I am squealing by the end and squirting, it's rape, okay? I have very high standards. You better fucking work, motherfucker. Otherwise, I'm calling the police.
someone they look up to, and wanting to personally prove to myself that I have the courage to talk about these things. By understanding what consent looks like in different situations and circumstances, you will see why I felt taken advantage of, and then perhaps learn how to avoid these type of situations going forward. The information I'm about to read to you is directly from the Reign's official website.
Okay, we're gonna skip over, like, fucking huge amounts of this. Fuck this shit.
Individuals who are underage, neither of us want affirmative expression of consent can help both you and your partner to understand and respect each other's boundaries. Unfortunately, I didn't experience any discussion of what either of us wanted out of our encounter, or even if I felt comfortable in the situation. I wasn't.
Here's what's really interesting as well. Because there might be a ring of truth to that in a very specific way. I don't think that they ever discussed whether this was a relationship or not. And I do think both of them went into it wanting different things. But that also means nothing about the consent argument. My brain is imploding from having a Sonic fan trying to act like an expert in sex and consent. Expect my therapy bills. Listen, we've talked about this. You guys give me money. That's not the... It's this way around, okay? I'll tell you what, we'll do a fundraiser for Chat's Therapy, and Chat's Therapy will come in the form of me paying Rotting to do an animation about it. Okay.
Even the one to willingly take my own clothes off. He claims we had discussions.
See, here's a really interesting thing as well. I wasn't even the one to willingly take my own clothes off. It's a really weird claim to make. Have you ever been like making out with somebody and unbuttoned their shirt? Have you guys ever done that? Have you ever like been like in the throngs of lust? Is that the right word for it? And pulled someone's pants off with your teeth? Because if you have, you may have raped. No. Okay, guys, you need to get out more. Dude. Fuck. Stickers heal all. True. True. Please enjoy this pile of stickers, because you're super based and have once again hit the fucking goal. Let's fucking go, okay? Amazing work. And I'm once again proud of you. That's very specific. Okay, it might be specific. Wait, is that just me? None of your chat has ever felt the touch of a woman. Jesus Christ. I think okay, there is a criticism I have heard of internet people that no one gets laid enough to know what a normal fucking healthy relationship with somebody looks like, right? Like, I'm sorry. I refuse to understand. I refuse to believe this. I've learned more about you than I've ever wanted to. Fuck off. Forgive me for being romantic, Jesus.
Of this prior to the event, but provides no proof of this.
Imagine stopping and asking, "May I unhook your bra now?" Yeah, that's kind of the point. It's like, look, there are stopping points where you read people's body language, where you're like, where somebody might just straight up say, "Hey, look, I'm not comfortable with it." I think everyone's had those points as well, and you stop, right? And that can even be, of course, after somebody has said yes to something. This is also why you have safe words and shit. But I'm telling, like, again, people have done this to me. I've had people, like, pull my t-shirt up over my head. Like, when I was, like, fucking... There's something cute about that. I really worry about you guys, okay? I really worry about you guys. No one's ever experienced, like, love. It's brutal. This is actually brutal. This is a dark timeline. I've pulled off someone's bra with my teeth. Based, okay? Asking for affirmative consent every step of the way is just a mood killer. There are some people who want that, who are into it. But yeah, for some people, it, like, if you're a guy, here's the reality. if you're a guy and you're asking for this affirmative consent every step of the way, a lot of women hate that. I know that's like sounds crazy, but a lot of women actually fucking hate that. They get really annoyed by it. And again, I've had girlfriends who are like, why don't you choke me more? I'm like, I can't fucking choke you. What like twice your size. And like a lot of people like rough sex. This weird, again, kind of prudish, puritanical view. It's awkward as fuck. It's just awkward as fuck. I like the fact that chat's having a reaction of like, oh fuck, we view this guy as like our parasocial father streamer figure. He's not allowed to talk about having sex. Weird. It's like hearing our parents do it. Cartoon with the 5. Holy damage control, Batman. I've been proven to be a Weasley little liar, so I'll play semantics and lie even more this video. So fucking accurate. Kicking with the 20 Swedish crowns. Good morning, Daddy Beckett. Mostly lurking today. Well, I'm glad to have you in lurking. I hope you're doing well. And Metal Man with the 2. Can we get Beckett a dommy mommy? Listen, okay, that might be too much information, okay? In a hookup, usually verbal consent is safer because you don't know how each other and what each other's body language is going to read. But after 5 years with my own partner, we know each other enough. Yeah. You begin to, like, I know it's crazy, but you begin to, like, know the other person. Is stick as your safe word? Maybe. Like, we don't need to have a conversation every time. Maybe we have sex now. Yes, I would like to have the sex now. Yeah. True.
Consent cannot be given by individuals who are underage, intoxicated, or incapacitated by drugs or alcohol, or asleep or unconscious. If someone agrees to an
Which, again, is none of the things that you were.
activity under pressure of intimidation or threat, that isn't considered consent because it was not freely given. Unequal power dynamics, such as engaging in sexual activity with a student or employee, also means that consent cannot be freely given.
This power dynamic shit is so infuriatingly fucking gay. I mean, listen, the reason we're doing this whole fucking, like, chat hit on Beckett shit is just, like, a meme. Once again, did my ex-girlfriend sexually assault me because I was a mod and she was a streamer? Would anyone ever make that fucking argument other than maybe Queeman as a meme? No? Does that sound fucking mental to anyone else? Okay, we're gonna jump ahead past this shit, I don't care. What was this one? Oh my god, what consent does not look like? Flirting. Apparently this was a planned hookup. You have no evidence otherwise. In fact, all the other interactions we've seen suggest that it was. I don't know. Again, you're planning to hook up with a guy you've told... Sorry. You're planning to meet up with a guy you've told you liked. He was fully aware of your feelings towards him. He was aware that you already had a kid and were sexually active. He invited you to his hotel room. You're not like a moron, Emily. At the same time, you guys have been talking for months at this point. For months. Dude, I'm gonna crash out. Okay, we're gonna get past this, like, enthusiastic consent bit. I don't care. She brings up a fucking Black Griffin clip as well. She brings up a fucking Black Griffin, like, comedy clip about consent. It's like, it's a joke. Are we not allowed to joke about things anymore? If you ever joke about this, you're a rapist. That's the new standard, everybody. Much like Sophie, known anti-Semite Scruggs, cannot claim she joked about calling someone a fucking Jew. She must have meant it with her whole chest. Good old SS Scruggs. Metal Man with a 5. Let me get this straight. Saber spent his own money getting message recovered from devices, and she poops this video out. Yeah, like zero fucking effort. Okay, what was the rest of this?
Been months. Now, with all of this said and done, I do also want to talk
okay,
about
hold on. Let's go back to this.
his initial response to the allegations to defend Black Griffin.
They seem to see themselves as judge.
Known anti-Semite. What? Yeah, Sophie Scruggs called somebody a fucking Jew during a drama. She tweeted it out because she was angry at him. And that seems pretty anti-Semitic to me. I wonder why Bonk hasn't called out Sophie Scruggs for anti-Semitism. It's almost like Bonk doesn't care about any of these things. He only cares when it's somebody he doesn't like.
Judge, jury, and executioner, and launch vicious harassment campaigns against multiple online creators, such as Billy Bustup, Prince Whateverer, and Black Griffin.
However, this isn't my own story to dive into, but I do hope after this, people can redirect their attention back there, because to this day, he has still not responded to Destiny.
Yeah, how interesting is this? I was groomed by Gabriel Brown when I was 13. I've closed it now. Where the fuck is it? Have you noticed how we're, like, shifting things? Where's Sophie Scruggs? Where are you, you fucking lying bitch? Right, come here. Come here. Get over here. Destiny still deserves to be listened to re her allegations that Black Griffin sexted her at 14 years old. None of you could be consistent. It was 13 a minute ago. Well, what are we going to end up with? Like, Destiny eventually saying, like, fucking, like, he groomed me when I was 20? This is so fucking retarded. None of you, like, how can we trust you? You guys can't even keep your fucking ages straight. Fuck off. It's so stupid. This is so dumb. I can't. What the fuck are you meant to say to this nonsense? Oh, fuck. It was a leap year. True. These people are so retarded. It's crazy.
And it has been months. Now, with all of this said and done, I do...
Guys, you need to not focus on me. You need to focus on the Black Griffin allegations. The Black Griffin allegations are what really mattered. Guys, don't you know that Black Griffin's a monster? Emily, you lied about a rape. Fuck off. And then you dropped this hour-long video. This response should have been a tweet. This response should have been a tweet. On reflection, I'm a traumatized person. I'm just a little bean. I was manipulated. People were whispering in my ears for years. I was angry at Saberspark over the Black Griffin stuff. And then I just lost my mind. But he's not a rapist. He's not a rapist. It's not true. Fuck, why are we mentioning President Sunday? Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. I thought it was in chat. So why the fuck is Sunday here?
I also want to talk about...
I think your son is having an existential crisis. Wait, who? What the fuck are we talking about?
Point out issues I have with how this situation has been handled and other aspects of this situation that I feel need to be talked about. I say that I pulled away from Saber along with getting the time wrong during an investigation, and this is being seen as proof enough of a discrepancy that renders my entire experience...
Okay. Do you notice how here she's saying, oh, well, I got the date, I got the year wrong. And that's the discrepancy that's being seen. No. It's multiple fucking discrepancies. It's multiple things. I don't know what you mean. That's a lie. That's a lie. You are lying about what people are saying about you. This is you lying, Emily.
Fake somehow. Meanwhile, Saber gets the timeline wrong in his interview where he talks about ghosting me for months despite having the text messages in front of him. This is something that was called out by the interviewer, but shows that he too has inconsistencies in his own timeline.
So if this was, I mean, you say you pulled away from her for the next few months, but I mean, because I've seen your DMs with her. But he's way more fucking consistent than you are. Yep. So, like, again, this is an offhand comment. It's not a written statement. Emily wrote these statements down. You can see them in the DMs with KP. They even went through to try and check them. They removed things and edited things in. It's not, this is obviously not the same fucking thing. God, this is disingenuous. If you pulled away from her, I mean, it wouldn't be for months, Saber. It would
Not
be,
months, I would say. I mean, I'd say November. No, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm getting my the increments wrong. But I would say for the rest of November, and we'd still text, but I was a lot more reclusive of replying. A lot, not nearly as enthusiastically, communicative. I would say I was pulling back a bit. And
why do I suddenly sound nasal as fuck in her video? I actually had a cold at the time. Thank you for pointing that out.
also, it was Christmas time too. We were getting close.
Yeah. Yes, the interviewer. Yeah, no one names me in anything. I don't know why. This cope and seethe is the worst. Thank you for the truth too, Metal Man. So true. I am a monster.
The year, and also me working on my documentary with Paleo, and I was focusing on that. So just didn't really have much time. I didn't talk to her as much, but we still talked. We still talk to each other, just not as much.
This all happened 13 years ago. It's not going to be easy to remember every detail. The only reason I remember the physical event so vividly is because of telling close friends I trusted and therapists about the experience for years. Again, I've continued to carry on the feelings of being taken advantage of for a long time. If we're going to question inconsistency,
She has carried on the feelings of being taken advantage of. I agree. Like, she feels like he played with her emotions. But you're claiming he raped you. Part of the problem as well is, her claim here, one of the core claims, is there was no agreement to meet up or hook up. There was none. But she doesn't remember those conversations. She's admitting that. Well, that couldn't possibly happen. You don't know. You didn't know you had 6 months of correspondence with him.
and stories, it's important to acknowledge that in Saber's original statement, the takeaway for many was that I wasn't a real person, but
Okay. Nobody who matters thinks that. These are random tweets. Really, the problem is that Saber didn't name me in his accusation. Like, I wanted to remain anonymous, but like then Saber responded and he didn't even name me. The fuck are you talking about? Warm eggs with a 5. Riddle me this, Becky. What if Destiny was sent text art dick pic? If it all makes sense now. Someone warn Claire. Jesus Christ.
rather a fabrication of KP and Bonk.
So let's talk about the response video for a second. Because Saberspark more so kind of says that the whole thing was just a giant hit piece on him, which I think is probably the reason why people think you don't exist. But what was your whole, thought process just kind of watching his response video, like?
In terms of looking at it from somebody who would be hypothetically a fan of him, wanting to get the truth of, what...
Oh, this is the worst. This is one of the worst. This is actually worse than the ukulele response video. Unironically, this is so bad. It's actually just hard to get through. Kai Rise with 10. Hey, if we want to buy these false... If we want to bury these false docs and Destiny's accusations, let's get streamer Destiny to go over the docs. He did so well with the rape allegation doc John Swan made back in the day. God. I hate it here. I actually hate it here. I need a new hobby. I swear, I'm going to transition to being like a Lego YouTuber. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start a new channel. Going to be called fucking Lego and Seethe. And I'm going to start doing Lego content, okay? I'm going to make Lego models. I'm going to talk about Lego sets. Maybe occasionally other model sets.
What happened, can you speak on this? I don't think it was very good because it doesn't even really go into it, and I found that to be interesting that he focused so much on this. He doesn't say it, but I will say it is very heavily implied that this was just a manifestation of KP and Brony fandom.
No, it's not. It's not at all. You fucking dude. These people are so fucking. Listen. I'm not saying that was the intention, but it was heavily implied. No, it's just you're anonymous. He wanted to keep you anonymous, and that's not. And to be clear, I don't think Saberspark did that because he's a good person. I think Saberspark did that because he knew what would have happened if he came out with her name. He knew what the response would be because it's obviously a fucking trap. I don't know that for a fact, but that's my impression and opinion.
Shocked to see that.
This implication contributed to Bonk being severely harassed online to the point where it impacted his mental health, which people...
She's running defense for... Hold on, Emmy, why are you not mentioning the fact that the guy who, like, put your allegations out, and apparently is one of the people who convinced you to put these allegations out that you came to, is a fucking Falcon? Why are you not talking about all the problematic things that Brony Fandom has done? Why is it about Lego and Brick Seethe? It's a bit of a mouthful. I do like it though. Dude, this is ridiculous. Guys, he was harassed. Dude is trying to ruin people's lives. You're damn right he was fucking harassed. And importantly, also, I want to be clear, I never told Bonk to jump. I never once have told Bonk to jump. I did not do that. That is a malicious and slanderous rumor. I'd never do such terrible things.
cheered
That, to be clear though, what I did say and what I continue to say that is, if I was Bonk, if I was Brony Fandom, if this was my life, I would have jumped. I wouldn't have filmed it, and it wouldn't have taken Twitter harassment to do it, but I would have jumped.
on, including people Saber himself platformed in his own response. Saber also engaged with tweets suggesting I wasn't real,
Also, this one's weird.
in his own response. Contributed.
Of KP and Brony Fandom. I was shocked to see that.
This implication contributed to Bonk being severely harassed online to the point where it impacted his mental health, which people cheered on, including people Saber himself platformed in his own response. Saber
Again, this is like a blurry message that was from Slugstream of like some tweets that were liked. But Saber's not allowed to like things now? Is this really what we're doing? And also, by people who were like, Saber platformed in his own response. What do you mean? His own response is just like, I mean, I guess you could talk about it, his response being his interview with me. But again, we're not connected to many of these people. We're only tangentially connected to Slug because we're in the same fucking community. And even then, I have no fucking relationship to Angry Slug. He said this. It's, you know, we have Twitter interactions. I think we have a few DMs, that's it.
also engaged with tweets suggesting I wasn't real, reinforcing
Also, streaming over it continues to spin bullshit sympathy suicide bait bullshit to continue to slander Saberspark. I'll be going over recent tweets and such alongside an alleged victim message to, again. This has nothing to do with anything. You're just lying.
that narrative. Before Saber released his response, posts and documents identifying me as the victim were being removed from his subreddit, and one of his friends had already indicated they knew exactly who I was prior to any public acknowledgement.
Isn't that a good thing? He's protecting your anonymity? Isn't that what you wanted? Like, fuck me. This is part of the problem with this response as well, when she's making it so far out when, like, kind of we're at the tail end of this drama, where nothing in this is consistent or makes any sense. He's talking about the fact that Saber used Slug's interaction with KP in his video, but it's whatever because KP did that. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's irrelevant. Because he was protecting your anonymity, true. Do you think I'm a bad person for saving the Chud stream watching Bonk on the bridge crying over and over again? No, I don't. Because, like, look, I'll be honest with you. The reason I didn't put that footage in the video is not in deference to Bonk. I've said this before. I don't care. Dude, I'm completely apathetic to Bonk. If Bonk killed himself tomorrow, I would feel nothing. I wouldn't feel happy. I wouldn't feel sad. I would feel literally nothing. But suicide's a really, like, painful topic for a lot of people. So I didn't personally want to make light of it in the video. And I try and have a different tone with my videos than I do with my streams. But, I mean, realistically speaking, I don't care. I still got a copy of that stream saved. Sophie and Bonk are too heavy for rope. Their baiting will do nothing for me. True, Archer. Very base take. Thank you for the 5. Can't believe everyone gets banned for like crazy takes and other chats. And this chat gets accused of being soy, and no one gets banned for anything crazy. Becca, I return to find that you're traumatized chat with your history of biting buttons. Stop that, you degen. They're good, wholesome chatters that would never touch a woman. I would like to know, Mally heard me talking about, like, biting people's buttons and things and undressing people, and then comes back to chat. I just think that's interesting. Just think it's worth maybe noting, potentially. Interesting.
I also want to point out that he would react and unreact to DMs that he had with Sophie Shrugs, someone uninvolved in the situation, but someone who still supports me and has supported other women who have come forward about other people during these last few weeks.
Also, this is just fucking insane. Saber's like, look, Sophie Scruggs is involved in a fucking hate campaign. If he's like, oh my god, how could you go and like and dislike a fucking Twitter DM? I reached out to Sophie. I messaged Sophie. I was like, hey, you should probably talk to me. That's not harassment. I'm obviously mentioning Sophie regularly. You're involved in this. Who the heck stalks reaction? Stop it. Yeah, well, you've got to remember, all these people have been terminally online forever, and this is the sort of group that used to, like, go after people. Oh my god, you liked this thing? Oh my god, guys. Black Griffin quote tweeted Shane Dawson. Shane Dawson. How dare he? He must be a pedophile. Absolute fucking insanity. Archer with the 5. If this chat is too soy, I would be blacklisted with what I just said. True. And accurate. Listen, no one gets banned from here. I know Mally just left the chat after I said that, though.
To purposely notify her and push their year-old DMs to the top of their messages. Good friends of Saber would email me multiple times claiming he had Skype logs that apparently were kept, while the release messages weren't from Skype and were instead text messages. Still, someone who was very...
Wait, what was that?
Purpose Saber would email her and push their year-old DMs to the top of their messages. Good friends of Saber would email me multiple times claiming he had Skype logs that apparently were kept.
Good friends of Saber. This is a lie. This is just a lie. I want to highlight it as a lie. There's no evidence for this. I've got no idea who any of these fucking people are. Neither does fucking Emily. You're just lying. I mean, again, this is why people look at this and go, this is malicious. It's obviously malicious.
While the release messages weren't from Skype and were instead text messages. Still, someone who was...
Also, at the time these emails were sent, by the way, we didn't have the text messages either.
Was very aware of the fact that he had logs. His friends would also wish horrible things to happen to me. Another burner would pretend to be worried about me before my fan base even found out about this. It was sent around the same period of time the other emails came flooding in.
I also get hate mail. Who cares? God, this is all so fucking pathetic.
I had to block these emails from coming in because otherwise they wouldn't have stopped. I even removed my email from my Twitter description temporarily, but because this was likely the same friend of Saber's, I still received emails because they...
There's no evidence of this. What friend of Saber's? Who are you talking about? You can't just claim... Again, how can we believe anything you say when you just come out and lie about shit? Fucking wild. I said constantly that the only thing we have to go on is the credibility of the people making accusations. And every single fucking time, you are destroying your own credibility. Also, Enter, Mr. Enter, friend of Saber in Emmy's world. The problem is that it can't be from Enter's group because Enter was already in touch with Emmy at this point. It can't be from my group because my group A doesn't send anonymous emails, and B, we're trying to reach out through other means. We were trying to reach out through KP and then Lazy Bedhead. So we've never tried to reach out by email to my knowledge. Fauci may have sent one, but if he did, it would have been under his name. As for Saber's friends, Saber has other lines of contact to you. Doesn't he? Like, if they were trying to get in touch with you, I mean, you're claiming this is a harassment thing, but what, like, you're confusing friends for random fucking A-logs. Probably, actually, and this is just an assumption, but from the fucking Sonic community. Because what's more likely, Saber's fanbase sending you emails, or the people who've been A-logging you from the Sonic fandom for the past, like, 5 years? Doesn't that seem more likely? God, I wish Bonk did a flip while holding Emmy tight. Oh shit, access. Man. Disavow. No, I'm kidding. I don't fucking care. Thanks for the vibe. These peeps weaponize Reddit. God, like, somebody came to me and was like, you know, Reddit doesn't like you. I'm good. Good. Why would I care? Anybody, and I mean this, anybody who seriously cares what the opinions of the r/drama YouTube fucking subreddit is, or any subreddit anywhere on that fucking website, if you care what their opinions are, if you seriously look at a Redditor and think this is someone I should listen to, you have no value as a human being. Your death would leave no social impact, okay? You have fucked up. I'm not even sure therapy could fix you. If you are a content creator who is gay enough to be bullied by Reddit, you need to stop. You need to stop. You cannot be bullied by Reddit. It is the worst website on the internet, okay? There is just no, like, you have no value. It is insane. I know content creators who've been bullied by Reddit. There is no faster way to lose my respect. I'm just like, dude, you're a fucking loser. It's the gayest shit possible. Okay? And it's even worse with content creators who have their own subreddits. Every single fucking one of you. Chat, ignore him. Reddit is a godsend for recommending hair products. Well, I can't argue with you. Fuck. Mally, why are you doing this to me?
They already knew my email from sending the previous ones. One person in particular, who is either directly on the investigation team or one of Saber's good friends, would also email me on a burner account attempting to bait me to share personal information and to speak ill of specific people so that
you can't, Mally, you're doomed.
They could have the green light to have that particular
favorite,
person speak ill about me for YouTube content. This is something I would later find out was their motive after I spoke to someone directly on the investigation team.
So, this is something that, who the fuck did you speak to? Who is this? Because it's not from Enter's side, they were already fucking talking to you. And I didn't say this. By the way, I should be clear, actually. I obviously have the call I had with Emmy recorded. Okay? I obviously have that recorded. It's not my first day on the fucking internet. I will never put that out. Unless there is a claim somewhere that I told Emmy these fucking emails came from, like, our investigation team. Because that is a wild fucking thing to claim. That is actually, that's claiming harassment. So this is just a lie. And it's probably a very provable lie. So unless Emmy can point to a different group who she spoke to, which no one has any fucking awareness of, this is a lie. And actually, look, I'm not expecting a retraction. I just never want to hear this fucking claim again from Emmy. I never want to hear it again. Because if I have to dispute this by releasing the fucking call, I will. This is a crazy thing to say about, like, any of the work that we do. Like, we'd engage in this sort of behavior. Absolutely fucking wild.
They would threaten and lie to me to try scaring me into talking. This same burner email has a Twitter account dedicated to primarily defending Black Griffin and Saberspark, and even used it to harass me further, despite...
So they're a random fucking Twitter account. Also, how do you know this?
...to me to try scaring me into talking. This same...
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. So it's the same thing. On fucking... So it's a random chatter? Does anyone know who this person is?
Burner email has a Twitter account dedicated to primarily defending Black Griffin and Saberspark, and even used it to harass me further, despite pretending to be a respectful content manager wanting to hear my
Pretending to be a respectful content manager. Pretending. You're recognizing that this is somebody pretending to do that.
side of things, when in reality it was to further harm me.
Linking a Cope and Seeds video as if it was in the middle of premiering. But this has nothing to do with me. I don't know who the fuck this person is.
I didn't feel comfortable speaking ill of certain people, especially to some random burner. Unfortunately, those people came up in my interview and I had to speak on my experience, but tried remaining as amicable as I could while still explaining the context behind the topic because I didn't want to cause conflict for them. And then I remember out of nowhere this burner breaking.
I looked into it on stream. The only followers of it are people who have been fighting Black Griffin for a while. Okay.
The facade of being a manager for a creator and suddenly starts typing in the exact same way as the other emails, saying how I messed up and how they don't think I realize what is about to happen to my reputation. While I can understand Saber and his friends believing he did nothing wrong and that I am the one causing him harm, I have not once thought to torment him or his friends directly in this type of way through.
You came out with... I sound like a broken record. I know, guys. This has been a very long stream. It feels very long to me. We've been, like, just pinpoint on this fucking topic. There's been very few tangents. But I cannot once again stress enough. You cannot claim that... I didn't do anything, guys. I didn't try and harass him. You came out with false rape allegations against him. This is a mental thing to say. You are not the victim here.
Trying to emotionally manipulate me into talking and just outright harassing me. I just don't understand this behavior. When these kinds of things are shared online, people often feel they need to pick apart testimonials without evidence because there's nothing else to go off of. Which I think is a fair thing to conclude, but in many of these situations, these misconceptions bleed into how the accuser is treated. Really, it's hard for anyone to win in these situations because everyone feels the need to take a side or try to come to...
Could you imagine if I did this? Let's say somebody randomly came forward, because there have been allegations against certain people. Fuck, there have been allegations against Destiny. I have seen anonymous allegations against Destiny. I've seen anonymous allegations against Peter New. And I've sort of joked about the fact that it's like, it's pretty funny to see that coming full circle. But I'd never seriously engage with them, other than the ones where Sophie Scruggs is an anti-Semite. That's like, you know, that seems pretty ironclad to me. But good times. But like you can't act like this. Obviously, people are going to question the things you're saying because they're not little things. It's not a tee-hee, oh my god, one time, guys, he knocked over my milkshake. Allegations against Destiny Doodles. Yeah, apparently Destiny's part of like a harassment community. Do you know what's not part of a harassment community though, guys? Me giving you stickers. This is not form of harassment. Except, is that harassment? I guess you're harassing me for stickers. And then I have to give them to you. And then, like, I have less stickers. And that's always difficult. Do you know sticker prices are going up? It's very... It's becoming unmanageable, guys. The real stickers were the friends we made along the way. Anyway, cool.
Someone's defense.
You love bombing us? Oh no. Like, Psy entered the chat.
People want to be fair and not falsely accuse anyone while also wanting to maintain some form of support to the accuser as well. Which is why I think sharing your experience to anyone who isn't your friends, family, a therapist, support group, or a professional who is trained in handling these...
What, you mean like a random group of people at a fucking com? Like, is that what... Like, guys, I only shared this to some of my closest friends. You blurted it out in rage in a fucking convention room. The Terrace hit stickers now too. True. Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. I have to import them, you see. You would not survive the allegations they cook in the Minecraft community, but I would like you to see you try. Thanks, Mally. Dude, if Mally ever writes a fucking Google Doc on me, I am absolutely fucked.
Situations will almost always end badly unless you have evidence. Otherwise, you will experience so much stress trying to defend your personal experiences. This is exactly why I initially wanted my involvement with Saber to remain anonymously, especially since people who have a pattern of behaving in a certain way don't tend to change that pattern much, and I felt that if there
What you mean? Defending themselves when you accuse them of being a rapist? Patterns like that? I know that's crazy. I know that's wild. Falgi pointed this out, I think, where it's like every time she's talking as a victim, she shows a picture of herself. Every time she's talking about the victimizer, she shows a picture of Saberspark. Bro, this fucking video.
there were more people who have had this experience, then I wanted them to know that they weren't alone. I felt taken advantage of and carried these feelings for a long time. I also feared that there may be more people that could have been put into the same position, or would be put into that same position and feeling the same way I did in silence. Knowing that, I had to step forward in some way and tell someone, even if I didn't initially want it to be known to the public that these were my personal memories. Ultimately, I don't have much evidence. This was never expressed to mobilize people against Saber. In fact, people who cheered on his downfall left my stomach in knots. People were happy that I was put into the situation because it gave people the green light to go after him.
I love this. It's like, people, I was very sad because people were happy that I'd been raped. You accused him of being a rapist. This is obviously what you wanted. And I think that you were, like, intentionally... I think you were pretty gleeful, I'll be honest. Falgi needs to yell. Go on. Go on. I'll give him a little bit. I'll give him a little bit.
Hello, Beckett.
Hello, Falgi. How you doing?
I just noticed something new in this response.
Okay.
And compared to the totality of all of her responses. So she says she's making this video because Saber has a pattern. We don't know what pattern, right? Because Saber has never been Raper Spark before in his life, to our knowledge. Yes. So that's never happened. So initially, it's because of Aficionado Chris, because he allows Aficionado Chris to be on his team. But it's really not because of that, because it's Black Griffin. But coincidentally, there's other things, because the only other conclusion would be KP telling Emmy about a random harem of fans that has never existed. So, not only is she lying about the intent of creating this video, obviously, she's lying multiple times about the intent about coming forward with her allegations. Because it's now changed for the 4th time, twice in this video.
Yeah.
I'm crashing out, buddy.
I know.
I hate this video.
I'm actually amazed at how bad it is.
I think what it is that it's such a... I said this yesterday. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to stand 10 tones down on it. I believe, and I cannot prove this, I believe Emily is losing sponsorships and deals with Sega from behind the scenes.
I don't.
That's my schizo theory. I will be
Okay.
my schizo theory.
I have good reason to believe that she has nothing to lose.
God damn.
God
damn it!
Yeah, I have good reason to believe that she has nothing to lose.
That would suck then if she has nothing to lose. That would be actually kind of sad, personally speaking, for her. That actually kind of makes me feel bad for her a little bit. Fuck!
Yeah, like,
if that's
like
the case.
I don't... Look, you can... I can't tell you... I'm going to pull a bonk. I can't tell you exactly why I think that. But I don't think this is causing any issues with relationships with Sega, because I don't think she currently has any relationships with Sega. I think those relationships are long dead. And actually, if you look through a lot of her content as well, her channel's pretty much dead.
Yeah.
Like, there's no cost there. The reason Emmy is responding is because Emmy desperately wants this to stop. That's why. It's for her own audience, so they stop asking her about it. Because there were comments about this everywhere. And she's hoping that she can play the game of, look at all the other times people have come out against me. and that wasn't true, and I was just attacked, and she's trying to do the victim thing again. It's nothing to do with sponsorship.
Yeah.
It's entirely to do with community.
Yeah, I could see that. That was what I was leading to, is like the community that she's built is now she's kind of hard stuck in the Sonic fandom. There's really no turning from it. She does sound like Tails. It's fucking eerie. It'll ruin the character for me for the rest of my life. And
Yeah.
it's fucking, it screw up on Sonic. I guess I'm fucked now. I
mean,
it's just like
it's worth pointing out as well, like that people think a lot of things are really well connected. You know, you'll think about things like the Frogan sponsorship with Sonic. The
oh
Sonic
my
ball
god.
game. But that wasn't directly through Sega, to be clear.
Yeah.
People don't realize this. Like, this wasn't a Sega decision directly. That was a third party. And
Yeah, 'cause it's a sponsorship, yeah.
well, no, I mean, like, actually the board game itself is third party.
Oh, yes.
It's just licensed IP, a licensed IP.
Yeah.
So, like, people may be having these positions, but the truth is that Emmy has kind of, like, burnt those connections over time. Yeah, it's Sega now is not what Sega was, especially with the Sonic fandom. It's much less connected with the fan base than it used to be because of all the issues it used to have. So, yeah.
It's just so interesting because I can't wrap my head around just like I understand that this is a very vindictive video. This is a very like, I'm gonna do appeals to my audience. It starts from the beginning of the video where she's saying you need to have a critical thinking mind. If you don't have a critical thinking mind, turn off the video. Her boyfriend deleting comments. I know he reinstated mine or unhid me from the channel. Good on you, I guess. But it's like, I've seen reception in places. This is not well received for a lot of different reasons. And I think the main reason is there's just nothing here. There's just nothing here at all. Like, she doesn't present anything new. I know she will make the claim that she attempted to... That's something really interesting I want to highlight, and I didn't think about it when we listened to the video. Emily makes the claim that she made the attempt to get the elevator footage. I don't believe that's true, because it's Enter's team that does it, because it's in Enter's video. It's the only proof that it's ever been there, is Enter's team making the call to the hotel.
Yeah, because they went and checked the layouts.
Yeah.
It was Phineas who did that.
And she wasn't the one that initiated that, from my understanding, unless there's other proof that she can show a call log.
The biggest problem, the biggest problem with all of this is it's kind of irrelevant. She had years to go and screenshot these conversations. Years.
Yeah. And it's always been that way. It's always been that way.
And again, I mean, my schizo theory is, and has been for a very long time now, that Emmy actually does have the Skype logs. I think she has.
Yeah, you and I have gone back and forth on that. I don't believe so, but that's just me. That's me challenging it, because here's what I will say. The Skype logs, had she presented them, would have been better for her people-pleasing narrative. Because, and this is where my schizo theory comes in.
Yeah, but the problem is now she can't present them.
Maybe.
I think that,
because I
think that. Sorry. Well, I think that they can't, for the same reason that I think around those times, if she presents any of them, she'd be asked to present them in context. And the problem is that once you add any context to them, I think they'd be very hard to clip out of context. So I think that she's probably looked at them multiple times and gone, I can't use these. Not crazy.
I mean,
anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Any other thoughts before I go back to the video?
Yeah, none at all. I'll let you get back to it. You keep doing what you got to keep doing. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye, Fauci. Okay, very quickly. Leia with the 199 Beckett let Falgi in. I did. And that was nice. Archer with the 199. Saber just has a strange Riz pattern to BPD freak. I mean, yeah, it's Destiny Cycle. Artemis with the 5. You think Emmy did the Tails voice when she and Ryan did the deed? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I can see that. I can see that happening. God, that's fucking, this timeline's dark, bro. Okay, carrying on.
For him, it was intended to help people who, like I have, found themselves in a situation they're not equipped to navigate, and who hold regrets all these years later, and to also prove to myself that I can speak up about my experiences. I did try to obtain evidence such as the footage in the elevator when he pushed me against the wall, something that he lied about in his interview.
So I believe her claim. Also, this is really interesting. Hold on. So this is what Fauci was talking about, where it's like, I tried to get the elevator footage, which, how the fuck would you? I mean, that's such an insane... I tried, guys. Dude, it's over a decade ago. How the fuck would you get that? You think they're holding elevator footage for a decade and a half? Come on.
Up about my experiences. I did try to obtain evidence such as the footage in the elevator when he pushed me against the wall, something that...
Also, yeah, no, she didn't. That's just like, okay, yeah. I mean, Lazy would know. Dude. Lazy's gonna forever be my friend just because I pulled her away from the schizo lying check.
He lied about in his interview.
So I believe he lied about in his interview. Now listen carefully to what Saber actually says. I believe her claim was, you know, you pushed her into an elevator and were quite aggressive with her and hurt her. So none of that really occurred, or... Because
I never was aggressive, and I never hurt her. I don't recall the elevator. I don't know why we would go up to go.
I don't recall the elevator. He's saying he doesn't remember an elevator and doesn't know why they do that. That's not him lying. That's him saying he doesn't remember. Why is it if Emily doesn't remember something, it's because she's got migraines and she's ill and she's got chronic conditions and she's got brain fog? But when Saber doesn't remember something, he's a fucking liar.
Go back down. Like, I do know the bathroom was at the bottom floor, but no, I was never aggressive or pushing her or shoving her.
I unfortunately can't prove he's lying, but I remember the elevator incident vividly. I also don't have the financial resources to spend on recovering old text messages the way that Saber does. In fact, all I could find were messages with friends throughout the last 7 or so years where the situation is referenced, as well as a personal note I wrote in 2023.
But again, that's not fucking evidence, because we already know that you were lying about this years ago. Also, bro, I don't have the financial resources to go and gather these things. Start a GoFundMe, I guess. Isn't that your normal fucking tactic? Archer with a 5. Knowing how Sonic fans are, no way in hell they didn't do the voices. Yeah, that's a fair argument. Dude, that's a dark timeline. Are these people voice actors? Why is chat calling them Sonic and Tails? So Ryan Drummond is the voice actor for Sonic, and Emmy voice acts in fan things as Tails. They had an ongoing sexual affair, essentially. And at one point, Emmy does say that he did this Sonic voice while they were having sex. So that's why we're asking.
When I was in a rough emotional state. Just evidence that I continue to cope with the emotional state he left me with. Just like before, Saber had more power in this situation than I do. That hasn't changed. So I know there are many people who still aren't going to be convinced with my experience alone. And that's okay. This video isn't for them. Not many people think to document.
No, this video is for my own fan base. Please stop screaming at me. Please keep watching me.
These situations alone, and that's okay. This video isn't for them. Not many people think to document these situations in the moment because their priority is getting through the situation, and not
a decade and a half later is not in the moment. It's just not in the moment. You can't make this argument. This is such a... God, this is so fucking weaselly. We asked her to try and recover the Skype logs, and she said she knew a guy that knew how to recover it. Why would money be a problem when she told us she was asking a friend to recover them? Interesting. Yeah, no, apparently there are... Okay, so here's the problem with these Skype logs as I understand it. Skype doesn't archive further back than 2017. So when the move happened to Teams, DMs this old just wouldn't exist. They wouldn't have been carried over. That's the issue, as I understand it, okay? I don't claim these Sonic fans. I enjoy Sonic, but not like this. True rotting. True and based.
Not thinking to grab the evidence. When you feel taken advantage of and don't have the tools or words to navigate the situation, all you can do is carry forward. I want to make sure though that this is clear. I did not see the messages outright until the video came out. They were not shown to me.
How is this relevant? I told you what was in the messages. And I do mean, and again, I'll release the call if I have to, but I don't think you're going to challenge me on this. I read DMs to you, Emmy. I told you how you had gone to Saber to ask for relationship advice. It's irrelevant whether you were shown them, because they were read to you.
They were described to me. Some people have questioned my memory. As to them, it seems selective. Well, she can remember this thing, but not this other thing? Yes. If I remember something, it is because I either have spoken about the memory enough, it affected me enough to carry with me, or I have access to things to confirm the memory itself. However, the message is only being described to me.
But again, this is selective. This whole thing was really traumatic, and you talk about pulling away from Saber. That's a lie. That's not true. You didn't do that. He pulled away from you. Skype used to keep things locally, so you would need a device that had been logged in before 2017 and still contains log files. I believe that was looked for, but it just wasn't recoverable on Saber's side. Either that, or he's recovered them and not told me. It's also, dude, that'd be so based, but I don't think that's the case.
Left me trying to even visualize the messages at all so I could try to remember them. Still, I tried to speak on them to the best of my ability at the time. These messages didn't leave some sort of crazy impact that left me remembering them all too much. To those suggesting I do remember these messages, I wouldn't knowingly put myself in a position where I'd have to explain my trauma responses to the internet. I'm fully aware of how black and white things are often viewed.
To be clear, Emmy tried to stay anonymous. This is the same as the Destiny thing. You did put yourself in a position where you would have to explain your trauma response to the internet, even if you came out anonymously. You did that. This is, again, just a lie. It makes no sense. And what's kind of frustrating as well with the believable victim side is people do this all the time. They go, well, the person said this, so this must be the truth. It's like, no. People lie. People lie all the fucking time.
Online, and if I had remembered these messages, I would have chosen to avoid the harassment.
And again, once again, because she says this, she tells us her reason. She lied because she was going after Saberspark because of the Black Griffin stuff.
And victim blaming that
every time I see relationship drama, I am more and more confident that being gay is objectively better. Listen, gay men do tend to be happier, okay? Do you know who has the highest divorce rates? Lesbians. Just saying. You think Bonk will ever give up? No? What else is Bonk gonna do? Like, unironically, what else does Brony Fandom have? Brony Fandom is probably well aware that he's doing damage, but he can't stop. This is all he has. This is his life. There's just there's no option. He will be doing this until he finds something else. And there is nothing else. There's nothing else out there for Fandom. What you're looking at is the sum totaling of a human being's life, and it's a fucking pathetic mess. If you didn't know how memories work, this is 101 Psych Class BS. I say this as someone with a minor in psychology? In the field. There we go. Sorry, you got cut off on the screen. Chat's moving too fast. I've got chat very small at the moment. Archer with a 5. Thank you. But the issue is, how can she remember the two sexual encounters vividly, but not the nature of their relationship at the time? Exactly, Lazy. I'm just happy on my own. May other people go through relationships problems, and I never have to deal with it. Yeah, listen, I am enjoying being single right now. It is quite nice. Dude.
Inevitably would have followed. Saber claims that we both mutually agreed to be friends with benefits, as in, we are just hooking up, no strings attached.
And eventually, we both floated the idea of being friends with benefits and looking at Canterlot Gardens as a place where we
Once again, he shows no proof for this claim. What the fuck is... Dude, I think this is a point where I was scrolling through this video and I saw this and I was just like, bro, how are you going to say this? How are you going to come with a video with no evidence and try and point out that somebody else doesn't have evidence for a claim? The lack of self-awareness. This must be the point for some people where they just looked at it and went, that's wild. The only evidence you have was presented by Saberspark and doesn't support your narrative.
We could potentially hook up.
She seems to have a very specific memory of you saying friends afterwards.
I did say that because, again, the running joke that we had leading up to that was friends with benefits. So we'd say friends. So that is something I said.
This is not true. Every time he would stick his hand out and ask, friends, I honestly died a little bit inside. I gain absolutely nothing in consistently dealing with intense emotions about this for the last 13 years. But in the messages he shows between us, you see me talking about how he toyed with my emotions. There's even one message where he acknowledges him being the bad guy. Why would I be telling him he toyed with my emotions and talk about how I told other people he toyed with my emotions if I apparently willingly agreed to some kind of friends with benefits agreement?
That's actually a good question. Here's another. Why would you be talking about having your emotions toyed with and how your heart aches if you didn't want a relationship with him? Why would you be saying this about somebody to somebody who you currently at the time think is a rapist? So it's an interesting question, Emmy. I wonder whether we'll get an answer. No, of course we won't. Because again, this entire video is like a shotgun blast. It's just like, what will this angle work? Dude. This is so retarded.
Being friends with benefits means you are choosing to have sex, knowing fully well it is strictly casual. These messages help show that aspect.
I love the fact that Emily is basically going, like, this part of the video is Emily saying, listen, I don't know if he's a rapist, but I'm certainly not a slut. Fucking unbelievable.
Aspect of my testimony and help show that his claim doesn't entirely make sense. He toyed with my emotions, literally bringing up the prospects of a relationship both times in person. One time where he's grabbing my hand and then pushing it away. Another thing that he denies in the interview.
I never was aggressive.
Again, that you have no fucking evidence for. Why would he do this?
And I never hurt her. I don't recall the elevator. I don't know.
Also, again, if you're constantly talking about relationships, doesn't that indicate a closer relationship than the one that you're presenting, Emily?
Why we would go up to go back down. Like, I do know the bathroom was at the bottom floor, but no, I was never aggressive or pushing her or shoving her.
So I believe, again, this is her claim. We met in a public space, but no one was around and we talked for a while. He kept bringing up prospects of us starting a relationship, but how it felt wrong. He grabbed my hand saying how it felt so right. I need to push my hand away saying, but so wrong. Is there any sort of reference there that you can think of as to why she'd say something like that?
I don't recall. I don't remember us even talking about being in a relationship.
And then when I think we are just going to go up to the lobby to hang out in a more public setting because I felt it was to avoid temptation, the moment the elevator shut, he slammed me against.
That's interesting. Hold on.
Yep.
And then when I think we are just going to go up to the lobby to hang out in a more public setting because I felt it was to avoid temptation, the moment.
That's a very interesting way to put that. Wait, what? Hold on.
Up to the lobby to hang out in a more public setting because I felt it was to avoid temptation.
Not I was worried he'd do something. Not I didn't want something or I wanted to be around people because I was scared. I felt it was a way to avoid temptation. It's not. Notice how she doesn't say, I was trying to get away from Saber. I was trying to avoid temptation, which suggests that you were also tempted, right? She doesn't deny omitting info about contraception. I will get to the pregnancy stuff. There's a long fucking insane spiel about it. Bro, that's a little bit of a Freudian slip, isn't it? That also explains why they went up and went back down, because they were already downstairs. And so, like, they move upstairs and then they decide to go back down again. That's interesting. But that also makes it sound like that is a mutual and consensual decision. Doesn't it? Bro, that's fucking brutal. Why would you put that in?
The moment the elevator shut, he slammed me against the elevator wall and initiated the second time. I couldn't tell you why he decided to go up to go down. For years, I have figured it was to go to a more public space. I was just following his cues without really communicating with him. He would go into how I would spiral and get angry with him, as if he fell victim to me because I was struggling with how he had mistreated me, and I was so conflicted about my emotions with him, and felt I had gone through so much. I admit, I have definitely grown to be a much better communicator in the last several years, but you can
press X to doubt. Fucking what?
even see my complicated feelings bleeding through these messages. Another thing pointed out to me was that I talk about how this was a guy I hardly knew who took advantage of me in the testimony. These messages were used to suggest we actually knew each other really well. Let me be clear that I say this as a woman in her early 30s looking back on a situation from when she was 18 retrospectively. I even have to convince myself I wasn't obsessed with him while going through all of this because you can clearly see that I was a fan of him, confused about everything he put me through.
Holy fuck, that's crazy. You're not just a fan of him, Emily. You guys had a fucking sexual relationship. Are you kidding? She had a crush on him and titles herself demisexual. The fucking, yeah, it's crazy, Zane. Thank you for the 20 Swedish crowns. Access with the 5. Emily seems to think any affection outside of blowing her back out is some attempt to make her a housewife. Dude, this is fucking wild shit, actually. I didn't realize last night when I was building Lego, I actually wasn't paying enough attention. This is fucking mental. You remember the Zoe drama where some cosplayer tried calling him a rapist because he asked her on a date and she didn't want to offend him because he worked for a big Dota esports? I don't remember that. What the fuck? The fuck is demisexual? Demisexual is somebody who, if you are demisexual, you will only have sex or be physically attracted to somebody you have a deep emotional connection with. It's also known as being normal, okay? Demisexuality is just, I'm normal, right? That's it. It is the dumbest sexual orientation possible. It's a special little title for people who aren't whores. That's it. That's all it is.
Really didn't know him all that well despite trying to maintain a sense of closeness with him. It's forced, and you can clearly see that in the messages. I wanted to be anonymous in the first place for a reason. Coming out and discussing this publicly, especially as a much smaller content creator, leaves me vulnerable, and I have little to gain from this discussion at large on a personal level, and the odds were never in my favor.
Bro, the state of this fucking drama, let's be clear, this is a 104k channel on a response to false rape allegations. So few people care at this point that this video has 10,000 views. That's brutal. Literally no one cares what your opinion is, Emmy. Half these views are people working out what the fucking crazy, insane shit you're gonna say is.
Sharing these experiences.
What
There
a
was never
wasting
an incentive
time.
to share these intimate details about my life with the internet at large. There were claims that my memory is inaccurate, so therefore my encounter with Saber never happened. Those who wanted to investigate the situation looked very literally on the timeline to try to get a beat on what happened to uncover the full story. I want to refer to herstory.global again and show the misconceptions that we were talking about before. This actually talks about why victims forget things and don't remember exact details. It even uses the term omitting. The original telling of what happened when talking to those in
Holy shit, guys. Guys, you don't understand. I had to forget and omit things because I'm a victim. Can we just be honest for a second? I just want to be straight up honest with you. Part of the problem with, like, there's this really bad internet habit of going to resources like these. Like, you can see a few people do this when they talk about cults and they go to the bite model. And they're like, this thing's a cult. And here's all the ways where it looks like a cult. And here's how I can line up the bike model. And yes, I'm talking about Psy doing this because it's fucking incredibly retarded. But, like, you can make things fit. It doesn't make you right. And you look crazy doing it. Because all you're essentially doing is going, hey guys, here's an online resource. Or and this happens all the time in the politics community. Here's a paper that I've misinterpreted. Here are these broad fucking terms which we can look at. And here's how it applies to this specific situation for somebody I don't like. Bro, I mean this with all sincerity from the bottom of my fucking heart. Get a fucking grip on yourself. Jesus. It's like when people like, can you pull up the dictionary definition of that? Fuck off. But not you guys, because you guys are based and have hit the goal, and I am super fucking proud of you. Please enjoy this pile of stars. You are drowning in stars tonight, chat. I call demisexuals half-sexuals since demi means half. Jesus Christ, Artemis. I don't know where the phrase comes from, but thank you for the 5. Miss Darling Heavenly with the 5. Emily and Katie Bugs should be friends considering how often they contradict their own allegations and how they use sexuality as a shield. Oh, dude, I'd forgotten about Katie Bugs. Thank you for the 5, but you've reminded me that Katie Bugs exists, and now I'm sad. Now I'm sad, okay? Oh...
Investigating the events has minor differences that don't really have anything to do with whether consent was given or not, such as the time things happened and then a relatively brief moment where I saw Saberspark at a movie theater. I wasn't there with him myself, but went with my friend until I had a panic attack and missed out on the entire screening. It was brief and something I didn't remember because I was having a panic attack at the time, and this brief interaction had nothing to do with the two occurrences. I want to use
But it means you lied. This is the problem. Okay, if you have no evidence, you need to say, like, I don't remember. I don't remember this. This is actually fine, by the way, in accusations. You can say you don't remember certain parts, but you don't say that. You give affirmative answers to things, which then turn out to be lies. And this is the other problem with, like, your multiple other allegations, Emily. It's like, okay, cool, well, we're here again. Fuck me.
The time at the second occurrence as an example.
Also, to be clear, because you can't remember that second occurrence, Saberspark makes the claim that you were texting him and asking to meet up again while at the convention. That you were like, hey, let's party. That is Saberspark's claim. Because that's not directly connected to the incidents, there's no way you'd remember whether that's true or not. Saberspark may be completely accurate in his retelling. He might have very strong, vivid memories of being like, yeah, listen, she wanted more of Saberspark's saber. No one has ever said that. It's a completely unique sentence. Oh, fucking hell.
Example. When one channel tried to lay out the timeline, I said it happened around
One channel. You're not even naming Mr. Enter now? I don't know why she's doing it like this. It's really weird. It's almost like I can't work out whether it's because she's like vague posting because she doesn't want to call anyone out because it will get attention, or because she doesn't want to potentially direct anyone to those videos if they haven't seen them yet. I mean, again, she's playing clips from mine, so it's not exactly hard to work out. Everyone who's got any interest in this, the first thing you'll search will be like, actually, you've shown the video. You've shown the fucking thumbnail. You've shown the thumbnail. What the fuck is the point of this? No free clout. True. I work hard for it.
Around 10 p.m. This was me trying to give my absolute best estimate because I knew it happened at night. This particular error had led an entire team of people to believe I was lying about my entire experience. It was later discovered that I did just get the time wrong.
Now, one thing that a lot of people have noticed is that Emily has said the second attack...
Notice how, like, Saberspark can't possibly have gotten anything wrong, he must be lying, but, oh no, not Emily.
Allegedly happened on the 2nd, the day before the convention proper. However, both parties did arrive early. Now, at a point, Saberspark mentions...
Archer with the 5. Emmy wants to get sparked by Saber, which she regrets. Holy fuck.
...that his cell phone dies.
Saber, your phone died? Why would it do that?
Plugged it in last night.
Oh.
They only charge for like 30.
He tweets again later that night. Now, this kind of breaks the timeline a bit, but I do think that we need to skip forward a little and establish something immediately, because this thing threw everyone off. Saber Sparks' tweet here looks like it was made at November 3rd, at almost 1 in the morning. Now, Emily alleged that the incident happened after 10 p.m., like shortly after 10 p.m., and she alleged that Saber Spark texted her to get her to go down into the hotel's basement. Now, that...
She didn't get the time wrong, we got the time zone wrong. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm sort of zoning for this, I don't know if I care. Hold on, good, go ahead.
Texted her.
At further events. I believe two people can choose to...
Again, I just... She's trying to point out fucking inconsistencies and shit and be like, well, Saber doesn't remember everything and I don't have to remember everything and other people get the... Dude, it's irrelevant. What's relevant is the fact that you accuse Saber of being a rapist. Fuck me!
Followed me, which if...
And have you noticed in all of this, there's no I apologize, there's no I shouldn't have made that such a strong claim against him, none of this shit. Also, there's a video on Twitter that I've just seen pop up of them making like this, what looks like a really nice cake. It's really like soft. Now I'm really hungry. Oh, fuck! I bought donuts. Didn't I buy donuts? I think I bought donuts. Holy shit. I think there's donuts downstairs. Fuck, and I might need donuts. Do I leave this playing and just go and get donuts? I feel bad. I feel like I should be paying attention. Okay, listen, guys. I'm going to put on music for like literally 2 seconds. Because I need some donuts. I'm really fucking hungry. We've been going for like 5 hours. And I'll be like too fucking squirrel brain. Yeah, my brain actually just broke. Okay. Give me something to put on in the background. Let's do this. This is so pointless. Right, okay, I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
She was the image of my fantasies, yeah. Long hair, purple eyes, and 2 big pointy ears, the dwarven nails on me. Maybe you as well, girl, hopefully. Now I didn't expect what I heard next. Made my head spin so fast it'd break next. She said,
hey bitch, what's up? You're the kind of girl that could give me the good long suck, and I don't need first name basis. Maybe we could pass it to each other on the 3rd and 4th bases.
well, what the hell? She got my mind fucked like Galadriel. And I can see that we're thirsty.
Call it intuition, but it ain't just our glasses that sturdy.
And I was bridal carried upstairs, and I was thinking about asking it for 3 hairs, yeah. So here's a little secret to this. Elves are quick to recognize lewdness. We're shameless. Ooh, I love it all. You might think I'm kinda crass, but baby, you can kiss my ass. We're shameless. Stacy's mom can join in too. That's right. I delight in being lewd.
Okay, settle down. I don't even know your name.
Our name.
Okay, that's a lovely name.
My name's Kalina.
That's also a lovely name. Wait, when did you get here?
Yeah, Renee and Kalina, you don't have to explain. I know exactly what you're doing. But how far ahead did you plan all of this screwing?
Cut that pussy shit. Get up on that pussy, bitch. Call me mistress like you know that you're working it.
Yes, miss!
Put the collar on and pose. 1 bitch boy and 2 elf hoes.
Well, what the hell? We got this far, so we might as well. And things were getting kinda kinky. Essentially the content of a Henkama Dojinshi. Imagine the scene. 3 bodies all together, me in between, yeah. Pressing up against my body. Hold up.
That's a little bigger than I was expecting. Which one of us are you using that on?
We're shameless. Ooh, I love it all. You might think I'm kinda crass, but baby, you can kiss my ass. We're shameless. Stacy's mom can join in too. You gotta love those MILFs, man. I did If you're into it, just be into it.
We don't kink shame, no. We don't kink shame, no. We don't kink shame.
Okay, I'm back, and I've got donuts. Right, okay. What? It's Ken Ashcorp. It's Ken Ashcorp. Love it. Love a good Ken Ashcorp song. I have to support my fellow Brits. What the fuck are we talking about? Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Wait, a donut.
Have caused many to believe that this is now a confirmed timeline discrepancy and lie from me because the original testimony says I pulled away from him. But the time I pulled away from him was after those messages. After that conversation, it ended positively, and we would see each other at conventions, and we were amicable, even waving to each other and being really friendly. It wasn't until later that I made the choice to pull away completely. We were slowly growing.
Wait, what?
Confirms both occurrences happening from his side too. In messages, it is shown that Saberspark unfollowed me, which have caused many to believe that this is now a confirmed timeline discrepancy and lie from me because the original testimony says I pulled away from him. But the time I pulled away from him was after those messages. After that
No, he pulled away from you.
conversation, it ended positively.
It didn't end positively. What are you talking about? Your last message to him is, why did you unfollow me? You're just lying. You're lying about what's in the DMs. What the fuck are you doing?
And we would see each other at conventions, and we were amicable,
Holy fucking shit.
even waving to each other and being really friendly. It wasn't until later that I made the choice to pull away completely. We were slowly
No. Saber pulled away from you multiple times. You fucking lying whore. You're literally lying about the evidence. This is why... Oh, dude. Fucking unbelievable.
growing a comfortable distance from each other, making that choice easier on me to actively delete his number out of my phone and choosing to avoid him at further events. I believe two people can choose to pull away from the other, but I never meant to imply that I cut the relationship off myself. Maybe I should have though, but I just didn't have the tools or ability to do that at the time. Just like I wasn't able to express or act upon the fact that I felt so taken advantage of by someone I looked up to. That being said, at that particular point, that is when I pulled away emotionally. Finally. That is what I was trying to say when I said that I pulled away from him. I also want to address remarks made by a
Holy shit, what a lying bitch. Dude.
few others who are suggesting I'm using my health and trauma as a shield against criticism. I want to clarify that I don't use my health challenges or past trauma as a shield against criticism.
This may be the most wild statement of the entire fucking video. She's literally like, I never use my health and trauma as a shield, and then we'll proceed to do that for the rest of the video.
Instead, I only share my health or experiences so that people may better understand my challenges. And before I say anything further, I want to reiterate that I am open to valid criticism, but people being upset with me talking about an experience and not being able to offer enough proof are not offering me valid criticism. You can choose to still support whoever you want and go about your day. Living with PTSD, health problems, and hypochondria means these experiences are constantly present in my thoughts and affect how I navigate the world.
Hold on. What health problems?
Means these experiences are constant. Living with PTSD, health problems, and hypochondria means these
Hold on. I have a mouthful of donut. Did she just say she has hypochondria? Am I going fucking crazy? I'm like, isn't... Let me just look at what the fuck this is. Hypochondria is a type of anxiety disorder. People with hypochondria frequently worry about their health even when nothing is seriously wrong. Signs include going to the doctor frequently without feeling reassured, talking a lot about health, and spending excessive time online researching symptoms. So you're literally a hypochondriac. So you're somebody who, like, will persuade yourself you're sick. Wait, doesn't that make you even more, like... doesn't that mean that, like, we can't trust you even more because you're somebody who will actively lie to themselves and convince yourself that there's something wrong when there isn't? I'm just gonna take another bite of donut. These donuts are really good. They're like tube donuts, and like full of toffee and cream. It's really nice. So you're a crazy person who will literally convince herself that things are happening to you that aren't real. Awesome. What am I doing?
Experiences are constantly present in my thoughts and affect how I navigate the world, including online spaces. They are almost always at the forefront of my mind. Acknowledging them and talking about them isn't deflection. It's part of being honest about what I'm living with. My intent is never to avoid accountability, but to be understood in the full context of who I am and the
Weird collar guy, member for 16 months at Coping. Hope you're doing well, bro. Hypochondria can grow out of PTSD and anxiety. Yeah, like, I can believe that. Like, again, I'm not saying she's lying about being a hypochondriac. It's just, like, that makes her less believable. Jester with the 5. As someone who suffers from CPTSD, I'm way offended by her claiming anything like that. So, obviously, I talk fairly regularly. I'll bring up the fact that I had very, very, very bad PTSD. I mean, I was a fucking mess. But one of the reasons I end up bringing it up is, like, it didn't excuse any of the way I behaved. Like, it didn't excuse anything. It was just, yeah, I'm sick, and that sucks. But unfortunately, realistically speaking, you can't make that other people's problems. Frosty Shale, welcome to Seething. Let's fucking go. 07 in the chat. Love to see new members. You guys are always based.
The experiences that I am choosing to share. Before I saw the video, I genuinely struggled to recall the messages, as they were only described to me, not shown. I immediately felt frustrated with myself for not being able to remember, and because my migraines have been affecting my memory for some time now, my first reaction was to direct that frustration towards my migraines because I know they affected my ability to recall this. This was not an oopsie, well, you just can't be mad at me now because I have migraines. That being said, speaking of accountability, I've realized the importance of setting more firm boundaries with myself and my online presence when it comes to sharing deeply personal details. I understand not everyone knows or understands what I'm going through, and without that context, it can seem like I'm bringing up my health or trauma to deflect, which is not the case.
And again, just to be clear, multiple fucking GoFundMes. Multiple GoFundMes. Multiple comments about your health. Even in the statements you gave me for the fucking video. Yeah, obviously, if guys, I cannot stress this enough. If I sat here and was like, every time someone criticized me, oh, I'm ill, I've got depression, I'm sad, my mum's dead. Yeah, dude, that would be insane. Fuck, I'm gonna start doing that in debates, actually. Is this the new standard? Every time someone's fighting with me, I'm gonna start saying my mum's dead. Or what are you doing? How can you fight with me? Don't you know my mother's died? I'm a very sad boy, okay? With sad eyes. Very, very, very alone. How can you bully me? How can you bully me? What would my mother say? Let's be honest, she'd tell me to man up.
Moving forward, I will be more mindful about what I share to protect my peace and avoid misunderstandings. Now I want to talk about
that would be
Saberspark
hilarious.
claiming I lied about having an IUD.
She told me prior to the convention.
Next time Aiden phones me about something, I'm going to open the call with like, hey, Aiden, my mum's dead.
That she had an IUD. So I remember asking her about condoms, and she said, don't worry about that. I have an IUD. And then she
okay, we get into the pregnancy stuff. This is where the story gets fucking weird, okay?
After she had her kid. And I took her word for it. And so we had unprotected sex. So the anxiety started to get me when she told me she wasn't getting her period. And I was like, oh my God, is she pregnant? Which is, I'm like, how? You know, with an IUD and also me not finishing.
I first want to start by saying this claim is abysmal. What's crazy is that there is no proof of what he's claiming anywhere.
I mean, I suppose to finish the story of the pregnancy scare, how did that kind of work itself out?
Into the convention on a Sunday, I remember going over to her hotel, being like, I'm like, we have to get this test. Like, I need to know the answer before I head home, so I can know what's going on. I got the pregnancy test, came back, and I'm like, please, can you take this? And she goes, okay, you know, because it was time's up, and she said, okay, I'll do it. And she took it, and it was negative. And I remember afterwards, I was like almost dumbstruck with relief. At that point, I started forming this opinion in my head where I'm like, did she?
I promise you, this is actually fucking some of the craziest shit I've seen in a video ever. It's just, I don't know why this section was left in. It makes no sense.
Just baby scare me to keep me in her life? That was the emotion surging through my head.
And also, Saber has every right to feel that way, Emily. You can't take away how Saber felt about the situation. Don't be such a bitch.
Along with relief.
The public response to this is honestly understandable. This is a serious and heavily loaded claim. I can understand why people are upset. However, I would never willingly put myself in a situation where I'd become pregnant by someone I had only met 5 to 10.
I love this as well. Listen, I'm not saying I wouldn't baby trap somebody. I'm just saying I wouldn't do it to save a spark. Beckett, if you used your mum from what you've told us, why do I feel like she would tell you to stop being a wimp? That is actually true. My mum would bully me if I did stuff like that. To be fair though, my mum would be real down with me using like her death to weaponize to annoy people. She'd be totally on board with that. She'd think that was funny. You got pregnant as a teenager? Yeah, like, dude, guys, we'll get to it. Don't worry.
10 minutes earlier, and then be tied to that person for 18 or more years, regardless of whether I had a crush on him or not. This was a guy whom, throughout most of our friendship, I didn't even call him by his actual name. It wasn't until later, after both occurrences.
That means nothing. Destiny's kid Nathan calls him Destiny, okay? Do you guys know this? Do you guys know this? Nathan calls Destiny Destiny rather than Dad. How fucked up is that? If I had a kid and they called me like fucking Beckett from Cope and Seed or some shit, or Cope, I'd send them to military school. I'd be like, no, none of this. Fucking insane. Actually insane.
It had already happened that I actually called him Steve.
Yeah, he does it in DGG chat. It's fucking crazy.
Even. I gave birth a year prior. I was not about to go on that adventure again, especially with a man who I didn't even call by his real name. I wasn't about to put myself in a medically vulnerable position.
Hey guys, I don't talk about my medical stuff as a defense, but here are my medical records. Oh fuck. I know Fauci had a crash out about this. He was like, I don't want to know these things. I think that's a really soy take. If she's offering this up, I don't really fucking care. But, like, I do think this is, like, crazy. This is a crazy thing to do.
When I
will only call you Beckett ever. I mean, good. Good, Pinker. Pinker's blatantly gonna, like, someone screenshot that. Pinker's gonna come up with a pet name for me at some point.
Traumatized by my experiences just a year earlier with all things medically related.
That's not the same thing, Arcani, and you know it. You know it. She came in, like, Arcani's wife came in the room, and I was like, hi, Arcani's wife. Like, while we were gaming. He was like, it's wife Connie. Fuck's sake, bro.
It was way too soon. I also don't see that
Becky's
message
good.
being shown. Women have late periods. There's a part of the interview where he claims to have gone directly to my hotel to essentially make me take a pregnancy test on Sunday, end of the event, just before he went home, implying he went straight to my room.
Into the convention on a Sunday. I remember going over to her hotel, being like, I'm like, we have to get this test. Like, I need to know the answer before I head home, so I can know what's going on.
There are multiple things wrong with this. He couldn't have gone to my hotel room to do this because we already checked out of our hotel room by noon before the event ended. I even have proof of this in the form of a vlog that we recorded during the time we were there. On Sunday night...
Again, this doesn't matter. Firstly, Saber could be out by a day. That's completely reasonable to believe. But that also doesn't mean anything. And secondly, you may have checked out, but also, like, he could have come over in the morning. When did he say he'd come over?
He went straight to my room.
Into the convention on a Sunday. I remember
Okay. So it could be the morning.
Going over to her hotel, being like, I'm like, we have to get this test. Like, I need to know the answer
Yeah, he didn't even say the room. He just said went to the hotel. You're right, Deep Sea.
before I head home, so I can know what's going on.
There are multiple things wrong with this. He couldn't have gone to my hotel room to do this because we already checked out of our hotel room by noon before the event ended. I even have proof of this in the form of a vlog that we recorded during the time we were there. On Sunday night, we are telling a group of people in a hotel room goodbye and that we were leaving to go back home because we
But you were still in the hotel?
Didn't have a room to go back to. There's also footage of us taking the stuff we bought from the convention to the car because we didn't have a room anymore.
We're leaving soon, so we're gonna say bye to everyone. And yeah, we're leaving, so I'm doing a quick vlog to say bye to everyone.
Oh, you're
so
leaving? Aww.
say hi and bye.
Hello.
Best
bye.
people you can ever meet.
They're awesome.
Right there.
Where are you leaving to?
Home.
Now, the way it's worded is strange, and I believe an easy response would be that we somehow did this privately at the hotel in general between the time of the event ending and going to downtown Disney. However, Saber also states himself in the interview just a minute before this claim that he was too busy to hang out with me during the entire convention, and that the only time he could recall seeing me was at downtown Disney, which was after the convention.
After the bathroom. What happens then?
So, that was another busy convention. That was the one where they were showing the premiere
But that's at the end. He's saying at the end of the convention.
of the Burning documentary from John Delancey and Michael Brokoff, which was a big deal at the time.
The fuck?
It was a big old crowd-funded thing. It was a work in progress screening, and also the convention was busy, just running around to different panels, also doing more interviews.
Also, hi to your cat.
And being involved with the Everfree radio guys. I'd see her at the convention, and she would text me about wanting to hang out, but again, just I was too busy. I was booked the entire time through, and the only time I can really recall seeing her was when we left. It was in downtown Disney, is where this movie was being screened, the cut of the Burning documentary. When we walked out of the theater screening, and
Yeah, you're just talking about when he ran into her.
I remember looking to the side, and I saw Emily like leaning against the wall with her friend Sandra.
And he's right. Apart from the screening, the only other time I saw him was when we both just so happened to be in the lobby where we don't even acknowledge each other. Instead, we are just talking to other people in the area. This was Saturday night, and I wasn't there long.
It's a shame you didn't start asking about, what is it, Super Pinky or something?
Yeah, we need sleep time. Find the cure.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, guys.
It's Super Pinky Adventures.
I like how you find your like
Saber Spark and Screwball. They had a very extensive conversation.
I've heard about this conversation.
Screwball and I decided we're gonna.
I was not among friends.
We're gonna find the cure of sleep talking. We're gonna stop sleep talking once and for all.
Good.
And just the cat's like, no, go back to sleep.
Let's just say
Apart from that, we didn't really see each other. He also says after the screening that the right people were called to help me and that he and his friends left.
I think we actually called one of the.
Sure, irrelevant.
There's also footage of him going to hang out with his friends after the downtown Disney screening. He also says in the interview himself that he and his friends had other things to do.
Brony's document.
Okay,
I thought,
sure, whatever.
bro, but the life of EQLA is over. I might not want to go. Here.
That's the Saturday, by the way. So again, he could still go over on the Sunday.
Accurate.
And after hanging out with people, we went home. We left Anaheim entirely.
Where are you leaving to?
Home.
That's the evening, to be clear.
When it comes to taking a pregnancy test, I don't have memory of taking it personally. I just remember that it had been resolved and eventually getting my period. That being said, this is not me outright denying that one was taken. However, he did not go to my hotel Sunday to make me take one like he claims, to try to imply I was purposely trying to keep him on edge. It wasn't during the convention either, because he himself states that he didn't really see me during the convention and that he was busy.
And also the convention was busy, just running around to different panels, also doing more interviews and being involved with the Everfree radio guys.
Encounter the day before the private time we had spent together was the night of the second sexual encounter the day before the convention began. If I did take one, it would have only been able to happen that night. Again, he says it himself, he didn't see me much during the entire convention.
Okay, but even hypothetically, if that's true, You could still have taken it that night and he's mixing up the days.
And that he didn't recall seeing me again until the Downtown Disney screening.
I got the pregnancy test, came back, and I'm like, please, can you take this? And she goes, okay, you know, because it was time's up. And she said, okay, I'll do it. And she took it, and it was negative. And I remember afterwards, I was like almost dumbstruck with relief.
Like I said during the investigation, I don't remember taking the test personally, but if he remembers being dumbstruck by relief, then maybe I did take one and I just don't remember that. That means the test would have had to be taken that night. We would have already known that night that the test was negative, which directly contradicts his claim that I initiated the second encounter to calm his nerves because...
Okay, this is really fucking important. I cannot stress enough, because she just makes a leap here, and this is why I'm pausing around this time, because this is the most insane claim in the video. Okay? So, her claim is that the only time she could have taken that pregnancy test was on the first night they met, the night before the convention, where the sexual encounter took place, okay?
We would have already known that night that the test was negative, which directly contradicts his claim that I initiated the second encounter to calm his nerves because he was anxious about the possibility of a pregnancy.
Yeah, we went into the bathroom.
No, it actually doesn't. It doesn't at all. Because even if Emily is right here, and that they didn't meet up, and again, we're talking a solid, you know what, like 12 hours she can't account for? It doesn't matter, because even if on the first night, Saber's right, they had this sexual encounter to calm his nerves, they could just then do the pregnancy test afterwards. They didn't have, like, they just had oral sex. So this doesn't disprove anything. I don't know why you'd make this claim. It's just a really weird leap. And again, like when we go back, which is why I wanted to highlight this stuff. Where is it? Like, again, you're talking, it's really interesting as well. This seems like a brief encounter, right? The way she's presenting it. But when she's talking about it here, it's like, oh, well, we had this time together, here's where we met up. Why did you meet up? That's the real question. If you thought this guy was an abuser, why did you meet up with him? The only conceivable reason that's been put forward is because of this pregnancy scare.
And she, did that for me because she wanted to take the edge off for me. Because she's, I know you're nervous, and we did that.
His anxiety and the reason behind his version of events would no longer be plausible. He also says in his interview that I refused to take the test in person that first night to try to help build this narrative that I wanted to baby scare him and keep him on edge. This also shows that he would be lying about this as well.
I remember texting her being like, can you please get a pregnancy test? I will pay for it, please. And she would say no, she was just too scared. And she would rather wait until Equestria.
And once again, she could be wrong. He could be wrong. Like, he's remembering events from over a decade ago. He can be wrong here. But that doesn't make the entire recollection incorrect. Also, apparently we have art. We have art to put on the fridge. And also I need a palate cleanser because my brain hurts. Thank you for the disgusted look, Pinker. Please enjoy your time on the fridge. God. I look like an angry penis. Fucking hell.
LA a month later to meet up with me, and we can talk about it then. The main thing was just the anxiety of waiting, because for some reason she didn't want to take a pregnancy test, even though I asked her. But again, it's her decision. I can't force that.
Probably because you have to wait a certain interval of time to test for it to read accurately. I didn't have a car and I didn't know how to drive, so if I wanted to get a test, I would have had to ask my parents for it. I already felt violated and confused about everything. I didn't want to involve my whole family in this. Otherwise, they probably would have called the police on him if I told them everything.
If you probably would have called the police on him, why the fuck did you meet up with him? You're saying you felt confused and conflicted. Like, and again, now we get the full run up to this little section. This makes no sense. None of this makes any sense.
And
Once again, Emily releases a statement, talks for herself, and none of it makes any fucking sense. Why would you release this? It's beyond me.
I do want to reaffirm this just in case it needs to be said, but me consenting to other people I've dated has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not a person can be put in a non-consenting situation. I found myself very shocked when people suggested being a teen mother or sleeping with certain people had any weight on whether or not this is something that could have happened to me. This can happen to absolutely anyone.
But controversies alone do not mean that the allegation couldn't have happened. However, it would be irresponsible of me to not mention that many of the controversies, true or not, are sex scandals.
He acknowledges this doesn't change the thing, but still feels it's important to even mention. Yes, it actually is. Your credibility is the question. Holy fuck. That's why Lazy and Enter had a 3-hour call with you. Dude, I'm fucking it's like a slow burn crash out this stream.
Scandals.
And chat still doesn't think I'm attractive. Hurtful. This caused some issue because Emily's history is somewhat complicated and contains multiple other controversies involving sex scandals. The ones most of you will be aware of will be her relationship with former Sonic. Also, please note here how she doesn't point to the fact that I discredit a load of the shit in the Queen Falls video in the first video. That's just glossed over. Reddit did this as well and just completely glossed over it. And it's like, dude, fuck you guys. Sonic voice actor Ryan Drummond, as well as Emily's appearance on Dr. Phil in an episode about her wanting to be a... Wait, what was that? Sex scandals. The ones most of you will be aware of will be her relationship with former Sonic voice actor Ryan Drummond, as well as Emily's appearance on Dr. Phil in an episode... Why is that blurred out? Relationship with former Sonic voice actor. That's not blurred out in my video. Why did you blur the DMs out? What the fuck? Why? Hold on a sec. This one. I need to check this. And I want to just check that something weird hasn't happened to my fucking video. Where is it? Like in the early parts of the video, isn't it? Around here. Involving sex scandals. The ones most of you will be aware of will be her relationship with former Sonic voice actor. What the fuck? But here it's actively blurred. Why? What the fuck? Yeah, I thought she was... So earlier in this video, she's blurring sections of the DMs, and I thought she was doing it for dramatic effect. But I think she's just hiding shit. Bro, that is fucking wild. That's actually fucking crazy. Guys, I got fucked by Sonic. The voice was used. Dude. She's doing it to discredit and hide shit. Dude, that's actually crazy. That's actually I completely missed that. That's wow, okay. To Ryan Drummond, as well as Emily's appearance on Dr. Phil in an episode about her wanting to be a teenage mother. There are implying that I wanted to be a teenage mom. That's what the fucking episode implies. The fuck? I'm like, what am I meant to do? There are a couple of issues with finding out that it is Emily making these. To give the smallest charity, her past exploits might be a sore spot with her IRL relationships. Maybe. Dude, do you think her boyfriend Blurder. K-Huck, member for 15 months at Molding. Let's fucking go. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. 07 in the chat. These accusations.
I did not tell my roommates that me and Emily had plans to hook up at our hotel room. And it was during the convention when most folks were on the con floor where Emily and I both, holding hands, took off to my room.
Canterlot Gardens took place at the same hotel where Saber was staying. Saber claims that we held hands publicly and walked to his hotel room together. He also mentioned not wanting his friends to know and made it clear in his messages that he wanted to keep our
Just keep that in mind for a second.
interactions private, so it's confusing why he would then say that we held hands in a very public setting. This didn't happen. He messaged me to come up to his room.
After the bathroom. What happens then?
So, that was another busy convention. That was the one where they were showing the premiere.
But you met in public spaces. So again, hold on. So if he messaged you to come up to his hotel room and you just went, this is a really weird claim, actually. Isn't this even like a stronger claim? That you guys had a close enough relationship that you didn't think it was weird that he DM'd you and was like, come to my hotel room? Where's the messages to prove your stuff? Oh yeah, no, there's no messages. That's okay. I mean, obviously, she's just fucking lying.
Premiere of the Burning documentary from John Delancey and Michael Brokoff, which was a big deal at the time. And the only time I can really recall seeing her was when we left. It was in downtown Disney. When we walked out of the theater screening, we were all very, being very critical, very opinionated. And I remember looking to the side, and I saw Emily like leaning against the wall with her friend Sandra. And it's almost like Emily was waiting for me to come out.
Oh my god, who cares?
I don't know if you know. We over deck
From this, still.
and we, we're on our way.
I think if you want to walk away from this still unsure about where you stand, that is okay. But Saber using a moment to try to paint my intentions in a public interview to describe a horrible panic attack that ruined my ability to even watch the screening at all, as if I went out of my way to pretend I fainted specifically to target him for sympathy, is a terrible thing to do.
Isn't it valid for him to feel however he wants to about these interactions and you can't take that away from him? Wow, these are interesting double standards we have here.
I genuinely suffer panic attacks and struggle with hyperventilating during these attacks. I missed out on
Not using my medical history as a defense or anything, guys.
On the entire experience because of it. All of that for sympathy? Did I just sit out there playing the part to everyone around me for however long the screening was because his sympathy was that worth ruining my plans for the evening?
I'm honestly going to say yes, I believe it was. I do not doubt in any way that you would do that. I am actually now more convinced of it than ever.
I didn't even know he was there until I saw him afterwards. He even points out how my attack got worse after I saw him. That alone should say enough about how I felt during that time.
But I do remember her, it's almost like she looked fine, is my recollection, when I walked out of the door.
Wait.
And then when she saw me, she started,
I'm sorry, hold on. Are you claiming that you had a panic attack because of Saberspark? Dude, this is fucking mental.
acting like she had a heat stroke or something. And again, I don't want to say acting, I don't know, but it was, I remember her looking and then seeing me and then falling to the ground. Not falling to the ground, but leaning against the wall and sliding down until her bottom hit the ground.
One of the voice actors from the show walked past me and came to check on me because I was against the wall, extremely upset because I couldn't be in the theater with everyone else. I feel moments like this make it extremely hard for me to not want to defend my experiences by feeling I need to prove my mental health issues. But if I do that, then I'm using my health as a shield. It isn't an easy thing to navigate through. I shouldn't even have to prove that I actually have these health issues, but the topic of it only grew and I felt I needed to prove my experiences even more the more people online tried pushing the idea of me faking my illnesses. One person even sent the police to my personal home using my health topics to weaponize them.
Okay, this is just Lizzie. I don't care about this. This is irrelevant. Again, it's just victim. Guys, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me. I don't care. 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 I don't care.
You're okay, don't need help.
And irresponsibly accusing people of this. As stated before, I
Hold on, what was that?
You're okay, don't need help. I'll tell my
Nope,
okay.
all good. Thank you.
Alright.
Why are we assuming and irresponsibly accusing people of this?
You accused Saberspark of rape. You fucking lunatic.
As stated
I would
before,
fucking
I plan to be
crash
more
out. I'm
mindful
just
about how
fucking
much
done.
information I share about my struggles. But no one should even feel as though they need to share their medical information in order to defend themselves against harassment and irresponsible misinformation. And Saber doing this only helps fan the flames more.
I don't know. I think she's just randomly responding to shit. I think this whole thing is a scattershot approach, which is why the video makes no fucking sense.
To people who feel justified in trying
Thanks,
to
Johnny.
desperately debunk something as serious as a person's well-being. I
Accused me of being a rapist. I can't fucking believe it.
do
I
also
can't
want
do
to point
this.
out that while I have given Saber the benefit of the doubt here, I do find him lying about multiple details such as holding hands to his hotel room, the IUD, the friends with benefits inside joke, me initiating the second time and claiming the elevator part to be completely untrue, to be extremely sketchy. I do feel if he truly
I fucking can't. Okay.
believed he was fully innocent in this, he wouldn't feel the need to lie about multiple details. I can't
Okay. Can we just reverse that for a second? Hey, Emily, if you believed these accusations, you wouldn't feel the need to lie about multiple things, and the difference is we can prove you're lying. You have no evidence that Saberspark is lying, you fucking dumb bitch. We can prove you are fucking lying. So if you were telling the truth about this rape, why do you feel the need to lie? See how easy it is to reverse that? See how easy it is to reverse that?
can't prove some of these lies to be untrue, unfortunately, but hopefully shining
Jesus.
feel if he truly believed he was fully innocent in this, he wouldn't feel the need to lie about multiple details. I can't prove some of these lies to be untrue, unfortunately, but hopefully shining a light on at least a few of them.
You've not proved anything. There's no evidence. You've provided no evidence. You've shown that you left the hotel on Sunday night, which doesn't prove anything. Like, maybe Sabersparks were on the timeline, that's possible, but again, it's by like a couple of days, it doesn't matter. You've proved nothing. This is insane. This is actually fucking crazy.
Them helps see a clearer picture. I am a real victim of sexual abuse. While I may not have concrete evidence for this particular incident, I do have evidence for others. I would never undermine my own experiences or those of others by lying about one of these experiences.
Bro, I need a fucking cigarette.
To do so would only make it harder for all of us to be heard and believed. I want to clarify that nothing I said in the video should be interpreted as a retraction of my previous testimony.
Okay, to be clear, this video that she has just put out is also a retraction of her previous testimony. Because she's saying at the beginning, I do not believe Saberspark could have known, and therefore he's not a monster. That's a retraction, Emmy, because your original statement is a fucking rape allegation.
Continue to stand by what I shared and reaffirm that I did not give consent. The purpose of those statements was to provide additional context of my side. I wrote this
Miss Darling Heavenly with the 2. Guys, I'm a victim of SA, but I don't have evidence. Let's be clear. Let's actually be clear. If you are sexually assaulted, go to the police. I know it's not a perfect solution, but you need to at least show something like you've got like fucking, like you had a rape test done. I know that you might go and get prosecution, but you need to show something. Anything. Beyond, I wrote in my journal that Saberspark is a meanie abuser. Fucking insane.
The statements in that video to move on and help both parties do so, but I also wrote them before I heard Saber's interview. What I've come to realize is that Saber may not have fully understood the impact of his actions after seeing the messages of me clearly not wanting to rock the boat with him. Reminder, I didn't see these conversations.
That's not what these messages show. That's not what these messages show at all. You're lying.
Until seeing them publicly released recently, and I was able to reflect on that aspect of the situation, and am only now giving the benefit of the doubt to his intentions. I also want to say that this video's intention was to help all parties move on from the situation. I want to do that more than ever. For the last 3 months,
Dude, you should never have made this fucking response. Like, I have nothing to talk about. Come on.
I have been harassed endlessly, cyberstalked, and dehumanized by almost every single person involved and their friends. A literal gallery of rogues have chosen to use this as an opportunity to vindicate themselves from their own horrendous behavior that they are running away from and lying.
What, you mean like Sophie Scruggs, Bernie Fandone, Emily New, KP? Any of those people? Any of those people gonna get a fucking shout out in this? That's fucking...
about because they now feel they comfortably can. Even people claiming to help me threw me to the wolves, outed my identity to other people in DMs without my consent, and I was threatened by multiple people. I
want to be really clear, by the way. Emily, okay. This is the only defense I will give to KP, because as far as I can see, KP has learnt nothing. At all. But KP is not the one who outed Emily's identity, and neither was the person who wrote the Google Doc. The person who outed Emily's identity was Emily. Emily shared a Google Drive with her fucking name on it. Emily is the one who told people who she was. No one else. That got spread around, but she is the first leak in this. Before KP told me who Emily was, before I'd even had a conversation with her, I was sent the Google Drive. And the Google Drive had her fucking name on it.
Told by people claiming they wanted to help me to lay low for the sake of my family if I truly loved them. The video's intention to help us all move on is something I stand behind, and my statements were to help all of us, even if I find information suggested in the video to be incorrect. I'm only speaking for...
Notice how, like, it's now not any of my information she's pointing to. She's pointing to Saberspark's interview, which, again, may be incorrect. It's a testimony from Saberspark of something that happened over a decade ago. But it's also irrelevant at that point, because at least he can provide hard evidence of what your relationship actually looked like. And it conflicts with Emily's version of events. And even here, like, Emily is just straight up lying. She's saying things like, oh, I was contacted by Saberspark's friends. No, you weren't. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Further now because the harassment has escalated and misinformation is continuing to spread. Thank you to those who are patient with me to hear what I had to say. Ultimately, this is my life and my personal memories, and I have needed time to work through how difficult this entire thing has been. And to those who tried endlessly harassing me into responding immediately about such a difficult situation, no one should have to stay online and force themselves to take harassment and respond on a personal level. Me making the choice to take care of myself and disconnecting is not an implication of guilt. Talking about these things have not been easy. I encourage people not to turn to YouTubers as a source when revealing...
This is also really true. Don't go to YouTubers. Don't come to... Please. And to be fair, to people's credit, people have stopped doing this, but please do not DM me that somebody is a fucking pedophile or something. I still get the occasional one. Please stop doing it. It's very annoying.
Or uncovering stories like mine. Do not give your personal experiences to content creators in general. This is the first time that I'm actually fully speaking about this with my full chest. If you don't have control of the story, then somebody else will. While many creators mean well and want to discuss serious topics, it's important to remember that they're not trained professionals. They're everyday people making content. This isn't criticism of any specific channel that has covered my situation. I truly believe most are acting with good intentions. That said, I hope my experience can serve as a learning tool for others who feel they've gone through something similar. Awareness and education are vital, but so is handling these topics with care.
I should be clear as well. My annoyance with this is very much the fact that you're coming out and lying again. You are just lying, Emily. if Emily came out with a response which was just like essentially just like a either more or less detailed version of what she said to me, I wouldn't have an issue. I personally, again, I'm not an accountability guy. I don't fucking care. But it's like, dude, just come out and make videos. Actually, I think this is what a lot of people should do in dramas. Just you can, unfortunately, look at Destiny. You can stream through it.
Care, accuracy, and sensitivity they deserve for all involved parties. Least of all, the nuance required to navigate them. Your experience should never be utilized as entertainment for views or money. At the same time, I want to take accountability for my part in this. By sharing personal details with others, especially anonymously, I unintentionally open the door to speculation and misinterpretation. Moving forward, I plan to be more mindful of the boundaries I set online and with other people I meet online, and especially as related to my personal life. I understand now more than ever the importance of protecting that and my right to a private life. This has been a painful and confusing experience for me, and I know it's complicated. I stand by my feelings and my experiences of what I went through. But I also want to acknowledge that Saberspark may not have fully understood the impact of his actions at the time. I don't think it would be easy to know given my unwillingness to communicate my discomfort and trying to maintain a sense of
Fucking crash out.
normality.
Fuck. What am I meant to say to this? You've gone through and you've been like, this video, you could cut all of this out of the video, all of it, and just go from 558, and have the introduction. Some of the introduction. That's all this needed to be. You needed 5 minutes.
I want to open a space for honest conversation about enthusiastic consent and
Obviously, to be clear, guys, when she says she wants to open a space for honest and open conversation, she doesn't mean her comment section. You will get your comment deleted.
respect. Even though I never wish to come forward, I hope talking about everything now can help provide clarity and understanding. Before I end this video, I want to say that I'm also aware that some people are taking advantage of the situation, using this to spread misinformation or fault and accuse me of random and frivolous things.
What, you mean like you're accusing Black Griffin of random frivolous things or Saberspark of random Okay, I'll stop.
To be clear, I'm not giving attention to false or self-serving narratives. This isn't about you, and I'm not going to give life to anyone trying to take a situation I was put into about their own vendettas, most of which are predominantly male ex-people from my life mad I didn't talk to them more than I was comfortable, give them more of my attention than I was willing, or I outright rejected them romantically. Others, I don't even know who they are, claiming to have known me. I'm not going to convince anyone of something that they don't wish to believe, and that's okay. My story isn't a claim, it's a memory. I don't need to be believed to know it happened. Before I end this conversation, I want to link below some helpful resources for those who may need them. During my time away, I actually wound up using some of these resources myself, and they were extremely helpful. Following this video, I'm going to be taking a break from Twitter for a bit. I realized during my break that I felt much happier and more connected without constant online engagement. I want to thank those who have reached out to me recently to check on me and support me in private spaces. I will not be speaking more on the situation and will be returning back to normal content. I'll be continuing my content on Blue Sky and YouTube for the time being, so I look forward to seeing you all in those spaces. Thank you.
I hate it here. Okay, this was fucking exhausting. Fuck. Right, it is like nearly 8 o'clock in the morning for me. Oh, dude. How are we feeling, chat? Thank you for all your support and donations and subscriptions and likes and all the other shit. Don't feel obligated, but if you could press the buttons down below the stream, I'd much appreciate it. I suffer for your entertainment, and this was very much suffering. Holy fuck. Let's take 5, and you can like ask any questions you want to. We'll give it a couple of minutes. Oh, right, okay. I'm still trying to be working out how the fuck viewer posts work, by the way. So I see your viewer posts in my like comments thing, and I've got no idea how to interact with them. It seems like a very poorly constructed thing. My final thoughts, Emily lied. What else am I meant to say? That's just the reality. Saber should sue, honestly. Fuck yeah. I mean, like, look, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if he's got a case, but fuck me. So what's the moral of the story? There is no moral to any of this. Let's not pretend. There's just stupid, insane people being stupid and insane. Okay? That's the moral. Crazy people be crazy. Don't fuck crazy chicks. There you go. We did our job and she is being so fucking manipulative. Yep. Deeply, deeply manipulative. Beckett, why did you sell me Fent behind the 7-Eleven the other day? I needed plane tickets back to the UK, okay? Fent's very easy to get a hold of. And you were there. I hope the lurkers are doing well. I hope you guys are good. I hope you guys have had fun. Oh, hey, Rain, how you doing? Welcome into the very end of the stream. Hope you're good. I'm just so sad, man. Fuck, yeah, I know how you feel, Lazy. It's so crazy that she doesn't understand that SA is a serious allegation and people aren't going to just take that without proof. Yeah, many such cases. Many such cases. I'm just glad I have finished that bonk animation. It gives me life. Yeah, it's good. I'll post it on Twitter in a bit. Oh, dude. Dude. Solid stream. Solid stream. That was enjoyable. No, it wasn't. That was hell. But, you know, you're all here. I like hanging out with you all. How we doing? How we doing with top? Hold on. What's the chatter thing saying? Metal Man, number 1. Archer, number 2. Kai Rise, number 3. Then Rotting, Pinker, Potato, Axis. Komato, Advocate, Warm Eggs, and then Op Blocker 11. You guys have done well tonight. She doesn't realize that with just a testimony claim, you really need to be consistent. All the inconsistency she had made it fall apart. Yeah. Yep. And again, this is the problem with the Destiny stuff, right? Destiny has no consistency. I have watched Destiny change from 13 to 14 in a day. Destiny can't even get a fucking age right. She can't get the dates right. She has no fucking idea. I've said this before. I think there is a chance that Destiny may have sent a dick pic by somebody at some point who wasn't Black Griffin. Because how would she remember? SS Scruggs won't hurt us, my Jew brothers. We will rise no matter what, chat. So true. Listen, dude, fucking Thornwing coming on and confirming that story is just awesome. That's just awesome. That was so based. That was so incredibly based. Okay. Look, this has been a stream. I'm not going to raid you to anybody because I can't be bothered. And I don't think anyone interesting is still online. I think everyone's sort of crashed for the night. Again, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to pretty much end it in a minute. No one ever actually watches my instructions on how to make accusations. Kids don't know what they're doing. True. Listen, most people don't know how to write a Google document. It's very depressing. You guys have all been great. Thank you so much for everything. As always, you're the best. I'm just here to provide background noise. I hope you have a great rest of the week. I probably won't stream Friday night. I might do something Saturday. If something really interesting drops, I'll be back. But for now, guys, I'm going to go get on with my day. I'm going to go find some breakfast because all I've eaten is some donuts. And I hope each and every one of you has a fantastic rest of your evening. Peace and take care of yourselves. Miss Darling Havenley with the 5. Goodbye send-off for your struggles for watching that awful response. Thank you very much. Thank you. Look, listen, I'll do one last thing as well, actually. Because I appreciate... Listen, I love an end of the stream super chat. Please have your own little star. There we go. See? Enjoy. I haven't been able to use the Avi one all night. Based. Let's go. Right. Peace, guys.